eyes. One tap now if you spot the lies. Nerds unite when the facts unfold. Truth hit hard but the lights turn gold. Tap that screen, get it moving. Tap that screen, stop confusing. Tap that screen, we don't do fake. One tap now for the nerds that break. Tap, 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 run it up. Tap, 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 truth disrupt. Think alive, no gas, no fluff. Tap that screen if you built tough. Comment section look real tense. Think or speak and it make y'all head spin. 2 taps if you value you the real. 3 taps if you know the deal. We axe deep, you fall fast. 1 tap now, bring up that class. Facts don't bend and she don't chase. So tap that screen, pick up the pace. Tap that screen, get it moving. Tap that screen, stop confusing. Tap that screen, we don't do fake. 1 tap now for the nerds that break. Tap, 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 run it up. Tap, 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 truth disrupt. Think alive, no gas, no fluff. Tap that screen if you built up. You're either here to learn or to get exposed. Either way, tap that screen.
What's up, Mr. Michael? Welcome back, y'all. Welcome back. Hey, Nelly Nell, how are you?
I am good. How about yourself?
I'm doing good.
Good.
Getting
I like
hype.
it. I like that beat.
Man, Mr. Michaels did the damn thing. Like there are so many that he did. Let me see if I can show y'all my thinkers got a question. Hold on. Mama Bash, are you joining on purpose or on accident right now? Hold on, look. Listen to this. This is my favorite one. Hold on. Is this the let me see if this is the right one.
Thinker has a question. Thinker has a question. Thinker has a question. Wonder what it'll be.
Yeah. whenever I have one of those fucking moments during the live, I swear I can't wait. I cannot wait to play that. But no, he loaded me up. Like I've been waiting. When I tell y'all the wait was worth it, the wait was worth it. We got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 tap songs, y'all. We got 11 tap songs. Huh?
Is using the AI vocals.
Oh, I don't know.
It's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
But it's good. It's really
Yeah.
good. You put
Yeah,
that together. It's nice. Real nice.
What's up to the YouTube fam? Hey, hello, atheist black woman. What's up? Clevance Cole. Clevance Cole. I think I said that right. Jag, what's up? Wilkie Stoke, what's up? I think I said your name right. Let's see. Let's get Chicago John out the way. No, I'm joking. What's up, Chicago?
Well, I gotta keep you away from listening to all that thinker stuff. You got my AI acting up now. I mean, I know my Dragon Platinum card. If you guys subscribe, y'all can get your own Dragon card. But because of you and your Mr. Michaels corrupted my poor AI, now it think it's a hoodlum now, rapping to me. So it's like,
don't come in here gaslighting. I got Hebrew on deck and a screen that needs tapping. Let's go! Tap that screen, lift it up. Tap that screen, don't play tough. Tap that screen if you a nerd. Think of life now, spread that word. Tap, tap, run it high. Tap, tap, truth don't lie. Tap the screen, don't act slick. Think I got facts, Hebrew hit quick. Who in the chat? Nerds in the chat. Who hold truth? Think I do that. Who break gas like this room do?
Oh, where is that from?
Mr. Michaels did us good, Lala. It was worth the wait.
Is it possible for a robot to culture appropriate though? Like do the pieces got to be made in the area if it does certain type of music?
What?
That's the pieces of the machine, right, that make the song. Because if it goes through different type of songs out there, so does it? Will it be a cultural appropriation if the robots start like once they start making music and stuff? If they're not built in those locations, then will they be like gentrifying the music for their own stuff?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right, man, that's the thing for the future. That's
What?
a future problem. But anyway, you won't have that future problem if you have your subscription key. So go ahead and get y'all subscribing and subscribing on. So if y'all do all that, then you can be a dragon card and get your. I see your butterflies out there. Butterflies are cool. Get blown in the wind. But you want to be a strong platinum dragon. Like myself. So you can come up here and just say hello, hello, having thinker computer AI. Like I said, interrupt my own computer, having it rapping over here.
I knew that was gonna piss you off. That's why I started with the gaslighting one. Don't come in here gaslighting. I got a whole bunch of
Oh,
gaslighting
there's
ones.
more. That wasn't the
Yes.
only song.
That wasn't the only one.
18. Got a lot. So you too can have all the radio hits of Thinker if you get your Platinum Plus card. But you got to be a Platinum Dragon to get to that level. So you can listen to all of it and walk down the streets and tap that screen against your God. Tap that screen, get out my heart. Tap that screen. Da, da, da.
Not you trying to compete with the songs, Chicago. We still love you though. We still love you. You are still an intricate part of the show.
Have a good Sunday, Lala.
Hold on. You moved to Chicago? Chicago?
Yeah, I'm in 3 weeks. So
Okay.
yeah, I was trying to go to Thailand, and then I think I told my mom, and she pushed my grandmother down the stairs so I can go and
Stop
take.
saying that. No, she did not.
My grandma had been fine in that house for 45 years, never fell down the goddamn stairs. And then all of a sudden, I tell my mom that I'm going to Thailand and live there for a few months. After I'm done, and all of a sudden, grandma end up down the goddamn stairs. Like,
Oh my God.
my mom is a doctor. She is a smart woman. She's one of the smartest women I know. Only a woman like that would know that hurt me is to hurt Granny. Granted, Granny 90 years old. She didn't break anything, but she knew. She knew the trajectory and stuff like that to
You
push.
trying to say she knew how to push her down the stairs to where she did not kill herself?
Yes, because one day she
Oh my
told me
gosh.
down the stairs at one point. So she have done this at the same house. So for her, we went back to the scene of the crime, and I already understand what my mother do.
Oh my gosh.
She shouldn't even brought it
I'm
up.
gonna tell your mama on you. I'm gonna tell your
Go
mama get
ahead.
you.
You know what? Next time I'll call. Well, no, I can't call it with y'all on here because then y'all. Cause then, I ain't ready for that yet. We gotta leave y'all in the closet for a little bit. I gotta introduce Thinker during the daytime or something like that. Oh, what did she do? She talked about.
What are you
No,
doing talking to that demon?
yeah. Now yeah, yeah. But she did push Granny down. I swear, because Grandma have never fell down the goddamn stairs. Never. And now mysterious. Now I got to go there and make sure reinforce the stairs and all this stuff, protect her from my grandmother. So I don't know. Maybe she's probably sending a demon. I don't know. See, now you got me thinking. Anyway, I'm gonna go back so I can get ready to get back to Chicago and be Chicago John for temporarily until I know that my grandmother is safe in the clutches of my doctor mom, medicine woman. I don't know. So enjoy yourself. Tap
You have a
that.
good night.
Good night, Chicago.
Oh my gosh. How are you, Lala?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you? How was
I'm
your
doing
weekend?
good. It was good. I chilled online this weekend, but
Mhm.
we got a short night tonight. We'll be live to 6 a.m. Central today. So I have a
Okay.
minor procedure in the
Hmm.
morning. Can't wait till it's over. Like I hate pain. Fucking
Yeah, I
hate it.
understand.
Yeah, and like dreading that. Like I just can't wait for it to be done and over. Like that's That's the only thing. But yeah, hopefully tonight we'll have some good conversations. It'll keep my mind off of it. It'll get us closer to the time so that it'll be
Mm-hmm.
done. And then I just plan to sleep tomorrow, sleep the anesthesia off tomorrow.
Yeah, get as much rest as possible.
Huh?
I said, get as much rest as possible.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, y'all. If you are 25 and up and you are a believer in the God of the Bible, you are someone who is deconstructing or thinking about it, or you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Want to say what's up to the YouTubers that came in. Hey, Brian. What's up over there? What's up, Rodney? All right, let's go ahead and get it kicking off. Continue to share the live. Thank y'all so much for 100. Mr. Michaels, do you see that? They love the songs. We had 100 likes in the first 15 minutes of the stream. 100. Did I say 100 likes? We had 100,000 likes
Yeah.
in the first 15 minutes of the stream. That's what's up. Mr. Michaels in the chat. It was worth it, the 4 week wait. He did the damn thing. When y'all hear the rest of them, like I swear, like he did the damn thing. Jamario, hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please? And let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, please.
I'm 25 and I'm in a more of a deconstructing state right now.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
I read this and then I hopped in the live because I was like, this is really interesting. I've never heard anybody say anything like this. I guess I think it depends on how you approach it. Because I don't know if I'd agree saying it's the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Though I don't think it's single-handedly the best thing to happen to humanity. Does that make sense?
Mm, yeah, like you could think that something worse happened to humanity while not thinking that Jesus is the best thing. It makes sense. It's kind of like I don't think that there's no good that could possibly come out of Jesus being introduced to humanity, while I still think it's the worst.
I mean, I have been working on understanding the religious trauma and the limiting belief sets that come with. I grew up very Christian, so I'm very much, I wouldn't say a Christian now, though it definitely, I feel like many people who practice Christianity or practice a God following religion don't always go about doing things in a way that actually cares for other people in the best ways.
Yeah, like, so one of the reasons that I think Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity is because I feel like it has turned its followers into narcissistic gaslighters, almost to the point to where engaging with them when we are talking about the God or the religion, the leaders of the religion, the politics within the religion, the belief itself, right? They are incapable of engaging from an honest place. I feel like they make the conscious decision, and sometimes it may be unconscious, I don't know, but I feel like they're making the conscious decision to mentally manipulate people and excuse a lot of horrendous acts or stay silent out of fear. And some those that are, scared to speak up about specific things because they're scared that the God is gonna either, make them sick or harm their kids or make them lose their job or they're gonna go to hell. Um, you know, they may not be as conscious that they're, allowing harm out of their fear, but there are, a lot of people that know, right? And all they care about is their association with the God, right? And saying that the God can do whatever the God wants to do, although they know that it's humans doing it in the name of this God. And so I feel like because of because of that, it has really harmed humanity and made humanity indifferent towards humanity itself.
Yeah, and I agree with a lot of what you're saying, actually. So I feel like I can come from a better perspective. I definitely and see, I think the difference here is that you're saying Jesus Christ is the worst thing to happen to humanity, though I don't hear you saying God is the worst thing to happen to humanity.
No, Jesus is God, is he not?
Mm, I think it depends. I think from a Christian perspective, you can see Jesus as God, though I think from almost any other religion, Jesus Christ is still the Son. Jesus Christ is still, even though
Yeah,
Jesus
I'm not
Christ.
talking about any other religion though, right? Like I'm talking like I know that there are multiple gods, right? People serve different gods. Hindus have their god, Buddhists have their god, the Sikhs have their god, right? Like so it's people have different gods. I'm talking about this specific one,
Okay.
the Abrahamic God, um, the one in the Bible.
Okay, then from that perspective, I definitely seeing Jesus Christ as God. I think Jesus Christ is a manifestation of the light. It's very much like in spirituality, a lot of people talk about like Christ consciousness, and I think that's like being of the light, being of the truth. Though I definitely agree when it comes to the perspective, like when you said narcissistic gaslighters. Definitely a lot of people excuse things or still engage in sin knowing that they believe in a God that wants them not to sin, and it's completely misleading and contradicting. It entirely puts you from a perspective of how can you act the way you do when you believe in a God that's supposed to be so holy and so righteous.
Well, when you have a belief that you are sinners saved by grace, um, and like I know they talk about, you know, the sin as if it's the main thing, right? But it's really the fact that he sacrificed himself for their sin and that they are automatically forgiven, right? And all they have to do is say a prayer to themselves and ask their God to forgive them, no matter what they do. So the guilt or um, the consciousness that literally changes a person typically does not happen in the mind of a believer because they can forgive themselves, right? Like they have a built-in mechanism in this deity that automatically forgives them when they do something to harm another person. And a lot of times when I talk to believers, they say they don't have to go to the other person and ask the other person to forgive them. They can just ask their God to forgive them and they're forgiven. But they go to the other person out of obligation, like not obligation, out of respect. Or Jesus, will say that forgiveness is, uh, something that you should seek, right? But they don't necessarily feel that they have to seek forgiveness from the people that they harmed as long as their God forgives them. So I feel like that work that guilt usually does to change a person, right? When
Yeah, I
they,
agree.
yeah, it doesn't happen a lot of times in people who follow this deity.
And see, this is where I feel like it's the difference between surface level believers and believers who understand the depth of what's given, because oftentimes it says in the Bible to do the work, and many people aren't doing the work. Many people think that because they are automatically quote unquote forgiven, do they even understand what forgiveness means? It might relieve them of their guilty conscience, though no, it doesn't. It doesn't actually heal or help the people that are harmed in the path of it. So I definitely see what you're saying. Um, I'm not even saying I disagree, or because I feel like it comes from a very valid perspective. I personally, I do a lot of meditation. I do a lot of like shadow work, like writing, like self-care, just things to help nurture the self, because I really believe you can't ask them, well, you can, though you can't really ask someone to do things the way you want them to do them or have all this control. And I feel like a lot of Christianity and a lot of people from Christian followed beliefs definitely want a lot of power and control that they get from it, from this power of feeling I've got God on my side, or God believes in me, or I believe in a God who can do anything. And even if that God can do anything, what's to say that God will do anything for you, you know?
Yeah, well, they don't have an expectation for the God to actually do, right? Except for them. It's a very individualistic belief system that's also, though, built on like favoritism, right? And when you have people who are willing to excuse the stories in this book that says that the God, changed the law or the requirements of the law for kings whenever they did sins against his law, and you know people are saying that that's okay to do, and they're not recognizing the favoritism in it. They're advocating for children to be punished for things that their father uh, has done, and calling that justice, right? Or calling it just or moral. It, to me, it shows that um, the loyalty to the God and the loyalty to the elitism of the belief system as a whole has really confused the uh, what justice or morality is for the people who follow it, because you become loyal to a belief instead of loyal to yourself or loyal to mankind. And I feel like I heard you say the Bible says do the work, and I'm interested in knowing like what you mean by like do the work, because in this text, like Jesus, he talks about the loyalty to the God and the loyalty, well, and i.e. him, and the loyalty to the cult, right? And in that, and within that, that is take care of an Israelite, right? Love an Israelite the way that you love yourself, right? You would love the God the way that with all your heart, all your soul, and all your might. So every action that you as a believer holds is supposed to go towards that. And so I guess when you say Jesus says to do the work, like what work are you referring to
And see,
that you think that believers should be doing?
this is where I feel like some can be up to interpretation, though. I mean, I could go grab my Bible and pull out the exact verse, though.
Yeah, we
Uh,
can do that. I can pull it up on the screen.
yeah, oh, let me get up. Let me get up. While I'm doing that, though, I very much think that when we're talking about the work, I can definitely see and almost agree to how Christianity can be very individualistic, can be very focused on the self. I think that there are two almost main religions in the world. We've got like Buddhism, we've got Christianity, and in both of those, you've got one that kind of tries to take you to the absence of self, while the other takes you to almost the pinnacle of being kind of the self. And as much as it may talk to you about treating others with kindness and respect, it's not saying that you need to do that or that you have to do that. It's saying that it's a recommendation. So it's not actually something that many people, I think, act on, I feel like.
I guess I'm confused when you say it's not saying or it's recommending, because I don't see any recommendation uh, regarding this, because it's in the law, right? It's in the Mosaic law in Leviticus 19, verse 17, 18, right? And this law was the law that governed Israel. And it was Israelites who lived in Israel, right? It was the cult of Yahwehism. And so it's, you shall hate in your heart. I'm sorry, you shall not hate in your heart any one of your kin. You shall reprove your neighbor, or you will incur guilt yourself. You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against any of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. And the way we know that this is talking to Israelites, one, This is the Levitical law for the Levites. And Moses is the God spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to all the congregation of the Israelites and say to them." Are you there, Jamario?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, yeah. When you leave the app, I can't hear you.
Oh, I was
If
trying to
you go
pull
to
up the
like your
word.
Bible app, but can you see on the screen? I have the scripture on the screen.
I see.
Yeah. So how we know that this is to the Israelites? This is the Levitical law in Leviticus 19. Moses is the God is speaking to Moses, and he says, "Speak to all the congregation of the Israelites and say to them." And so then he starts giving them these laws on how to operate themselves in the land of Israel and how to treat another fellow Israelite. And then when we get to verse 33 of this same law, it says, "When an alien, which is a foreigner who's not an Israelite, when an alien resides with you in your land, so when they live in the land of Israel, you shall not oppress the alien. The alien who resides with you shall be to you as a native born among you. You shall love the alien as yourself, for you are aliens in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God." So a neighbor in this law is a fellow Israelite, and we see that here in verse 18. And then he extends it to foreigners who live in the land of Israel. When a foreigner lives amongst the Israelites, then you love that foreigner as you love an Israelite. But there is no law that requires the Israelites to love foreigners who are not inside of the land of Israel the way that they would love an Israelite. In fact, there are laws uh, regarding how an Israelite is to eat and what food an Israelite is to eat and what food that they can give or sell to foreigners. And it's typically the unclean foods that they can give and sell to foreigners. Israelites were only allowed to eat certain types of food because they were considered holy and superior in that nature to other humans. And so when Jesus quotes this in the New Testament, his disciples ask him, "What are the two greatest commandments of the law?" And he quotes Deuteronomy 6, "Thou shalt love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and might." And then he quotes Leviticus 19, verse 18, "Love your neighbor as you love yourself."
Yeah, I mean, it's the golden rule: treat others the way you'd like to be treated. And
I'm sorry, why did we turn his microphone off? Selena, why did we mute him? What happened? I think that was an accident, Jamario.
okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, what were you saying?
I was saying, like seeing in the scripture you brought up, that it definitely is like the golden rule, like treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Though I think that when I was saying it's a recommendation, it's because as much as it's like do this, do this, do this, and there's no punishment for it as if it were sin to do the absence of it. There's no repercussions in way of actually going against that and going against the grain of what in most people's eyes actually seems right.
Well, that's not true, right? Like you would have to look at the law. Like there were several punishments for cheating, stealing, coveting from another Israelite, kidnapping another Israelite and making them a slave. Right. That definitely isn't true, right? And I guess like when I say that I feel like this God is like the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. It almost like the every like I gave a historical account of what this law is referring to, right? And tied it back to Jesus talking to his Israelite disciples, the Israelite disciples asking Jesus to quote the two most important commandments of the Mosaic law. And it's as if I had said nothing, right? And the only thing you focused on was, yeah, that's the golden rule. It's it's almost as if being able to step outside of that paradox is impossible when it comes to this Jesus, right? Like a lot of people have been given an oral version of this God, and it 9 times out of 10 does not match the character in the book. And so, whenever I am talking about what the book actually says and connecting the historical context to it, the Hebrew context to it, the believers of this God typically just like it just goes over their head, or they just throw it out, or they're incapable of actually engaging with that. And I don't know if it's because they don't want to, or because that loyalty blocks it, right?
Okay, okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying that people miss one of the more important parts of what's actually being said there.
Well, because it stops them from being able to see how the harm is connected to it, right? So, like, Jesus was an Israelite supremacist. Israelites believed that their God chose them out of all humans on the earth, and that they were holy, to be holy and set apart, and that they were chosen to rule over all humans on earth, right? This is where supremacy culture comes from. This is where supremacy ideologies come from. And the framework of Israelites supremacy that's in this book, we see it in white supremacy in the Western world. But when I try to show the historical context and how that is affecting us in the world today, believers tend to not be able to connect with it because they ignore the historical context. And please don't take this as offensive, but kind of like what you just did.
Okay, well, that wasn't my intent. I definitely
Right,
didn't
I
mean to.
know. Yeah, that's why I said don't take it offensive. But that's
Yeah, not at
typically what
all.
happens when I'm, tying the historical context back to it.
Yeah, I think you're definitely probably a little bit more educated on some of this than I am. I am still doing some of the work and trying to understand, how some of these beliefs play into who I am, how they affect me as an individual, though, how also they affect the people that I'm surrounded by. And so there's very much, connecting I don't mean to sound as if I'm defending Christianity. I don't feel like that's exactly my stance, though I do agree with you on the supremacy part. It very much is a big aspect of people have the sense of entitlement that comes with having these beliefs or being in this stance. Even like looking into the founding of our country, it's all founded on Christianity. It's founded on a God serving religion, when here on earth we need to make sure we're serving the others around us and serving the people that we're directly affecting, but also indirectly affecting. Like earlier, you had said something about whether it's a conscious choice or whether it's unconscious. And I think when we talk about doing the work, a lot of it is understanding this unconscious, understanding this individual unconscious, while also understanding the collective unconscious and how those come into play.
I guess I that last part I'm not necessarily seeing how that even comes into play, right? And I don't think that the average believer can understand the collective consciousness or the collective unconsciousness when they can't even understand what constitutes harm and not harmful, and whether that's good or bad, and whether they need to go into philosophical arguments to determine whether graping a child is ethically or morally good or bad.
Okay. I definitely, I agree that it's ethically bad. I don't mean to assume, though. I feel like
Right,
that's
like,
your
yeah, what I'm
perspective.
saying. Well, believers will get up here and say that it's ethically bad until they find out that their God allowed grape. that their God required a young girl who was great to marry their rapist, and they will call that just, and they'll call it moral, right? A lot of times believers will come up here and they will swear up and down that lying is wrong until they find out that their God lied, or that he used lying in order to test people, or that he, protected liars, or that the father of the Israelites was a liar or a deceiver, right? So like they'll come up here and they'll talk about objective morality, right? And swear up and down that they're the only ones who can ground morality because they believe in objective moral truths and objective moral standards because they follow this God. But the moment that they realize that their God did something immoral, they realize that their morality is subjective, and then they want to try to gaslight people into believing that their subjective morality when it comes to this God is still objective, right? And so when they when humanity is so fragmented on what is harmful to humanity and what is not, I don't see how humanity can even begin to think about understanding the collective consciousness.
Yeah, I mean, we live in a country right now where, I mean, as long as you're American, we have a president who is an active rapist, an active. Am I allowed to say that?
No, you have to say rapist.
Okay. Yeah, I heard that, and then I was like, maybe there's a reason for that. An active rapist, someone who defends rapists, someone who um, is actively fighting to make it a place where even right now the law is being pushed to be changed for the age of consent to be 14, which
And
I think is, go ahead.
it's deplorable. And we've been talking about that for 2 years on this live, and telling people for 2 years that this book does not condemn that, and that they're going to be able to use this book to justify that. And here we are.
Yeah, here we are. I think when it going back to how you were saying the average believer or the person who the average Christian is not someone who can understand the collective unconscious. I feel like in order to understand the collective unconscious, you first have to understand your own. And there's very much you can do unto others as you wish. Though I do very much believe in karma. I very much believe in things come around, things are constantly in a transient state of this happens, so this happens. It's cause and effect at its core. Though that's kind of taking away from the point. Um, I appreciate the care that you're putting in this conversation. I feel like I'm realizing I'm a little bit more uneducated on this than I'd like to be.
Well, I definitely appreciate, you being willing and respectful in the conversation. I do think that a lot of people don't realize that they have not actually, studied the God that they believe in. Right? That's how I ended up deconstructing, because I wanted to learn more about the God, and as I started trying to validate the claims in the book and the things that I've been told, I just started to realize that a lot of it is mythology and historical fiction and just outright incorrect historical accounts. And so I just started deconstructing, you know, over time. But I think a lot of people rely on the oral teachings of pastors and their parents and other believers, and they don't necessarily take the time out to read the book and understand the historical context, like what was happening in the world at that time. There are other nations mentioned in the book. What do their records tell? What stories do their archaeological records tell, so that you can get a better picture and a better understanding of what this text was actually saying and who they were talking to and why they were saying what they were saying. And then people can get a better understanding of the God that they have aligned themselves to. And then realize too that, recognize that the God that they've been handed down by tradition, by family, by community, 9 times out of 10 doesn't match the God in the Bible. It's usually built from like cherry picked verses that match a person's worldview, right? Or the worldview that was handed to them at birth.
Yeah, I definitely feel like when it comes to deconstructing, there's a lot that happens in the Bible that I question. There's a lot where I consistently, like, I read the Bible cover to cover as a child, though it's different reading it cover to cover now as an adult, because I'm looking at it and I'm like, how did all of this happen in the Old Testament? And it was allowed to happen, and no one was punished for it. People were in places of power and places of um, great revere and respect when they were doing things that were, albeit there are exceptions, almost 100% of people will not condone. I mean, obviously there are the people who act on it and the people who support the rapists or the um how do I say that? Trying to find a way to center myself.
The enslavers?
Well, that too. I can't think of a word, so I'm not going to say it, though. People who put children in places where they just don't need to be. Um, I definitely feel as though
The PDF files?
the PDF files.
Yeah, the pedophiles?
Oh, wow, that was good. I never heard somebody censor it like that. Okay. Yeah, the PDF files. Um, so I feel like as I've been doing this deconstructing, I've been working on having a better relationship with God. And I don't think necessarily this God is the Christian God, though I think this God is my God. I think that in many ways, the God that I want to serve is a learning God, a growing God, a God that has made mistakes and has grown and learned from them. Though I think that takes away from this being more of a Christian based conversation. Um,
Yeah, and I don't usually get into conversations about a God that a person has built for themselves. Like I don't have an issue with people having a belief in a God, right? Because 9 times out of 10, if it's not this God here, it doesn't affect my life in that way. Like it's not out actively voting, right, creating laws that suppress the rights of others, or going into lands and colonizing and stealing resources, or championing entire genocides, and so like a lot of times when people come up here and they're like, oh, I'm spiritual, unless they're like, oh, I'm spiritual and Jesus died for my sins and blah blah blah, I don't usually get into the spiritual conversation, because spiritual can mean a lot of things. Now granted, spirituality does still have its issues, to
I
where
agree.
it's, yeah, it makes a lot of people vulnerable to manipulation, to scam, to psychosis, and there are, harm, there's still physical harm that has been done and is being done under the guise of spirituality. But again, spirituality can mean so many things to so many people. And a lot of times when I am talking to people who identify themselves as spiritual or Christ consciousness, what they're really talking about is personal development, right? They're doing, like you mentioned, the shadow work, which is something important to do when you are going through deconstruction or just like healing trauma. It's, getting to the root of the core values that you've built up over time, from things that happened to you when you was like 8, 9 years old, and you began to build your worldview about yourself and the people around you because of what adults have said to you or kids at school have said or done to you. And a lot of times people will after they've lived life a little bit and they become an adult, they decide to start working on that trauma, and that they call spirituality, and that I'm all for, right? Like I don't have a issue with that, and then if people call that God to them, I don't have an issue with that either, right? It's the belief in this God and the beliefs that people carry around with them, the things that they say and do on behalf of this God, the things that they excuse on behalf of this God out of fear, right? And the condemnation of people who don't believe like in a God, period, and how the those people are persecuted, they're ostracized from their families for not sharing a simple belief.
Yeah,
And
which is kind of ridiculous.
yeah, we shouldn't be living like that, right?
Yeah, I
Um,
agree.
yeah. So, but I definitely thank you for coming up. This was a great conversation. Hope you stick around in the chat and maybe come up another day.
Yeah, thank you. I definitely will be doing a little bit more listening tonight. I definitely see myself as more of a spiritual person, but I also agree that it does become a lot of personal development and how can I grow? How can I persist in these ways that feel so right, but I don't have a way to define them yet. But also, the ego is the part that wants to define. Though I came into this really just wanting to understand more of your perspective on Jesus Christ being the worst thing that happened to humanity. Though I really do, as a last statement, agree that the Black community suffers a lot because of delusion when it comes to Christianity, and almost like if you don't believe in God and you're Black, you're pushed out of the Black community and you're pushed away from people who care about you, who can't care about you as much if they're pushing you out of their life.
Absolutely. In the Black community is damn near the whip. And I have a mutual on here who is an evangelical pastor, an ex evangelical pastor, and he was. I was on his podcast one time, and he was telling me how Jesus was given to the evangelical church in a very different way than the Black community. It was given to white evangelical Christians as a God that helps them become successful, right? That tells them you can do it. And then it was given to the Black church as a God that cracks the whip, basically, right? Like as a discipliner. And that's how a lot of Black people approach this God. And a lot of times, like they'll come in here and they'll say to me, "I can't believe you as a Black woman," or "This is our God," and uh, "I pray that God's gonna get you," and you will fear God one day. His wrath is coming on you. Like um, it's almost like it ain't even almost. It is very taboo to be Black and not believe in this God, and then to be very outspoken about that lack of belief, and holding intellectual conversations, and then on top of that being knowledgeable to some sense, right? Like I'm not claiming that I know everything. There's still a lot left to learn, but to be knowledgeable to the point to where I am, it's also condemned. Like I've had Black people come in here and tell me, "You don't need a brain. Your intellect is going to take you to hell. Um, God didn't give us a brain for, uh, to question Him," like stuff like that. And it's not even kind of sad. It is sad when I see that, right? Like I've had Black people on my stage who have apologized for slavery and said that we deserved it, or slavery was our punishment for turning our back on God, because a lot of Black believers believe that they are the people in this book because they identify with slavery, and mainly because America has lied to us and told us that that was the bulk of our history, that our history started with our ancestors being slaves, and that's just not true. And so the only place we go looking for our history is in this book, and we won't go to West Africa to see what our ancestors, who our ancestors were, and what they were doing, and what they built, right? What they knew. Um, it is very sad, and it has caused a lot of mental damage to the Black community. And now what I will say, I'm not gonna discount what our ancestors did with this belief and how they used it during the time of the antebellum South, during Black codes, during Reconstruction, during Jim Crow. Right? They had to take this belief, this religion, and morph it into something that they were used to, so that they could find strength from it. And so I this is when I was telling you earlier in the conversation, just because I see it as the worst thing that ever happened to humanity doesn't mean that I cannot recognize that there was some positives that were picked out of it, if that makes sense. And
It
that
does. It does.
yeah. So it's kind of like when I see people, I talk to different people who have a different version of this Jesus, and they've cherry picked verses like love your neighbor as you love yourself. A lot of times it's because people really do just want to love people, right? And so they see that and they say, oh, that's a good moral standard to hold. That's what Jesus said. And then just completely ignore that that's the what white supremacists held on to. Like, white people got the best of the best, right? Because early on, white Europeans were the only ones that could be Christian, right? So because Leviticus 25 says that an Israelite cannot enslave an Israelite, a European Christian cannot enslave a European Christian. So they ignore the supremacy culture of it all, and they just look at that and say, oh, love your neighbor. Neighbor means everybody. I just want to love everybody in the world. And they take that and they build their own Jesus, right, with good intention, right? But on top of that, because it's Jesus, they excuse everything else. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. And I mean, when you're talking about quoting the Bible, the verse that I was trying to quote
Oh, I wasn't
is
talking about you though. So don't think that. Every night believers come in here and quote that verse. So please don't think that what I just said was about you.
no, yeah, I didn't. I was more
Oh, okay.
referring back to the how I was talking about doing the work, and I'm kind of reflecting and trying to understand my view on this a little bit better right now, due to what you're saying. And it definitely, like, when you look in the Bible and you see figures such as like David, Solomon, Abraham, and they're supposed to be the people who followed God the best, and in many ways they still had their own failures and they had their own, their own downs and their own ups. The verse that I was talking about, it was David passing the kingdom on to Solomon, who's meant to be the most wise, meant to be the most understanding. And he talks about just make sure you follow in God's ways, make sure that you listen to God's commands, make sure that you do the work. It's very much, when it comes to the understanding of it, I feel like it is very whitewashed. Like, a lot of spirituality was taken away from Black people due to slavery, and we were disconnected from our roots, disconnected from the people who, the elders, I'm kind of getting distracted by the comments. They're kind of throwing me off a little
Don't worry
bit.
about the comments. They're gonna say whatever they want to say in the comments. Just focus on talking to me.
It kind of caught me off guard a couple of times actually, and then I was like, I'm just not gonna let it get to me. I'm just gonna be all right. I'm very big on not taking things personally, and I think had we had a discussion that was more based around spirituality, there may be some more understanding in why I am where I am.
No, I completely understand everything that you're saying. Like, don't worry about the comments. Like, honestly, if I worried about what people said in the comments, I probably wouldn't ever go live, because there are so many people that hate me when I do these lives. So just focus on talking to me, and then if you want, when you get off stage, you can go back and talk to them in the comments. Like, if you want, like, how to clear the screen and clear the comments while you're on stage.
Honestly, I'm not on TikTok live a lot. I'm not even on
Okay.
TikTok a lot. It's late and I hopped on TikTok because I was like, let me just check this out for a second before I go to sleep. Sometimes I like to see what pops up and I'm like, I wonder like what this says about like where I'm at in life, because I genuinely believe everything happens for a reason, even this conversation. And I respect you for being able to have this conversation over and over again when I'm sure you receive a lot of hate. Though I think the part that screamed out to me the most is especially to the Black community, because on a conversation on that topic, there's just so much. Like, I grew up in the church, and it's difficult when I had pastors who were embezzling money, when I had people in the church who were not always the best examples of people to follow, though I met plenty of amazing people. There's not always collectively, or I say even individually, people who practice these things to the degree that they need to be practiced in order to be practiced correctly. And I think even when practiced correctly, there's many flaws in every system. And I think at the end of the day, religion is just a belief system. It is a system. At the end of the day, it's a system of how am I going to structure what I do, why I do it. And beliefs are, when you were saying earlier, your core values, and when you go into where those root from and you're deconstructing, I feel like, especially growing up religiously, I'm finding a lot of things like that are, how do I say, like absolutes. And there can be truth in absolutes, though there can definitely be, there can be a lot of contradiction. And someone was actually just talking to me about dialectics. We were talking about the how do I say, the, I can't pull it up on the screen, but we were talking about dialectics, and dialectics is almost like understanding life through the contradictions, understanding life through the duality. And so it's hard when you see people in the Black community who don't even have enough access to resources in order to be able to understand how things are hurting them more than they're helping them. And I think that's an interesting conversation to have, is what's helping, what's hurting. And at the end of the day, if you're doing something that is good for you, are you thinking about the fact that that may not be good for others? Are you thinking about this from a selfish perspective, or are you thinking about this from...
Your microphone muffled.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, lovely. I moved a little bit. I think that growing up in the Black community, like, both my parents are mixed for a background. So I have like Black family, white family, who all, to the best of my knowledge, believe in God, though some were more religious, some felt more spiritual. And I've been able to connect with them in ways. And I feel like this is when we're talking about doing the work. I'm talking about having the conversations that aren't being had, connecting dots that aren't being seen, to, because like with every connection you form in the web of understanding that we each have, you get to build a better picture of what's seen. And so there are people in my family who I talk to, and I'm like, okay, clearly there's a little bit of misalignment here. Clearly there's a little bit of misunderstanding. Though I also think that this world that we live in is complex. And when I go back to saying the contradictions, it's like one thing is said, though another thing is acted on. How often do we contradict ourselves in our belief systems? How often do Christians contradict themselves over and over and over and over again, practicing something that they don't even fully understand to the... Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, basically you're talking about the hypocrisy within the Black community, where they say they do as I say, not as I do.
It feels better to hear you say it than it does to hear me say it,
I know,
actually.
and because it's so, in the Black community, it's very scary, right? To call out the gaslighting, to call out the narcissism, to call out the hypocrisy, right? Especially if that person is a person of authority. In the Black community, they teach you that you are not to speak on a pastor, right? The pastor is the man of God, is the mouthpiece of God, or anybody that's anointed, because God said, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. And then they teach you the story of Elisha calling down the she bears, right? And when you see pastors doing things that are questionable, and you, even as like a kid, a teenager, you're watching this stuff, you're questioning it in your head, but you dare not say anything, because you don't want a she bear to come and maul you to death, because they have drilled that thought in your head, right? Or if you were to ask your parents, and you see your parents doing something different than what they took you to church and taught you in Sunday school, if you were to, question that, then you would either get a whooping, or, popped upside the head, or told to shut up. Don't question God, right? So it's
Yeah,
yeah, it's very it's a scary thing to talk about it, but we have to talk about it, right?
I agree.
And yeah, and you mentioned the conversations within the Black community that we just don't have, and it's been such a long time where people have been saying, hey, we need to have these conversations, we need a safe space to have these
Generations of
conversations.
time.
Yes, and I can remember when I was put on an event, and I'm an entrepreneur, and when I first, started my company, I noticed some things, in the Black community when it came to entrepreneurship, when it came to business, and with the mindset. And I did an event, um, to talk about the mindset of the Black community, and I had a very popular entrepreneur was to be on the panel. He agreed to be on the panel, and found out that, like, the day before the event, like, I'm sitting there with somebody else who's going to be on the panel. He's messaging the other one of the other guests, and he's telling them that he's not coming. He had been posting on social media, ain't nothing wrong with the mindset of the Black community, and blah. Like, he was never going to tell me that he wasn't going to show. But, like, had I not,
That's
like, been
hypocrisy at its finest, right there.
at its finest. But you know what the crazy thing about it is? So I did the event went off well, and the a couple of months later, he ended up starting a new company where he focused on Black people getting into tech, and he had to realize they don't want to get into tech. They don't know nothing about tech. So then he had to start holding events to talk about Black people in tech and Black people in their mindset and entrepreneurship. But the crazy thing about it is that I tried to tell you months before, right? But it didn't click to him that there was conversation that needed to be had until it was affecting his money. You see
Yeah,
what I'm
it,
saying?
it takes time for people to realize things. I've come to understand. As much as I'm still coming to realize a whole lot, I'm still very young. To dial back to, well, not exactly dial back, but to take a step back. I'm also a parent, and something I do is like with my parents, with my grandparents, with uh my family, I make sure to have those conversations because I'm like, I'm not going to allow you to be in the place you're in when I know I can do something to help us either come together more or to at least increase our understanding of where the other person is at. Though, as a parent, I definitely am not going to force any kind of religion on my daughter. I'm not going to, and then I'm going to circle back because in the Black community, and especially with her, who she's going to grow up as a Black girl. There are many fields, and I think the Black woman is the most oppressed of any race, of any gender. It's difficult to see it any other way when no matter how you look at things across the board in our society, especially when you're saying like when it's affecting his money, like when it comes to treating people all right, quote unquote, or um, helping people come to understanding, there is a matter of why in society then do you still oppress us and keep us from the resources that actually will allow us to be in the place where you are. You are being the white man or the white woman, or, and not saying that one is better than the other, though saying that there's very much a matter of how can you still live in a society where people are oppressed and persecuted and then preach something so ulterior to what you practice.
Yeah, like, as a Black woman having these conversations, like, I have friends who are white males that hold these same type of lives, and they get a lot more respect, a lot more support. And they say, like, they literally will outright tell people to do away with the God, right? Like, one of my mutuals hosts a live, and in his live, he's just like, dump the book, right? Um, Justin Deconstruction, who I absolutely love, who I learned a lot from as well, will just outright tell you that he thinks your God is imaginary. Like for me, I don't care if the God exists or not, but I don't know if it's because I am a black woman, outward, being so outspoken, and I will cuss a motherfucker out in a minute. But I get the most hate out of all of the deconstruction lives on TikTok. And I don't know if it's because the majority of my audience is black, and because of the it being so taboo, right? Talking about these things, but I
It
will say
definitely
as
is.
yeah, but I will say as a black woman, the hate is astronomical.
Mm. Which is entirely unfair.
Hmm.
Because if it were a white woman doing the same thing, she'd be praised, she'd be put in a higher position, she'd
Yeah.
be have more followers, and people would support her even if they didn't believe. They'd be more open to her beliefs, they'd be more open to her understanding. They come into your life and even try to upstand what you're doing. And I think that it's difficult for anybody to have a conversation about the black community when you're not a part of the black community. Not to say that other people don't have their own other races with persecution and with oppression, though it's difficult when many conversations in the black community circle back to our race so quickly when that's not even the most important part of who we are. Not that it's not a defining factor of who we are, it's a matter of who why are we defined by our race and not defined by who we are as individuals, as what we can provide to society, as what we can do for others around us.
And that's the thing, right? Like in order to get to that, like we have to continue to have these types of conversations. And what I will say, one thing like with the black believer community, we're very forgiving of our oppressors, while at the same time holding this separate conscious thought that we do have oppressors, right? Like we will at the same time be- believe in the same God that our oppressors handed to us and call that a good thing, and then fight for the oppression to like scream out, "Hey, I'm being oppressed," and then advocate for more oppression from the oppressor, and to defend the God, we will apologize for the shit that they're doing. Like it's so weird to see the double consciousness held by black believers. Like literally had a young lady on the stage yesterday who said that uh, the early Christians, early European Christians, were following the will of this God when they went to West Africa and took our ancestors. Like, and this is the God that she believes will save her. Like it doesn't make sense to me to hold that double consciousness, but I also try to remember that I once was a believer as well, and that never really crossed my mind because I was uneducated, right? I didn't know that this God was handed to our ancestors. I was taught that the God belonged to our ancestors, right? That our ancestors came over here Christian, and learning that that was a lie. I can remember the day that I learned that early Christians were white Europeans, and the reason that they could enslave our ancestors, or the reason they told themselves that they could enslave our ancestors for life, is because they were not Christian. And when I read that and I saw the laws, and I was like, holy living shit, our ancestors weren't Christian. And it was like a man, like and I remember screenshotting it to my a group chat, and my brother, who's a pastor, called me and was like, don't you ever put anything like that in the chat again. Like we got to arguing so bad that day, because
That
like,
sounds rough.
man, I argue so many times with my family members, but it's a scary thing, right? To also learn that what you've been told about the God isn't true. um
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's the analogy that I've come up with that I think makes a lot of sense is something I believe is that everybody has their own light. Everybody is their own light, though that doesn't mean that there's not a greater light. And whether that's a collective light, whether that's a higher light, depends on how you see it, depends on who you are. Um, I very much think that as you're looking at that light, you can be blinded by it. And it can keep you from seeing the truth of what's going on. And you can keep walking towards that light and it can keep getting brighter. And you can keep being blinded to everything that's happening around you because the light's so bright that you're missing everything that's going on. But then when you turn around and you take a look in your shadow, you realize, ooh, there's a lot of darkness that I've been not paying attention to. There's a lot of hurt that has been caused. There's a lot of passage. There's a lot of passions that I've taken that may have affected others around me in a negative way or a negative manner. And I've had people who were close friends to me get upset with me because they said that I preach love and light and that I didn't practice it because I missed a birthday party. And I was like, that's kind of difficult to say because I know I missed one event and that this was important to you and I can't really change that. But what I can do is be a better friend in the future and I can commit to change and I can commit to showing you that outside of that one event, I have many times been there for you, especially when other people weren't. Especially when people, and not that I even speak on it because I don't think it's relevant. I don't think people need to know that I defend them because I defend them out of my own care for them, not my own, how do I say, not my own, there's a word I'm looking for, but I can't find it. Though
like
I think,
obligation or so forth.
yeah, like obligation. Like I don't feel required to do it, though I do it just because I believe it's the right thing to do. Um, yeah, and so I think with that analogy, it's like there's more to the picture, there's more to understand. And I think a lot of when you're doing deconstructing is similar to shadow work in the way where it's breaking down old patterns of thought, breaking down limiting mindsets, breaking down beliefs that you may hold still unconsciously to this day just because of how you believe them or because of where you were when you believed them or because of who you were when you believed them. Um,
Yeah, but you also have to recognize when people are trying to actively, um, like gaslight you, right? Like if a person throws your belief system up in your face and say, you're supposed to be all love and light, yet you didn't stop everything and come to my birthday party, like that's straight gaslighting and yeah, manipulation. So being able to like recognize those things, put up boundaries, right, and realize that sometimes it's okay to be for yourself. Like religion,
Most definitely.
Christianity teaches you that you have to deny yourself. Jesus says that you can't be his disciple unless you hate yourself, hate your mom, hate your sister, your brother, your son, or your daughter. And people have that expectation. A lot of believers have this sense of entitlement to you. And if you have places of you or parts of you that are not open and easily accessible to them, then you're, doing something wrong. You're demonic, or and that's just a way for them to gaslight you and for them to be able to get what they want from you and drain you whenever the fuck they want to. And then the crazy thing about it is that they will do what they need to do for themselves and then tell you that you're still wrong for expecting them to be there for you, right? In return, the same way they expected you to be there for them. So that's a whole nother part of like the deconstruction too, is you being able to sit in yourself, recognize that your matter matters, like you are made of matter, and the matter that you are on this earth deserves to exist, and it fucking matters. And
It
no matter how
does.
many people tell you like that you need to just ignore the physical you and become this light body you, which is fucking impossible because you are a physical person. And if someone hurts you, that shit's going to hurt. And teaching you to ignore the pain that they cause you is a fucking gaslight too, right? So a part of the deconstruction is sitting in that, realizing that you are a physical human being, and you fucking matter. You deserve to set boundaries, and still be this loving individual, that you want to be. Loving yourself does not mean you don't love anybody else.
Exactly. Exactly. I very much believe that you can't take care of somebody else if you can't take care of yourself. And the care and nurture that you give to yourself and the environment you allow yourself to persist in, may affect others, though at the end of the day, it's going to affect you more, whether you see it as, when you're talking about this, having a physical experience and you can't just be this light body. I agree. It's one thing to, I mean, I've done some research on some of these things, on some more spiritual topics. Like, I have this book on my nightstand right now called Journey of Souls, which talks about lives between lives. And at the end of the day, whether you believe it's a choice, whether you don't believe it's a choice to exist, um, it's still the fact that you're in a human body, you're having a human experience. Nothing's going to take away from the fact that we're all human at the end of the day, whether you believe we're aliens, whether you believe we're spiritual beings, whether you believe, that we're going to heaven, whether you believe that reincarnation exists. Regardless of any of that, it's very much you are literally made of matter. It's in the word. And I'm not saying word is in the Bible, but I'm saying it's in the word, like the literal word. Like in my profile picture, you can't see it. The hoodie that I'm wearing actually says "You Matter" on it. It's a great black brand. He's based out of Detroit. And I've got like 18 of his hoodies, but it talks about when I feel weak, but I know I'm strong. And it's all about mental health. That's just me loving the brand. And I've been wearing it for a long time, and I've been working on my mental health for a long time. I definitely believe that gaslighting is something that I hadn't even thought about when it came to that situation. It doesn't even it didn't even cross my mind. All that crossed my mind was, I was like, how did I hurt somebody this much? Yeah, I am getting a little tired though. I think there's probably other conversations you can be having. I appreciate the time. I appreciate the conversation. Is there anything that you wanted to say?
No, I definitely appreciate the conversation. I hope that you continue on your journey, to do the work. Good luck with the shadow work, because it is definitely hard at times. It's not an easy thing to do. And that situation that you were talking about, that you didn't think that maybe like it was gaslighting. Hopefully that brings you some mental clarity to that, and look forward to talking to you again. And I hope you get some rest.
Thank you. You too. Have a
You're
great
welcome.
night.
You too. All right, y'all, continue to tap up the screen. Appreciate y'all so much for being here. Great start to the live tonight. Hopefully we can keep that going. There is somebody in the comments that I am going to bring up, they left. Oh no, they're right there. Like, you're literally saying that you don't believe oppression is real. You're weak if you think that it is. You don't get hurt. You're too strong for that. Like, I think it's mindsets like yours that allow people to say, like, to look past the harm of other humans, because you don't necessarily see the physical harm that humans cause other humans, because they see them as dispensable.
What I'm saying is that when you get to a certain position,
Hold on,
there
how
are
old are you?
certain things that I'm 25.
What year did you graduate?
Well, here, 2018.
Okay, go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, when you get to a certain position, and this I'm talking about spiritually, um, there certain things don't happen to you. Like there's a certain so when I go back to like being hurt, being damaged, and things like that, like when you get to a certain position, if you are being hurt or you do feel like things are happening to you, it's not really a physical thing, it's really a spiritual thing.
Like if your appendix burst, is that spiritual? Like, are you gonna go to a spiritual doctor if your appendix burst?
Well, that spiritual doctor is God, and so that
Yeah, so
what
you
I'm
just
saying
gonna
is
go to
that
God if your appendix burst. You're not gonna go to a hospital.
what I'm saying is that if that happened, then it's likely that spiritually you're not connected to God the way that you need to be.
If your appendix burst, that means you're not connected to God. Do you
God,
piss every day? Do you piss
God,
every day? Do you piss the water that you drink every day?
do I piss the water that I drink
Do
every
you
day?
piss the water that you drink every day? Or do you
You
just spiritually piss? Like, do you drink spiritual water and spiritually piss? Or do you drink physical water and physically piss? Because you are
pissing
a
is
physical human.
pissing is natural, yeah. So
Right.
obviously I'm gonna
So you
piss.
have a natural body that pisses natural fluids, that shits out the food that you eat because you are natural. You are not a spiritual body, and your natural body gets sick. Like, why are you up here lying?
I think
There
you're
is
missing. I
there
think
is
you're
no,
missing.
I'm not. You literally just said that if a person gets appendicitis, that means they're not connected to this God. Do you know how harmful that is?
I mean,
Do
it's
you know
true. I
the
mean,
type of, it's not true. First off, there ain't shit a God's gonna do if a person's appendix burst. A person needs a physical doctor. The toxins that release in the body when the
what
appendix
I'm
bursts
saying is,
can cause, no, stop.
why
I'm
did it
talking.
get?
I'm talking. Don't interrupt me while I'm talking. The toxins that release in the physical body when an appendix bursts can kill a person. There is nothing that this God is going to be able to do to stop that.
And that's where you're
A
wrong.
person needs to, no, I'm not wrong. And it's little bitty minds like yours who haven't
It
lived
shouldn't
for shit.
get
Stop
to that.
fucking talking while I'm talking.
It shouldn't get to that.
You disrespectful little fuck. Mr. I'm so spiritual. You ain't even spiritual enough to respect the rules of the life. You're not even spiritual enough to sit your ass there and wait until I'm finished talking and then say what you have to say. The young man that was up here before you had more respect than your motherfucking ass did. And he did say he was spiritual. I would believe him before I believe your ass.
Thought it was a dialogue.
You can't talk while I'm talking. Spiritual ass. Shut your fucking spiritual ass mouth while I'm talking and use your spiritual ears to listen.
I thought it was a dialogue.
Get the fuck off my stage. Take your spiritual ass and get the fuck off my stage. Bullfrog, how are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good. I'm frustrated.
You're good.
Yeah, I'm frustrated. I don't like smug ass little kids, especially ones that lie
Um,
about their age. How old are you?
I'm 44.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
So, I've had several conversations this weekend on other lives. And I was listening to Mama Bash's live today, and her live was talking about the God being evil. I heard so many believers excuse the David not being held accountable according to the law that this God put in place for the premeditated murder that he committed, the adultery that he committed, the coveting that he committed in the situation with Bathsheba, right? And they were all saying that it was uh, just for the God to take the life of the child that Bathsheba had, to punish David. While the law said if you kill someone, right, which David did, he conspired to have Uriah killed, then you should be stoned.
So
The
you
law
think
says,
that
I'm sorry, let me finish speaking, please. The law says if you commit adultery with another man's wife, um, then you are to be stoned. The law says not to covet your neighbor's wife. And if so, then you are to offer up a penance for that. David didn't have to do any of that. Because David was king, or this God's chosen, he was given a different punishment, and the punishment landed on his child. And I see so many believers ignore the favoritism or the elitism of this God when it comes to the way the God hands out punishment, right? And in doing so, the way we are in society, right, within this belief system, they do the same thing, right? When it comes to politicians, when it comes to superstars, when it comes to pastors or like popular evangelists, they overlook the things that these people do, and they'll demonize just regular common folk for doing the same things. But then when these big people, these famous, wealthy, powerful people do it, it's everybody sins. You shouldn't be judging. And so like I feel like this is one of the another reason that I feel that this God is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, because it it kind of hides the elitism and makes people champion it or advocate for it against their own best interest. Does that make sense?
no, it makes no sense.
What part didn't make sense?
Well, I'm as confused as you are about it.
About what?
It's not going to make any sense. You're
No, tell
never
me
going to.
what part did it? What
All of
part
it.
didn't make sense? Well, I want to make sure that you understood what I said. So can you like be
Yeah,
specific?
I
What part didn't
understand
make
what
sense?
you're
Yeah,
saying. It's just
hold
there's
on,
a.
bullfrog,
Okay,
bullfrog.
I'm sorry. Go
Don't
ahead,
be vague.
popcorn.
Don't be vague. Okay. When
I'm
you
not
say
being
it
vague.
doesn't,
Let me
I'm sorry.
respect.
You are. When you say it doesn't make sense, what specifically does it make sense?
Everything that you just said about David, the covet, the murdering, and all of the things that he did, all of the things that you see that's happening in this world that doesn't make any sense, and you're seeing it as you're seeing it. These high end people are not getting in trouble for the things that you think that they should get in trouble for. So you do believe that there is a God, and you do believe that there is a creator. Unfortunately, our minds are not capable of understanding what his plan is.
Yeah, I figured you didn't understand anything that I said.
Oh, that's
So
what you got out of that. So you don't understand
yeah.
why he does what he does, right?
So this is the type of conversation that you came up here to have. Right? I don't
You
give a
don't
fuck if you're
understand it? Is that what
bullfrog,
you just
bullfrog,
said that? You
bullfrog.
just
I
went
don't
through
give a
a
flying
monologue of
fuck. I don't give a
everything.
flying fuck. I don't give a Kermit frog if your God exists. I don't care. I don't give a damn if you're. I don't care to argue that. Okay. This is not.
You
This is
just
not.
quoted the Bible.
This is not Justin
You
Deconstruction Live.
just quoted the
I
Bible.
don't give a fuck if
You
your
you
God
idiot.
exists, and if you don't have
But
the
you just quoted the
intellectual
Bible.
capability, if you don't have the intellectual capability
Dumb
to
fuck.
discuss the shit that I
You're
want to discuss, hop your froggy ass the fuck off
just a
my
dumb,
stage.
just
Take
a
your
dumb,
dumb ass off my stage, you illiterate
dumb
motherfucker.
cunt. That's all.
The motherfucker said everything. Everything you said. Everything.
He didn't listen to
Everything.
nothing you said.
Listen to shit. He couldn't. He couldn't.
Mm-mm.
Like that was too deep of
No.
a fucking explanation. That dumb motherfucker just came up here to argue whether a God exists. Bitch, I don't give a damn. if your God exists. I'm not gonna argue that shit with you. I don't give a fuck. The motherfucker is immoral to me. Talk about that. If you can't, don't bring your ass up here. Program, are you up here on purpose or on accident?
I'm up here on purpose this time. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm all right. How about yourself?
I'm good.
I am a little disturbed though because I think I unintentionally gave you one of your biggest haters,
Who?
Jewish Christian.
Oh, it's that guy that was on Mama Bash's live today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
And he kind of put me on blast in another live, and it
Oh,
was
did
kind
he?
of funny. Well, he just pointed out the fact that I had sent him the invite to the live, and I don't know why he felt he had to let that be known, but it did put me in a very embarrassing situation.
Oh, it's okay. Like I expect y'all to share the live. Like if you have people that are Christian, like I'm not gonna blame you for how they act when they come in here.
Nah, it was just crazy. And also in that same live, I heard a believer say that they would go under the Isaac and Abraham Act, and it was just crazy. I couldn't believe she said that.
Yeah, we've. I don't even get shocked anymore when they say that.
I'm still forever surprised. It's just like they never cease to amaze me. It just never stops.
How
But
long have
I
you
had a
been
couple.
listening to Deconstruction lives?
To be perfectly honest with you, I can't pinpoint it exactly. I know what happened was I discovered Justin on YouTube, and I had been following him on YouTube for a while, and I wanted to like interact with him more. So about 6 or 7 weeks ago, I finally went ahead and tapped into TikTok, and let's just say it's been a spiraling rabbit hole ever since.
Yeah. So the surprise of hearing them say that they will sacrifice their kids um, will wear off because they're gonna say it a hell of a lot. It'll wear off soon.
I don't know, cause like I used to have these debates in Facebook days, and those comments were quite frequent then too, and
Yep.
I'm still surprised.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't get surprised when they say it anymore. Like I actually stopped asking them because I know that their answer is gonna be yes because they're too scared to say no.
And then it gets frustrating when the conversation divulge and the insults start pouring out, and then the true colors start getting shown. And I'm an empathic type person, so I try not to take it personal because ain't nothing I can do on this end. But I can't help but feel a little bit, irritated.
I think like for me what's irritating is the intent behind it, right? The intent to gaslight, the intent to lie, to manipulate. It all feels abusive. It feels gross to me. And I was thinking about it today, like so that I don't allow it to affect me on another level. Taking breaks and things like that because the intent it's a lot to literally just think like this person actually, has thought about committing this act or this person has let these thoughts go in their mind and they literally thought these words and still said them out in front of 600, 700, 800 people. And it's just it, like I don't even know how to explain it. It's the intent of the people that I talk to on a daily basis is very disturbing, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense, and I actually feel what you're talking about when you mention that their attempts to gaslight you. It puts you on a defensive mode because I can think about in my younger days and how people would bring their doctrines to me. And one thing that remained consistent, and even now when I engage them, it's always open the scripture here. Let's go to this scripture there. Then we're going to take you back to the scripture here, and bam, now you should believe. Because I just explained it to you. But it's in such a dishonest way, and it's like that's one of the key things that they do. So I guess what I'm trying to do now is recognize other gaslighting techniques, because that was one of the main ones that had me convinced back in the day. You know?
Yeah, it's reinterpreting words, making you question whether a word can be reinterpreted in that moment to mean something else, and then telling you that you just don't understand, because you're not as anointed, or you're not spiritually connected. Um, uh, it's blame shifting, right? Putting the blame on you, as to why what they are saying doesn't make sense. Or like, if you see that the scripture says, I, the Lord, have deceived the prophet, and you know what that means, right? Like, logically, you using your critical thinking skills, your reading comprehension skills, and your knowledge of vocabulary, you know what that sentence means. But they try to convince you that it means something else. And because you say, nope, nope, that's not what that means, they say you're spiritually blind, right? Like, you can't get it because you're not as connected to God, or you've let the devil get in your mind. That's gaslighting.
Yeah, it's condescending and insulting to the intelligence at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I could say a lot about it, but if you don't mind, I really wanted to ask you a couple of questions, because and actually that was one of them. I did want to discuss with you, like,
I actually don't allow that unless you are a nerd. So you have to be a nerd to come up and ask random off-topic questions.
well, I wouldn't say it was off topic, because I think I already asked it. Actually, you have to forgive me. I might be a little elevated, but I think I already asked it. Like, what are other? Well, like, I described, the techniques they use to indoctrinate a person, especially a person who hasn't put much thought into what they should believe, or who may not have the critical thinking skills needed to see through it. But what are some of the other things that a person could look out for? Is that a fair question?
So it is off topic, right? Like, so, like, coming up and asking me like these type of questions, like, these are like a one-on-one type thing, and I don't
Oh,
allow
okay, I
that
get you.
unless you are a nerd. Like, that's one of the benefits of the subscribing to the community.
Okay, I understand. I understand. All right, then. Well, I appreciate for the time you have given me.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
You too.
Yeah, let's get these likes up to 350K and help Thinker with her goal of arts. Thank you.
Where did Nelly Nail go?
I don't know. Oops. Sorry.
Oh, goodness gracious. Tater Head, are you there? Program, you're back in the box. I think you're in there on accident. Key, are you in the box on purpose? Stay Fly, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Cece?
Hello, hey.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes?
I'm 24.
You got to be 25 to join, okay?
Oh, okay. No worries.
All right. Thank you so much. Come back on Tuesday nights when we do Maddie's Hour. We allow 18 and up, okay?
Okay, of course. Have a great night.
You too. Key, are you in the box on? Oh, she left. Lala, Stay Fly is a nerd, right?
No, bro. I don't know why. Your profile picture is
Um, that sound like a kid. Is Stay Fly a nerd? Lala, are you there?
Yeah, give me a second. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I was eating.
All right. Stay Fly, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of why is the what is happening to TikTok? Look, it's doing
What's
this.
wrong?
It's like changing the screen. The TikTok studio. It's like changing the screen by itself.
Oh no.
Yeah, like it popped the comments out into a separate box by itself.
Yeah. Maybe it's the Holy Spirit.
I guess. I don't know. The light body. The audio cut out for 7 seconds for you. Yeah, it's like it's tripping. All right, y'all. Don't forget we have a short show today. We're ending at 6 a.m. So let's try to keep the conversations going. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. You must be 25 and up to join the conversations tonight. I do want to talk about how believers excuse uh, David, um, excuse the God allowing David to not be stoned for committing premeditated murder, for committing adultery, also for coveting his neighbor's wife. Uriah was in the Israelite military, living amongst the Israelites. He was supposed to have been respected as a native among the Israelites, and David did not do that. And instead of David being stoned according to the law for two of those things, David was given a pass, and his child's life was taken instead of David's life. And then wouldn't that be like? Wouldn't David's baby be the first? Be I wouldn't even say the first, but David's baby would have died for the sins of another human before Jesus did,
Mm,
right? David's baby's life was taken because of the sins of David. Then
right.
Jesus wouldn't have been the first to die for somebody's sins. That would be
Right.
David's and Bathsheba's son, wouldn't be Jesus. And then believers say, well, he's in heaven. That baby is somewhere living eternally. That means that David's son was the first to have eternal life, not your Jesus. So, can we talk about that?
Mm,
I should have played the song. Yeah, I should have played the song because that just came in my head just now.
I think you're, I
Uh,
think,
huh?
what is it? I think.
Uh, the Thinker Has a Question song. Like,
Oh, okay.
Thinker has a question. Thinker has a question. Thinker has a question. Wonder what it'll be.
yeah. So, was David's baby the first to die for the sins of another human? Believe us? That's my question.
It's so funny.
Hey, Robin, what's up? Robin?
Oh, hi.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you, Thinker?
I'm doing good. Did you come up to talk about the David thing?
No, I just wanted to come up and say, you're You're not gonna believe it. I was gonna come up and say I've been really loving the music on your show. I heard about the music on your show and your new intro, listening to Oso's live the other day, and I came in to watch the show on TikTok, and I usually listen to your show on YouTube because I like to listen to your show with music on.
Yeah, tonight's the first night that we actually played the music.
I'm gonna so yeah, I just wanted to say I really love your show. I really love your program, and I actually have a question for you.
But I
I
don't
have a
answer questions, Robin. I think I told you that, like, in order, like, you can't do this because you're not subscribing, right? Like, I think we've
no
had this,
thinker. I just
but
wanted
you
to ask
can't.
about the schedule of your program, like
It's
what
actually
days it's on.
it's actually pinned in a video. Like, there's a video on my page, right, of the times that I go live. Like, I'm
Okay,
live Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursdays. And then we just added Saturdays, which is impromptu, but yeah, it's the same thing, same
okay,
time.
yeah. That was my question. That's all I wanted to ask. Thank you very much, thinker. Um, take me down.
I got you. Thank you. Have a good one. All right. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open, y'all. Don't let it get quiet in here, y'all. It's almost 1 o'clock. We got 5 hours, 4 hours to
I
go.
was about to
Huh?
say we got. I was about to say how
4.
much love.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we got 4 hours to go. Hopefully we can make it 4 hours and we don't already get tired in here. But if you are a believer and you do want to come up and you want to talk about David and the baby dying, right? The favoritism, come up and holler at me. As long as you respect me, I will respect you. I don't like arrogant, entitled 20-year-olds. I don't. My kids don't talk to me like that, and I'm not gonna let somebody else's child talk to me like that. So, um, I raise my kids to be respectful, and they're in their 20s, and they wouldn't dare talk to another adult that way. Um, so if you're an arrogant 20-year-old, don't bring your ass up here. Samuel,
Samael.
Samael. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
25.
All right. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
So I am a believer. I'm a deacon in the PCUSA, but I also studied Second Temple Judaism and have kind of awkward beliefs. I have a lot less dogmas, I would say, than a lot of traditional Christians.
Okay. Thank you for that. Did you hear the question that I had about David?
I did not.
Okay. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about tonight was believers tend to excuse David being let off committing premeditated murder with Uriah, committing adultery with Bathsheba, coveting Uriah's wife. Um, and according to the law, for two of those things, David should have been stoned. But instead, and I'm guessing because David was chosen or he was the king of Israel, the God punished David's child, right? Punished David by taking the life of David's child, right? And a lot of times, I when listening to other deconstruction lives, and this is brought up, believers will say that that's okay to do, right? They will ignore the fact that the God makes different circumstances for David, and they ignore the favoritism when it comes to that. Same thing like with Ahab, right? Ahab was supposed to die. He was given the same punishment as Jezebel, and the God goes, Ahab, my servant Ahab has, humbled himself before me. I won't, punish him during his lifetime. I'll do it during the life of his sons, right? Like kings tend to get lesser punishments. Um, I guess kings that the God liked or something. I don't know. But my question regarding the David situation is that it appears that David's child was the first to die for the sins of another human and not Jesus.
So I think that excellent point. I do think that we give David so much slack, especially because I think that it's because whoever there's a later author that writes Chronicles, which is kind of like a whitewashing of everything David ever did. And then we kind of make him the new messianic, like a pre-messianic figure. So a lot of Christians view David as like the highest thing in the world whenever he was really kind of a crappy guy. Like he was a very crappy figure. Because I mean, realistically, what he did to Bathsheba was also we would have considered non-consensual. Like there was a lot going on there. Um,
Yeah, it was a power imbalance, right? Like,
yeah, extremely.
yeah.
I would say David's son is not the first person who has to pay for the father's sins, though. And this is or dies for the sins of another human being, because there are people throughout the Bible that, although it doesn't phrase it in the way of like God's judgment or punishment, we would view it as I mean, you even have Cain and Abel. You have a man who murders another man,
Yeah,
and
but
it
who
is
died for that sin?
Abel did.
Abel didn't die for the sin of Cain. Abel's death was Cain's sin. That's not the same.
But I mean, I think in a
Abel
way,
Cain did a bad thing. The baby did nothing bad. The baby was innocent.
yeah. Well, and this is where saying that, I think that also we have to meet the fact that the literary figure of God in the Bible also does atrocious things and is unfair.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the baby being the first to die before Jesus for the sins of somebody else. Like an innocent figure paying for the sins of another human, like their life being taken to pay for the sin that another human committed. That would have been David's child, not Jesus.
I'd be willing to say that in the Bible, that's probably the first person that like has that happen,
Yeah,
where
but
it's an actual death.
what do you mean? Like you would be willing to say in the Bible? Like what else would we be talking about?
Well, I mean, like I think in reality, with different cultural myths and stuff like that, and like when these things were actually wrote, there could be like a different argument for like someone else paying the sins for someone else, but that would probably be the first death of an innocent that was handled in
Why
that
would
way.
we do that? Like if we're talking about the story of Jesus, right? We're talking about the story in this book. Why would we go all the way to outside of the book, outside of the story? Like why would we do that?
So I think part of that probably just has to do with the fact that mattering on what we consider in the book, because there's like more than one Christian Bible. Like we've
Yeah,
got like the
give me another
66
one.
Protestants, like you
Yeah,
know.
can you give me like another story where a baby was in one of like the Catholic Bible, the Ethiopian Bible, where a baby was killed for the sins of the father before David's?
No, that would be the first account.
So why did we do all of that then? If there's not another story that you can add?
That was probably me just going ahead and misspeaking. Sorry about that.
Like I feel like when things like that happen, that's a little bit more interesting to me than actually talking about the Bible stories, right? Because this is what I was talking about with the last guest that was up here. Like, it's the intent behind it, right? Um, I don't know if you're here to like actually discuss this or to like debate and like try to win an argument, or like what's your intent in being here?
No, I mean, I don't want to win by any means. And then, especially, like, my job isn't to apostatize. Like, it's not to, like, convert people and all that. Um, I think it's interesting to have these conversations, especially because I think that in a lot of ways, Christians who are listening have probably never thought about it on a deeper level. So, like, I tend to love these lives. That way, maybe someone will think.
Have you ever thought about the fact that David's baby was the first to die for the sins of another person before Jesus did?
Um, I don't know, and this is going to sound probably a little callous. I don't know how much it bothers me just because there's so many other atrocious things in the Bible by the time that happens.
You don't know. What do you mean you don't know how much it bothers you? What do you mean by that?
Like, I don't know how much it's a specific thing that's actually like stuck out to me as a thing that was rare and something that I really had to spend a lot of time to think about. Because by the time we get to that in the narrative, we already have God sanctioning slavery, G-side, like, stuff like that.
Are you
That I
trying to
would.
like turn the conversation? So like
No,
you're you're
I'm just
you're
saying.
saying that because your God sanctioned genocide and slavery, him sanctioning the death of a child and allowing a king to get off just was like, oops, not that big a deal.
Yeah, no, it kind of like it's one of those things. It's an interesting thing for you to bring up because I don't know if it's something that I stuck on before because
It,
it is kind of like by the time we get to it, it seems like such a you know like a small thing to be justifying for.
it's
But I
the
agree
life
it
of a
should.
baby. The life of a baby is a small thing. Like, I find that really interesting, right? When believers all cry that abortion is wrong, but the life, right? And life is so precious because that's the gift that this God gives y'all, right? And that's why y'all like believe in him, because he created you and he gave you life. But the life of a baby is such a small thing. Welcome into the Daniel Green Raiders. Thank you, Daniel, for the raid. The like that's kind of weird, right, to say. And then on top of that, right, like you are a believer in Jesus because you believe that he died for your sins, right? He was such a good human that he laid down his life, his innocent life, for your sins that you committed, and he was sin free, and that's what makes him such a you know wonderful spiritual holy being to worship. But yet here we have a innocent baby, right, who committed no sin, whose life was taken by this God to pay for the sins of his father David, right? Same situation. Jesus' daddy put him on the cross, and then Jesus's daddy took this baby's life. I don't see how this one doesn't matter, but Jesus's matters more. Like, I don't how why.
I don't know if it does matter more. I think that that's a very valid point. I think that maybe this child should be worthy of praise. It's one of those things that because I think a big part of the narrative is that anyone who is brutalized on the account of another is in some way divine because they didn't deserve that. And this child didn't deserve that.
Like, the interesting thing is that the God that you serve is the one who gave a child something it did not deserve. Is the one who made that decision, right? The God that you serve is the one who said that a king deserved favoritism and a innocent child deserved to have their life taken away. and that it was more beneficial to have this king still alive, still in place, right? Hurting for, I guess, a week, um, and to take the child's life. That's the
So,
God that you serve.
so I think that this might be an issue of I don't believe in biblical inerrancy. So I believe that these stories are a way that a certain group of people had interactions with what they considered the fabric of the universe, and we can derive something from them. I don't think that they're entirely accurate accounts.
It's
And
still the
within,
God that you serve, though, right? Based off of these stories, this is the God that you chose to serve, based off of what you read, right?
so just because the book says that he does it doesn't mean that I believe that he does it. And that's common within certain traditions.
Just because the book says that he does what? What exactly is it that you believe the book says that he does? That made you choose to worship this God?
So I think the big compelling thing for me is, and honestly, what made me worship this God probably just has to do with the fact that I kind of like religion, and I am in a place where Christianity is the easiest one. There's a chance that I probably would have fell into a different religion if I was in a different part of the world.
No, but I asked, what exactly in this book does the God do that made you choose this God?
So the big thing that speaks out to me is the intimacy with the oppressed, especially like shown through the figure of Jesus Christ. So, like the hugging of the leper, we see this idea that the social outcast is fully accepted, and different stories like this. And then understanding that it isn't just a person, this is the character of God, and this is what God is really like, that I enjoy.
So the crazy thing about it, right, is in damn near every story about Jesus, there was this theological agenda, right? You say that he focused on the oppressed, right? But the what his focus was on those that were cast out from the elite of the Jewish people, right? Those that were deemed traitors because they were collecting taxes on behalf of Rome and oppressing the Israelites. They were banned. They were put under a harem and deemed traitors, and your Jesus brought them back into his fold, right? And they continued. They did not stop collecting taxes and oppressing the Israelites as they were disciples of Jesus, right? That didn't change, right?
Where does it say that that didn't change?
He literally said to give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Where does he teach them and tell them to stop collecting taxes for Rome?
He tells them to repent, which is to turn around.
Where does it say it's against the law to collect taxes for Rome? Against the Mosaic law? What law would they be repenting of?
So with that, they would be repenting of idolatry, would be the
What?
traditional
How?
understanding.
But your Jesus says, "Give to Caesar what is Caesar's." So is your Jesus saying to participate in idolatry? If that's
No,
idolatry, so
no.
then why are you saying that them paying taxes to Rome or collecting taxes for Rome is idolatry? If your Jesus says to do it,
So the big thing there is that he's kind of pushing for a moneyless system. And we see this especially like in John's account, is that they
he's kind of
inherently
doing what now?
pushing for a moneyless system. Money is kind of seen as this evil thing that we worship.
Wait, Jesus is pushing for a moneyless system.
Yes.
Where is he doing this at? What scripture?
So, and this is where in the harshest version of this, is going to be in Revelation whenever they refer to the mark of the
Jesus,
beast.
Revelation is written by some nut quack on the island of Patmos. I'm talking about when Jesus was alive. Where is Jesus pushing for a moneyless system while he is alive?
So I would probably use the verse that you pushed, which is to go ahead and say, "Give unto Caesar's what is Caesar's." But also on top of that, when
But
every rich
how
person,
does that push a moneyless system if he's saying to pay Caesar the taxes?
because he told everyone to sell everything that they have, give it to the poor, and then follow him. And then he's telling all of these rabbinical figures not to hoard wealth and to give unto Caesar.
Where does that have to? Where is that a moneyless system? If he's saying to give it to the poor, how is that moneyless?
So I think that in some way he's trying to get at the root cause. You still have to function within the society. But saying that, I think that one of the big issues that is brought up in Jesus's ministry, and why I would say that it's an idolatry issue, is that there is a graven image on the money. So at least while there's graven images on money, it would be considered idolatry.
I think it's really interesting because didn't Jesus have women supporting him financially?
Um, I mean, you could see that with Mary, possibly, his mother.
No, not his mother. Wasn't his mother. It was a group of women who followed him around and they supported him financially. So how is he guarding for a moneyless system? Like, didn't he allow another woman to take oil that would have gotten like $300 to give to the poor to anoint his body with it and say that he was worthy of that?
Yes, that is in the literary account.
Like, to me, somebody that is for the oppressed, right? And like really, pushing for the poor wouldn't say, I'm worthy of $300 ointment to be rubbed on my body, knowing that that ointment could have been sold and fed a bunch of people. Why like, honestly, what Jesus did right there to me, and I know like a lot of believers going to say, well, he knew he was about to die, right? He was trying to show them that he's God, that he's holy. I mean, okay. Like, the best way to show that you're God is to do the thing that you are telling other people to do, right? He says to sell all you have and give to the poor. But we don't see Jesus doing anything for poor people in this text. We see him telling people to do it. So, like, it reminds me of, there's a story that Black Christians sing a lot. Um, don't give me a mansion or a house on a hill. Don't give me the world with a shallow thrill, but just give me a savior. My life he can hold. I'd rather have Jesus than silver and gold. And the crazy thing about it, right, is that Black people are singing this song while streaming it, buying it, and the person who made that song is racking up dollars, living in a mansion, driving a Maserati.
100%. That's crazy.
And that's Jesus, right? Like, Jesus is like, sell all you have, give to the poor, but also follow me and financially support me as I go from town to town, right? Sell all you have and give to the poor, but don't sell this ointment because my body has to be holy.
Well, and that's where I tend to see that story as probably more of a literary construct made by a later people in order to say that he is the holy one that's going to die, and it's not as important to me if it actually happened,
There's
because
nothing really
it
important to
is
you.
it is
Not like
outside.
the baby isn't important. This isn't important. Like, you made up the fact that he was trying to make a moneyless society. Like it sounds like to me, right? You're a pretty cool person. Let me say that, okay? Like, uh, you're respectful. I appreciate that. But it sounds like you've made up your own version of Jesus, which I've noticed that a lot of believers have done that, right? And if your version of Jesus says, take care of the poor, um, don't harm other people, you're not out here condemning people for being different than you, for not believing, championing genocide, and allowing SA in the church, and championing for 14-year-olds to marry 60-year-old men. Then I don't have a problem with you and your Jesus, right? It doesn't sound like the Jesus that you believe in is the one that I want to talk about. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes complete sense. Yeah, I understand that.
Did you have anything else, or I don't know?
No, I think I'm good. Thanks for having me on.
You're welcome. You have a good day. All the Mackins, are you there? Right, build the Jesuses. Okay. All the Mackins, if you are there, you're gonna have to request again. For some reason, TikTok Studio is not letting you connect.
Oh,
Huh?
Now let's put some smaller ones. Okay. To make this.
What you say, Lala?
no, I was asking if you needed help to bring someone up.
Oh no. I already told the guest box is empty. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, and you must be 25 and up to join the conversation. Ken, well, I'm not real. Yeah, you accidentally came up on stage, but I figured it was an accident, so I took you down. Come on, y'all. Let's get it popping. Anybody out there want to talk to me? I feel so lonely.
Yes, everybody. We only have, what, 4 more hours?
Less than that. Like, we're ending at 6. Less than that, y'all. We got like 3.5 hours left to go. We can make it.
A nerd can come up.
I find it interesting though that like he kept. It's like nothing that's in the book he subscribes to. Um, he has completely rewritten his own version.
They all
Yeah, not to that
more
degree
extreme.
though.
I
Like
was
that.
about to say some more extreme than others.
Yeah, that was a like he's like I don't believe that.
And why are you here?
I think I don't think a lot of them do know that they've built their own Jesus. So when they see Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, they automatically think I'm talking about their Jesus, like their version of the
Their
Jesus.
personal, yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of them don't know that the Jesus that they believe in isn't necessarily the one in this book.
It's pretty odd.
Huh?
I said it's pretty odd that they do that.
Come on, y'all, because y'all know me. I will not. I'll sit here for 15 minutes.
And we be out.
It will be out. We give it to 2 a.m. and see what happens.
That crypto Jesus.
When you come up, you don't have to just talk about the David thing. Don't be scared. I think a lot of believers are afraid to get boxed into a specific story because they haven't read it. If you just want to come up and talk
Yeah.
about the prompt, you can come up and talk about the prompt, but just know that I I I'm not one to just like talk about people's opinions. I'm going to bring it back to the Bible and like history and stuff like that. So, but if you don't want to talk about the David question, you don't have to. If you want to talk about the prompt, you can come up and talk about the prompt. But there is 608 people watching the live right now. It's almost 1:30 a.m. Central. We have 3.5 hours left in the show. Why believers overlook the fact that their God showed favoritism to David and not requiring the consequences of the law when David committed premeditated murder. A lot of people talk about the adultery. I don't hear a lot of people talking about the premeditated murder. David should have been stoned for both of those. But with the adultery one, they try to like scoop past it and say it wasn't really adultery. It was adultery. He had sex with another man's wife. It was adultery. But let's talk about the premeditated murder though, because he committed premeditated murder. Yep, they brag about it's insulting, right? Because to them, oh, it's just adultery. It's okay if he didn't get stoned. Like they're looking at it from modern eyes. Like it's just adultery. But the fact is that in your God's law, adultery required stoning, right? That was the law back then. But also your God overlooked premeditated murder. And then they'll say, well, Jesus had to come from the line of David. And he had to come from Solomon. So God had to let David still be alive. Like that means that your God knew that he was choosing a murderer for your savior to come from. Your savior had to come from a murderer. If that's why he did it. Jenny? Jenny, are you there? Okay. All right, y'all. I don't know how long y'all gonna have me sitting here by myself talking to nobody, but it ain't gonna be long.
All right. I'll keep tapping you guys. Maybe share their lives some more so we can get it out to more people. Maybe that'll help.
It's damn near 600 people in here.
Well, maybe get it out to somebody that wants to come up. I don't know.
No, I don't do restarts anymore. I'm not doing a restart. Like it's 600 people in here. There. I shouldn't even have to do a restart. The restarts was when we were like sitting 100. Like there's 600 people watching the stream right now or listening to it, and I'll say maybe half are asleep. This is wow. I have never in my life. Right, West Coast ain't sleep. That's true.
Mm, other countries as well.
I, I, you have to be a believer or someone deconstructing or an atheist. Like that's the crazy thing. Like I don't only just talk to Christians. Like I talk to people who are questioning their faith, right? I talk to atheists, and you have to be 25 and up. Those are the requirements. To be scared with a Holy Ghost or to be scared with an all powerful God is kind of crazy. On top of that, of a conversation. Because it ain't like I'm finna come through the computer screen. And then, like the people that are scared are the ones who know they're gonna get up here and be disrespectful. Because if you don't disrespect me, I'm not gonna disrespect you. You know you ain't gonna be able to control yourself up here. That's why. Serenity, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? They should know that. They should know that. I can see everybody in here.
Think they're hiding.
All right, I guess we are done. We've been sitting here for 15 minutes without somebody to talk to. Are we done? I don't remember talking to you, Marcino. Booba.
That's oh, hello. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How is everyone doing?
Doing
Hey,
good.
Lala. Okay, so this is my first time I'm requesting up, but
Okay. I
I
see that you
thought,
are a new nerd. Did you subscribe or were you gifted the subscription?
oh, I subscribed.
Okay. Welcome to the community.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Can I get your age stated for TikTok purposes, please?
Yes, I'm 33.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
So I've been listening for coming close to 2 months now, and I agree that Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. I actually started deconstructing about 10 years ago, but I had a hard time letting go of Jesus. So I deconstructed from the church initially, and I didn't want to let go of Jesus because I believe that even though the church and Christians hasn't represented in the right way, I don't know how to put it, but I just felt like Jesus possibly could be God. And I kind of had the understanding that I wanted to live my life believing there is a God. And then if I was to die finding out that there isn't, then live my life that there isn't a God, and then dying and then finding out that there is. So those kind of I don't know what to call it. Those kind of
Like the
beliefs kind of
Pascal's
held me
wager.
down. Sorry, what was that?
The Pascal's wager.
I don't know what that
The
means.
it's like I'd rather be wrong and die and find out that I was right than be
Exactly.
right and die and find out I was wrong.
Exactly. And there were so many situations that happened within the church that didn't sit well with my spirit. And this was after I left church and still identifying as a Christian. So then, after about 5 years of deconstructing from the church, I then stopped identifying as a Christian and saying, "Oh, I'm Christ-like, but not a Christian." So I kind of went through the phases, the stages of deconstructing, and it was only this live that really encouraged me to let go of the belief that Jesus is my God when I don't agree with so many things that's held up within the Christian faith. For example, even though this does involve the Islam dynamic, it is solely about me being a Christian that brought me to this decision. But I had an experience that I witnessed someone who was like a brother to me unalived in front of me, and when I when I got to him while he was still alive, he was saying his shahada, which is what Muslims say to convert to Islam. You know, like how Christians say,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So the shahada basically is something like la ilaha illallah, that Allah is the one and only God and Muhammad was his last prophet. And this brother of mine, friend, but like a brother, continued to say that up until he took his last breath. And I went mute for about 2 weeks after losing him. And
I'm
the
so
church that
sorry.
I attend, sorry, what was that?
Oh, I'm just giving my condolences. I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you. The church that I attended were adamant that they wanted me to have a meeting with the pastor. So I sat in the pastor's office and explained what happened to this friend of mine. And the pastor, the first thing the pastor responded was, "Oh, my actual name is Bakola, by the way." So he's like, "Bakola, I'm so sorry, but your friend would not make it into heaven." And I said, "What?"
Oh,
And he said, "Your friend did not accept Jesus as his Lord and Savior, and he was not baptized, so he would not make it into heaven." And that broke me. And that was the time that I knew that I couldn't identify as a Christian. And I knew that the ultimate belief of Christianity was to first accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, get baptized, and be granted with the gift of speaking tongues. And those are the three like elements in order to be classed as a Christian by other Christians. And also the belief that somebody that called out to the only God they knew on their deathbed still wouldn't be given an eternal life in heaven like Christians believe. That just conflicted with my spirit. So all of these situations that happened and more within the church, it was like when I was in my late teens, early 20s, all they were doing was matchmaking people, trying to get everyone married off. And I was like, no, what is this? What's going on here? As soon as I became a single mother, they made me feel like I couldn't be a part of the fold because what are you doing having sex before marriage and having a child? So there were so many things that happened that made me feel like, what is this place? And it does operate very much like a cult. Most churches do. So yes, that's
yeah.
why I would believe it is the worst thing that happened to humanity.
Yeah, I'm sorry that that happened to you, and I can imagine like how traumatizing that was. Instead of focusing on, consoling you and helping you heal, right? From and you're grieving, you lost your brother, right? Like someone that you grew up with, that you saw, as a brother. Instead of focusing on that, this human felt like he had enough authority and enough knowledge from a God to tell you where someone went after death. Is wild. While at the same time, this person's family, you know, put him in heaven, right? And
Exactly.
their
Jenna, as they say.
yeah, yeah, and that's crazy because the reality is that we don't have access to life after death. Like we don't know what happens when we die. That's the reality of it, and
Exactly.
it's just harmful for humans to be playing like they do and willingly lying to other humans, causing trauma, knowing damn well they don't know. They just going by what another human wrote in a book, regardless of what religion it is. And I did the same thing that you did when I started deconstructing. It was hard for me to let go of Christ, like that word. It had this reverence attached to it, like it was too holy to let go of. It was too holy to say anything negative about it, And so I went through the whole Christ consciousness, spiritual. I'm not Christian. I'm just a believer. Like I went through all of that as well. And then even when I no longer believed that Jesus was the Son of God or that He died for our sins, it was still difficult for me to say anything negative about that word.
I felt the same, and a lot that I experienced, I felt like I didn't want to live life without this believing in this higher being that's guiding me through. And now I'm getting to the point where I can use my own agency. I can decide for myself. A lot of what I believed hasn't been proven. Just like the eternal life, eternal death. This is all essentially figments of people's imaginations. They when they dream, they say, "Oh, I saw someone that passed away and they looked happy," or "I saw someone that passed away and they look sad, so that means they must be doomed to hellfire." They just make these things up, and it's mostly through just that thin line that we have with the spirit world through our dreams that I think that they hold on to these beliefs like there must be an afterlife because we dream.
Yeah.
And there's also things that I wanted to bring up in regards to spirituality, because I went through that phase as well, but I didn't know enough to be in it like fully, because I guess we are all spiritual beings. We have a spirit. Who knows what happens to that spirit once we take our last breath? It could just be the end. That could be it. And there was another point that you mentioned some weeks back with Christians being obsessed with eternal life. Like if our last breath was the end, why is it such a problem to accept that that is the end? Why do Christians want to go on to for their spirits to live on forever? I used to want that, and after speaking with you, I'm like, I'm actually okay with death being the end if that was it. But then
Yeah.
sorry.
I was gonna say, like, even if we were okay and not okay, we really don't have any control over that, right? Like, we don't even control when we die, let alone what happens when we die. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it doesn't make sense for us to be spending our living life worried about something that we can't control, something that we have no idea like it just doesn't make sense. It's so wasteful to not live so that you can have the hope to live again. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly. And then it makes them care more about that afterlife than what they do during their life and how they treat people, which I think is ultimately the biggest test of time, how we treat each other while we're here. But the thing that really caught me, because I watched a debate between a Christian and I think it was this guy's famous in America, so I can't remember his name though. But he's a spiritualist and he speaks a lot about like cosmic science. And he had a debate with a Christian, and a lot of what the Christian was bringing was the evidence that the church has held on to prove Christianity. But then on the spiritual side, a lot of what the spiritualist brought didn't have any concrete evidence, but it was based on like his own spiritual understanding that's linked to science. So when they were debating, I noticed that a lot of the comments were saying that it reinforced people's belief in Christ because of all the evidence that the Christian brought. Whereas I thought to myself that just because something doesn't have evidence attached to it, like a way of life, doesn't mean it's not true. You know, when it comes to like the council that came together to put the scriptures together, and then the King James version and all of those men that came together, that King James commissioned to put that Bible together. all of these are things that people use to prove why Christianity must be true or real or the thing that everyone should follow. But that's all been orchestrated. Whereas no other system, I mean, apart from the religions that we all fully know about, Islam, Judaism, Buddhists, no other way of life, especially in spirituality, has been documented to that degree to have text and people's experiences and people who have lived and died following that spiritual way for us to actually know how to use spirituality better. That's so when I saw that debate and everyone siding with the Christian because of all the scriptures and text that has come through history and that people still use today, that they believe proves the existence of those writings and the people that came together to put the faith together for the masses. But then no one else had that kind of, or was given that kind of authority, or that the world allowed to get away with so much, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like they're using the argument that because they have more text in history, and Jesus is the most written about deity in history, to say that that equals authority and means that they're God. That is most likely true. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Yeah, they're
Yes.
arguing. Um, and unfortunately for some people, that is enough because they don't allow themselves to critically think um, and look deeper into the agenda behind why there are multiple texts written about this deity, because there was a goal to convince people that the stories were true, right? Like we have confessions of early theologians who admitted to lying and making up stories and stating that if a lie helps people to believe in Jesus, then it's not harmful, right? We have people who are willing to ignore the obvious interpolations that we can see from one copy of the text to the next, right?
Yes.
And the same goes like the Islam has the hadiths, right? Along with the surahs. And so they were a lot more, I would say, a lot less willing to allow people to make edits to their text as Christianity was. And so, if anything, like I would trust that Muhammad actually wrote and said something from the Quran than I would Jesus's writings, because everybody was allowed to everybody
Tweak
had
it.
their, yeah, like they literally took text from different cultures um um and decided on using specific text based on how popular it was, and whether the people already believed a certain orthodoxy, um and then
I-
forced people to switch out text, if that makes sense. And then if a text was widely popular but it did not meet orthodoxy, they made it meet orthodoxy by creating interpolations into the text. And so because of so many hands that the text had gone through, it for me it's less believable because there are more humans involved in trying to make the story cohesive or more realistic, right?
And
And so I would believe a set of text that went through the least amount of variations before this one,
but
even though
even
this
that,
one has more text. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, no, I completely hear you, and I agree because who are these people? What was their way of life? What did they actually believe in? That they were like we've even had. I remember a few years ago, J.K. Rowling apparently writing the latest version of the Bible, something like that. So it's like, and J.K. Rowling doesn't identify as a Christian, but then they've given that person the authority to write the latest version of the Bible. Um, all of
Wait,
these.
what? She's
Yeah,
doing what? I have not heard that. She's writing a new
you
version of the
Google
Bible.
it. If you Google it, I can't remember when I saw it. It was a few years back though. So
Hilarious.
those are examples of how these people have been given the authority to write a so-called holy text or a religious book that we're supposed to follow. And this is why, when it comes to family dynamics, it gets so deep because, similar to you, thinker, my mother and family are very much still devoted Christians. And because of my decision to not identify as a Christian or believe in Jesus, and I've been very clear with that more recently, whereas before I was holding on to Jesus, like, yeah, I still believe in Jesus, but I'm just not a Christian. But and that allowed them to accept me at least a little bit more than now. But now my mum's like, oh, she believes in a big bang. She just kind of sums me up and just kind of dismisses my belief, even though my mum studied theology. She went to Bible school with my stepdad. My stepdad was ordained as a pastor, and he's a white man from Scotland that actually used to go around doing missionary work and setting up churches all over the gaff. And my mum used to tag along with him, and these people are still together after 30 years and not happy. But anyways, they my mum will always just dismiss my beliefs like, oh, I've read too much. This is the issue with reading too much. When you think you're too intelligent, you think you know it all. Like, she would always get on to me like that. And I just can't deal with it anymore. So it's been since December 2023 that I haven't actually been into my mother's house because she did something that was wild. And since then, I've had small conversations with her, and she's come to visit me, but then she'll walk out on me anytime I bring up anything to do with questioning her belief, and I'll do it in a humble way, not like, why do you expect me to believe this, and then this is what Jesus is out here doing. I would be like, Mum, I really want to understand this. If you want me to believe this, you need to explain this to me, because you've gone to Bible school, you've studied theology, so you should have a level of understanding. But clearly, you've accepted certain things that you don't even agree with. For instance, the reason why I haven't gone into my mother's house since 2023 is because on Boxing Day, she called the police on me, and this because we had a bit of a debate, and I was saying, Mum, are you going to condemn Israel now after you've seen what they're doing? And then she's like, how can I? No, she was adamant that I
Oh no.
was I was questioning her faith and trying to make her disbelieve. And I said, no, but look at what's happened. This was only like 2-3 months after it all kicked off to the max. And I said, everyone's saying that this people should be condemned, but look at what these people are doing. That summer of 2023, my mother and her church all went to that place they do like these church things that they travel there to see the Holy Land, and they go and they touch what Jesus touched, and they look at the tomb, and they do these things. And then I said, Mum, you went there. And then when she came back, she even said, those people are very evil. They're very harsh with the way they speak to people. Like, she said that she didn't have a good experience of the people there, but she still was happy to go to the land to walk where Jesus walked. And so back to
When she
December
say
now.
those people, is she talking about the people in Israel?
Yeah, apparently they were really mean and horrible right from the airport.
Oh wow. And
Yeah,
and and she still feels that she has to, like,
honor them.
wow.
Yeah. So imagine my mum, she called 999 and she said, my daughter's an activist. She's doing this Palestine Israel thing. Please, they
Oh
came,
my
put handcuffs on
gosh.
me. They actually came, put handcuffs on me and made me leave my mum's house. And my house is at 2 hours drive. So I had to sleep in my mum's neighbor's house for the night and then go back home the next day.
Oh my gosh.
She did that shit to me. I couldn't believe it.
That's fucked up. I would
All the
never talk
way.
to my mama again after that.
I said that. And then I heard she was sick. She had a fever. And then I cooked her food and took to her. Do you know what I mean? Because I
Oh, we
can't,
what we always do that.
I can't bring myself to just cutting off.
Yeah, I know. My mom was on block when she had a mini stroke, and she was on block, and they called me, and of course I unblocked her and ran my
Of
ass to the
course.
hospital. But like, we always do that. Yeah.
But since then, like recently, my son is 13, and I've told my son, my son understands my belief, and I've been very clear with him. And I keep telling him, don't let them indoctrinate you, because he loves to go to my mum's house because all the cousins gathered there. And a part of my mum's rule is you come to my house, you go church. Anyone that's living under her roof has to go church. So my son doesn't really like church, but he does it. He always complain about the aunties making him do stuff. So he went church recently, and I told him, remember what I've told you, Joe? Don't let them indoctrinate you. And this boy, I mean, his response was, I'm indoctrinated to be free, which I was like, yes, that's my son. But he came back and he
Yeah, I
said,
like
Mum,
that.
innit? He wrote a poem, yeah, and he read out the poem to me. Right at the end of the poem, he spoke about Christ leading him. And I was like, oh, it was a bit of a, I was like, oh, my mum's got to him. Oh, god
Aw.
damn. So he's 13. I'm gonna just let him do what he's doing. I'm not gonna enforce my belief on him because I don't believe that's right either.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna let him decide for himself. But I believe he's gonna clock on because he's a smart boy.
Yeah, he has a mom that supports him, and you're a good example, right? For him to be able to think critically, and I think that's the most important thing. As long as he continue, like you just, continue to teach him to question things or to allow himself to question and to think critically, he'll catch on. Yeah, he
Yes,
won't. He
I
won't allow
agree.
himself to stay at it too long.
Can I ask about your children's belief and the
Yeah,
dynamics between your belief and, please?
my 17-year-old, he just turned 17. He is a Christian, but he is questioning things. Like when we went school shopping, we had a really good talk, about the rapture and the Euphrates River drying up, and I was able to show him how that didn't make any damn sense whatsoever, and I had him questioning, you know, uh, I showed him what the actual prophecy was, and um, had him questioning what would be the purpose of it. Um, and we talked about the importance of critical thinking. So like the only reason that he still believes is because TikTok has indoctrinated him into believing that the rapture is going to happen, and that has him scared. And so I think the older that he gets, he'll also grow out of that. But the rest of my children are either atheists, like they don't believe in a God, but my daughters are what they call spiritual, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the rapture, that's something that, oh my goodness, all the Armageddon movies that they used to come out with a lot back in the day, like the early 2000s.
The
Do
what
do
is it?
the Armageddon movies, like the movies of the
Oh
end
yeah.
times,
Hmm.
like Left Behind and Armageddon? There was all these movies that they used to come out with to instill that fear factor to try to get us to believe. That's something that Christians still keep up with. I don't know about other people's experience, but do you know, like, if the fact that I've decided not to believe, a Christian will tell me, "Oh, the rapture's coming soon. Um, you'll be left behind, and this is all the things that's going to happen." There was like some real graphic things in those movies with like unaliving people by machines, cutting, all of that stuff like that. And even as a child, my mum used to sing that Left Behind song to me. You've been left behind, like that. There's a theme song
There's
for the
a Left
movie.
Behind song.
Yeah, there's a whole
What
series.
is it?
The song is scary. Like she used to sing it to me, like "You've been left behind," like trying to get me to to
Oh my
follow the
gosh.
faith, just so I don't get left behind. And she'll be like, "Imagine waking up and everyone in the house is gone, and you're the only one." Oh my goodness, the things that it's actually so abusive to
Yes, that
instill
would
that kind of
terrify the
fear
fuck
in
out of me.
children. Yeah, it's a scary place growing up in a Christian home. It really is.
Like we used to do the plays, right? Like they would have the Left Behind plays, and I remember, you know, giving one of the most terrifying performances ever of me being dragged to hell. I
Oh
was
my
I was
goodness.
running in the audience. grabbing people's legs and shit as they were dragging me off to hell. But like, this is the stuff that they taught us to do as a kid, and how they indoctrinated us into this fear of hell and being left behind. I can remember one time my little brother fell asleep in the back of the church, and my dad had closed the church up, and like he had 7 kids plus my cousins he adopted, and their mom and dad died. So we got 10 kids in the car in a van, and he thought everybody was in the car. So we pulled off, left the church. The church is like locked up, the lights are out. My little brother was asleep on the back pew. He woke up and it was pitch black. He thought the rapture had happened,
Oh my
and
goodness.
we wasn't gone too long. Like we got down to like the stop sign and realized that he wasn't in the van. So my daddy turned around to go back and get him, and when he opened the church, like he was standing in the foyer of the church, like screaming,
Hysterical.
because
I
he
can
thought,
imagine.
yes, because he thought the rapture had happened. He thought everybody in the church was gone and he was left behind. But that shit is terrifying for a kid.
I'm telling
You know?
you. It actually gave me nightmares. I used to have serious nightmares, and that combined with I'm originally from Nigeria, and Nigerians used to watch these disturbing movies that was all essentially they used to call it Mountain of Fire movies, and Mountain of Fire is a church that used to make movies, so you can imagine all the spiritual stuff they used to do up in there. But there was always the storylines was always about someone that wasn't a Christian and all this witchcraft happening to them and them being saved only because they accepted Jesus as their Lord and Savior. It's not even Nollywood. This was before Nollywood days. It was some very awful graphics, and you'll see the way they would make up witches and what would look like a demon, and how that demon would be pursuing someone, and then all of a sudden a big light and some white Jesus appears and saves the person, or just as an example. But I guarantee that's an actual scene.
That is so, yeah. We've seen the movies and stuff like that. Like it's yeah,
So
it's
that combined with
interesting.
the Christian beliefs and all the fare from those movies, it's just I had to get. I left home from when I was 15, and as soon as I left home, I actually found a youth church. And when I started that youth church, my mum was saying that that youth church is doing charm. They call it charm, like witchcraft, on me because because I'm not coming home on time and I'm out there with the youth pastors and all of that. So even though I found another church, she still wasn't happy. She wanted me to be under her roof, going to her church, and ideally they would have wanted me to be married by now, settled down, being a part of the church, the gathering of the brethren.
So, what denomination did you grow up in?
Pentecostal.
Oh wow, okay. And and so was the other church Pentecostal as well?
It was, but it was a youth church. So they used to listen to secular music. They used to,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it was more of a laid back version of the kind of churches that I grew up in.
Were y'all allowed to wear pants at the youth church and not allowed to wear
Yes,
pants at your mom's?
exactly. And girls and boys could sit amongst each other, whereas in my mum's church, the women would sit on one side, the men would sit on another side.
What?
Yeah, that's how Nigerian churches would operate, especially Nigeria, but they carry that over here as well.
So the men and the women can't sit together. Not even
No.
husband and wife?
No, the women were always on in the UK. They've dropped that guard down a bit, but in Nigeria, the women are always on one side, men on another side, and the women have to wear dresses down to their ankles. So it was really giving Handmaid's Tale vibes, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Where they're trying to take us back
Yeah.
to. And the sad thing about it is I feel like we are going to go back there before we see it get better. I think people have to actually see what the fuck they're asking for. They think they want this, and because they've only read about it in the history books, they don't necessarily,
Know what it entails.
yeah, they think they want this. And I feel like we are gonna end up getting some version of it before they realize that they fucked up.
I think some of them, especially the older women, I think they would want that though, because they don't like the whole being young, wild, and free. They want everyone to be in under bondage. So I
Yeah,
think
and the
a lot
thing
of
is,
people will
like, they don't
compensate.
think that they're on their way out. Like, they should be,
Dying breed, yeah,
yeah, like focused on helping the younger generation create the world that they're going to live in, so that they can focus on doing the same for the next generation. Like, older generations of people who try to keep the world in the way that it was when they grew up are selfish to me. Because
yeah.
you're literally, you've lived your life,
You've had your
you're on
time.
your way out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
it's selfish to me to not want to help the younger generation make the world a, you know, a better place for where all can live peacefully without harm, with access to resources. And a lot of them are just focused on making sure that they hold on to their wealth and can pass their wealth down to their kids.
yes,
You
that's
know,
true.
they're worried about what they build and what they worked hard for in their life, and I'm not going to my grave and it's all ruined. Like, you can't take it to your grave. You're not gonna know what that your family squandered the shit off in the first place.
Back to silver and gold. You sang it earlier beautifully, by the way. And
Oh,
it's
thank
like,
you.
what do you actually believe? Do you want the goods or do you not? Because
Right, yeah.
they hoard wealth still. Churches hoard wealth. And we see it all the time.
And they have
My
the
mum,
majority of it.
my mum actually works with the local authority in the town she lives in. And the local authority are the duty is on them to help people that have migrated to the country, to the UK, and they don't have any recourse to public funds. So the local authority will give them the bare minimum. Yeah, and it's horrible what like the way people are treated. But my mum works within that department, and she was saying that all the local authority do is assign them to charities that are attached to churches. And I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? So most churches, especially if it's like under the Church of England, they would have a charity, a part of the church. And with that charity, they'll apply for grants, loans, get donations, and they'll use that to what they're supposed to do, give back to this community. And I said, it's a form of tax if you look at it, just like we have the tax system over here in the UK. We get taxed 20% from our earnings. And that's why we're able to go school without paying school fees, go to the doctors without NHS, without having to pay anything like you guys do in America. Because even though I know you guys are taxed as well as having to pay medical fees, which is wild to me because our system over here, we get taxed and we're able to access these services for free. But my mum was saying that the church, like the church does so much. Like she was surprised. And I said, why are you surprised, mum? Imagine all of the congregation giving 10%. And on top of that, they're getting loans, grants, and donations. What they're doing is supposed to be doing it first of all. And on top of that, they should probably do more. But she's like, no, what they're doing is they give them brand new this food. And I'm like, does that surprise you? It just jars me.
And they're getting it from the taxes, not from the God, and not from the people. Like, that's the like from the the donations that are going to the
Yeah.
church,
The
because
grants, the
they're
loans.
still asking church members to give offering, right? That money goes where, if they're getting the money, the tax dollars from the government to do these other things.
Because in the UK, churches, when they're set up, a lot of them have a charitable status. And when they have a charitable status, you've got a green light to get things for free, essentially, and even lump sums.
Yeah, they don't
So
even pay property taxes over here.
yeah, same with
Yeah.
churches here. I mean, it depends. Some of them have to pay rent, depends on the kind of building they're set up in. But a lot of them, if it's under the Church of England, that was is built by the government, and they wouldn't have to pay any rent for that. But there would be other overheads to maintain it. But even that, with the money that they're getting for free, it shouldn't be something that they should complain about at all.
Yeah, I agree. And like, they can't, for some reason, the believers, do see the greed of the church, but they can't see the connection and how the text actually allows the church to get away with what it's getting away with. And this is one of the reasons why, when I'm talking about the law of Israel and, pointing out that it's literally the government. Like in antiquity, the God was the government and the government was the God. Or the religion system was the political system and the political system was the religion, right?
Yes.
And so now people are so used to them being separate or appearing to be separate that they cannot see that they've been operating as one and the same this whole entire time.
But
Is that there's an illusion that there is this separation of religion and government.
they do that. I think what I think is that when it comes to, because America is classed as a Christian land, and so is the UK, that their values and is all essentially from Christianity. And a lot of Christians look at the way the government behaves and they say that's not Christian behavior. That's what I see. Because a lot of Christians, especially the ones that I grew up around, they have separated the government from the church, and they've made a distinction because they've seen the government doesn't apply Christian behaviors to how they deal with the masses. But it's still very much two in the same. But they felt like what you're saying, they failed to understand that in order for you to operate as a church, you have to abide and comply with a lot of things that the government do and say. And you guys are not out there protesting against it. So you're complying and you've accepted it.
Yeah, and this is why, like, the whole conversation about David is important, because David represents the government in this scenario, right? Like, David was the king,
Yes.
and he was allowed to get a lesser, or save his life. Like, his life was spared because he was the king, right? Because he represented the government. Had it been Uriah that slept with David's wife or that committed premeditated murder, Uriah would have been stoned, right?
Yes.
Because Uriah was a foreigner living amongst the Israelites, and he was bound. He had taken the oath, and so he was bound by the Israelite law. So because he wasn't king, or in a position of power, then he would have been stoned, right? He represents the citizens, those that are in the army, just lay people. David represents the government. And when we look at our government today, right, the politicians get away with so much shit, right?
They do.
They're not, they don't, a lot of them don't lose their positions because they do illegal shit, right? We
Yes.
literally in America have a president who has multiple felonies, like 80 something felonies, right? When we have
Insane.
lay people who
Who've barely
can't
done
even
anything.
vote because they have a felony, because they did something when they were 18 years old, got a felony, and they've lost their voting rights for life, but he gets to be president, right? Like, this is
No, but it's the fact that
David.
Christians and how they support that figure, David and Trump, two in the same, and how they still support that figure and they'll dismiss any wrong that they've done.
Yeah.
And another thing that I've noticed they do is that they say that anyone that God has put in authority, anyone that's in authority is of God, basically. So if someone is in a position of authority, God has placed them there and we can't question it. But what about the voting system? It's not God that placed them there. The
Well, they
voting
say
system
that.
placed them there.
They say that. My mom would, like, God bless Donald Trump. I can't stand the man, but God put him in position, because the Bible says that this God chooses those that he puts in power, and that you are to pray for those that God chooses, to put in power. So even though she doesn't like Trump, she did not vote for him, she still prays for him because she believes that that's who God chose to put in power.
Exactly. Regardless of anything that they do, whether that be immoral or not, God put them there. So they've got immunity to just behave anyhow.
Yeah,
Which
and
is
that's
this is
the
why I
dangers of
can't
this
follow. I
religion.
cannot believe when all there's so many things that just doesn't sit well with my spirit that I wouldn't accept for myself. So there's it's something that I know that I can't follow, that I can't identify with. And if Christians don't understand the correlation between state and church and how they both endorse and encourage each other, then you haven't done enough reading and you're not actually paying attention.
I think it's hard for them too when they've been taught that the law of Israel is spiritual, right? Like they look at it like,
Yes.
oh, God is a spirit, so the commands that God gave Israel were moral laws, and so it's spiritual. They're having a difficult time seeing that the law of Israel governed the land of Israel, and it's similar to the law of America, right? The Constitution or the Bill of Rights, or the our legal system. Like they don't see these laws as that, so they don't approach them as the same. There's been this veil of spirituality put on top of this text, and so they cannot connect how it actually is affecting reality today when it comes to the government and when it comes to um just day-to-day policies and how we raise our children, right? The
Exactly.
education system, they can't see
They can't
the
see how it
physical
connects.
aspect of it because they're so indoctrinated into this spiritual realm where manipulation runs rapid and gaslighting runs rapid.
But if that spiritual, okay, so that spiritual understanding obviously blinds them when it comes to dealing with things in the physical and seeing it for what it really is. So I get what you're saying. But when it comes to the state, these systems of authority that we have in the West, it even though we know like there's physical and spiritual, and there's a spiritual understanding that's allowing them to carry on with this, whereas the physical is actually insignificant. For example, the fact that when royal families are being coronated, when someone's been called into office, there's always a Bible a part of the process. At some point, when they're saying their oath, that they involve the fact that they believe in Christ or Christianity, or they want to continue tradition as it started by involving Christian text to whatever it is. They do that over here in the UK. Do they do that in America?
Like put spirituality over it is what you're asking? Like
No.
what do you mean?
So when people are being called to office, so when
Oh,
King
like swear
Charles,
on the Bible?
yeah, swear on the Bible,
Yeah.
when you're in court, you have to say you're going to speak the truth. The Bible is always involved in those state activities.
Well, we don't have to swear on the Bible in court. Back in the day, they used to have had to do
Oh,
that. And then we used to have to like raise our hand and kind of like swear to God or something. And my mom used to always tell us that we were not allowed to swear to God,
yeah.
that we had to say I contest or something like that, or I contend or something. But now, like, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, so help you God? That
Yes.
we used to have to do, but we don't have to do it now. I think now we just like contend or something, or contest.
Okay, so we still have to do it here. You have an option, and if you don't identify as anything, you still have to do it.
Yeah.
So it's a very strange system, but that's when they if they were to call someone to go on the stand in court in the midst of a trial, they would have to say that with their hand on the Bible. So we still do that, but all of these things, people
Give me
look
just
at
a
it.
second.
Sorry.
Shenandoah, please do not use all caps in the chat, please. This is your first warning. Caps are for mods only, and for those who have a vision impairment. If you type in all caps, you will be muted, and it's not because of what you typed. It's because you're not following the rule. Sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
Yes. So I lost my trail of thought, but I was just saying how people don't see the connection because the physical side of it seems insignificant, but it's very much connected to the spiritual as well. It all supports each other. That's what I think. But people don't speak against it. People that don't believe, they still carry on and comply with the system. I I've always been a rebel, so as soon as I was able to do things myself without the fear of being locked in my bedroom, I've always rebelled against certain things that I just don't agree with. But I find that a lot of people in society today, they just want to live a quiet life. They don't want any problems, so they don't want to challenge things that has been going on for donkey of years, because they they want to maintain their peace. They want to keep their jobs, and they don't want the attention that when you call things out, the kind of attention you get when you call things out. So I've seen more people like that than I've seen people with the courage to speak out on things that just aren't right.
Yeah, and it is scary, right? And a lot of people think that being silent while not agreeing with what's going on is the best move to make because they don't want the pressure or the uh
You cast out.
ostracizing that
Mhm.
comes along with it. But they don't necessarily think about the fact that their silence is being taken as complacency or approval, right? And a lot
Exactly.
of times these people do things like abusers will typically do a little bit of something to test the waters. And if people don't speak out, they then, move to the next phase of their plan and do more, right?
Exactly.
Until it's too late to speak out. And so that's why, you know, activists are really important, to society, because an activist is going to be the ones that's going to take that risk, um, and speak out and encourage those that are afraid to speak out and and actually move some people, uh, you know, uh, from that place of silence
Yeah.
and complacency.
Activism is not for the weak or the faint-hearted,
Mm-mm.
because my goodness, and it's very rare to find an activist that lives a long, full life to their old age. Usually, the task that they've taken upon themselves to fight for whatever it is they're fighting for, also in most cases takes them out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not easy, but I do feel like there are gifted people who just, they won't have it any other way.
Yeah, I saw there's a young lady on here. I forgot her name. I think her name is Afi. I don't want to say her name wrong, but she was just arrested for taking up for some kids in Washington D.C. What's happening in Washington right now. She was drugged by the police, pepper sprayed in her face, just for being
My
there and making
goodness.
sure that the children knew their rights. And she got released from jail a couple of days ago, and the people were there to, support her, and
That's
like they
nice.
had her on their shoulders, and Afeni Shakur, thank you. They had her on their shoulders. You
Ain't
know,
that Tupac's mom? Sorry, I'm so
oh, I
sorry.
don't know. Is it? No, that she's a young girl.
Yeah, okay
Um,
then. But that's the same
yeah.
name as, obviously. Yes.
Um, she but like watching that, right? Like watching young people step out and do what our ancestors did during the civil rights movement, seeing the young people at the town hall meetings, the city hall meetings, speaking up and sharing how they feel about the young boy that was gained by the kids of white supremacists. Um, like it's almost as if we're reliving that moment in time, and just seeing the young people not afraid to speak out.
Yeah.
Like I literally cried when I saw the video of
I would have
Afeni,
too.
because it's not something that I
It's
seen in my
empowering.
life. Like my generation of adults, I hadn't seen that type of courage.
Same. And do you know, when I think about the elders, even in my family, I think, oh, who did I come from, please? There must have been someone in my lineage that was more courageous than the people that I've grown up around. Because what is this? Because
Hmm.
I feel like I've got a certain kind of fire within me that I haven't seen in anyone that I've grown with, to call things out and not be scared of the consequences. But yeah, there's that.
Sometimes I be thinking like I'm crazy. Like I don't know, like the fear. A lot of people will come in here and they'll try to, instill fear in me, to try to convince me to not have these conversations. And I be thinking to myself, like, what the fuck? Like, why don't I have the fear? Like, why am I not afraid to talk about this and say it? Because like normally Black people would be
Yeah.
afraid.
No, Thinker, I am so glad it's a black woman that is hosting these kind of conversations. And you're doing it with your head held high and keep your spirits up, regardless of the attacks and blows that they come with. Because you've given me the courage to stand up against things, and even to really question me holding on to Jesus for so long. Because it's like, all right, then no, but I know even the slavery element of things. I think that from the beginning of time, nothing, when it comes to humanity and how we grow and how we think and how we operate amongst each other, that that hasn't really changed much. So if we think it was bad then, or if you think it's bad now, it was bad then. So I
Yeah.
think we could have had a human race that didn't endorse and encourage slavery. Like, we just didn't have to. There would have been other ways and other systems. So if Almighty God really came down in the form of man, why wouldn't you eradicate these things that you know isn't conducive, right? And people abuse so much.
And like they use that apologetic that says, "Oh, he loved humanity so much that he had to take his time with humanity to get them to see that slavery was wrong. So instead of commanding them not to do it, he regulated it so that um, it would be done in the most humane way possible." But when you first off, like they ignore the fact that he very explicitly says, "Don't do it to this group of people," right? So if he can say, "I don't want these group of people enslaved," he could have said it about all humans, right? And then there are times in the text where it says that he endowed the Israelites with knowledge so that they would know how to build the city, right? Like they would know how to build the temple and all of that. So if he can endow them with knowledge in that way, then he could have given them the knowledge on how to be a community without enslaving other humans too. And so that they make excuses for slavery, which is what they were like, which is what they did back then, that allowed them to convince people that owning other humans was Christ like, right? Or convince people that they deserve to be owned as other humans in order to become Christ like.
And this is the thing, when I looking at everything, it makes it seem so much like a cult. Because why would you be so selective? Why would you make it such exclusionary rules, or you tolerate it for this people, not for that people? And that's where the supremacy comes into it, like you've already highlighted before, because that is
Yeah.
supremacy kind of behavior. When you think one group is more supreme, that so we are not all of the same source. We
and
don't all,
and to say like, oh, God loves all humans, God created
yeah,
us all, he created us so that we would worship him, and then in the same breath say, well, he chose them,
exactly.
right, to be his chosen people, and and to justify that, right, and to, like, in the cases of like your mom saying that she can't say that what's happening in Israel is wrong because God chose Israel, while actively advocating for her own demise, because if
Yeah,
Israel turned around and decided that was next, right, or that people that look like her was next, then would she speak out then? Or would she say, I can't say
it's God
anything. We
ordained.
deserve to die because, right, they are God's chosen people. It's uh it's self-defeating.
Yes, exactly. And you know, I missed out a stage actually when I started deconstructing, because there's a friend of mine who became a black Jew, and I was like, "But hold on, you used to go Pentecostal church like me," and then she started going church like keeping every Friday night. I couldn't call her, and I'm like, "What's going on here?" And then Saturdays she's in church all day, and then she started, and then when I attended her church once, and there were so many, I met so many black Jews, as in people that converted to Judaism. So I remember taking this conversation to my mum, like, "Mum, why are we not Jews? Because this is who Jesus came for." And then she was like, "No, we can't be Jewish. We have to be born into it. You can't just, I was confused. This was my early 20s, by the way. But I remember like hammering on my mum about why we Christians are not Jews, because they were the first. But when you really read and you realize how the text has really has been in support of their existence and them thriving on this land above every other nation, it will make you question, like, so where do I fit in all of this?
Yeah. And then I saw a video today that said America has given $318 billion to Israel since its inception, since 1942. And going back to where we were talking about, Jesus says to give all you have to the poor. Like, if the reason that we're giving Israel $318 billion while we have people in America who can't afford health care, who can't afford to feed their children, who are homeless, is because they are chosen, then this is, again, another example of the anointed oil, right?
Exactly.
Where Jesus is like, I'm worthy of the anointed oil over those that are hungry.
Need to feed, need to eat.
Yeah.
$300 bottle of oil.
Hmm.
And I remember how he spoke highly of that woman, and he made everyone else around him feel like they weren't good enough because they didn't oil his feet or wash his feet because he come in from a long walk. That's quite obnoxious to me. When you're really looking at it, if someone sat down and everyone did the same walk, everyone just 10 toes down, just trekked the same journey, but one person's foot is being oiled and they deserve it more than everybody else. But you're in human form, so why do you deserve it more than anyone else? So there's so much, but I see how I know you tell us not to read the comments, but it seems like there's a lot of Christians that want to explain their faith. So I think I'm going to give them the chance to come up and explain. By all means, please. This is a space, I mean, Thinker will tell you better than I can. I'm a guest here. But this is a space to discuss. It's not a debate. It's not an argument. Come with actual scriptures, because Thinker knows the scripture. So if you don't know the scripture, don't come and embarrass yourself. Yeah? You better have read that book before you come to defend it. You better understand the concept of your belief before you come speak with your chest high to come and defend Jesus. Yeah? Because we are all here to learn. So if you don't have anything edifying, keep it to yourself and do your own thing.
Thank you for saying that.
Thank you so much, Thinker.
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming up. I'm excited to have you as a part of the community, and I look forward to learning more about you.
Yes. And just before I go, I just wanted to tell you because I forgot, but I just remembered. There was a woman that I met on TikTok, and she's based over here in the UK, and she spoke about how she doesn't know enough black female atheists and or people who have deconstructed from religion. And then she set up a group. We've been on Discord for like just over a month, but we met up for the first time. There was like 40 women. We spent
Oh
the day
my
in a park.
God.
Yeah.
That's
And
awesome.
honestly, I'll share it with you because she posted on Twitter. I'm not on Twitter, but she posted on Twitter that it was the biggest achievement of her life so far. And this is a girl that's in her mid 20s, and it ranged from about 18, 19 to 37 was the eldest person amongst us. but there are a few other people that's older in the group. But it's just how this woman came online, gathered the community. We actually met up in person. When she posted it on Twitter, come and see all the comments. Oh, it's a witch's coven. Oh my goodness! Like there were all of the comments coming for us. Like when all we did was we had a picnic, we played games, we spoke about who's more attractive between Damson Idris and another celebrity. Like we were just being so mundane that there was no threat
Just
whatsoever to
living.
anyone.
Yeah, just living life, right?
Literally.
Yeah.
So
I love that.
I haven't told them about the space yet because I just wanted to kind of gauge where everyone's at. But now I'm going to be telling them about the space so they can join the conversation and be a part of the community here as well as we're building our community very much in the early stages.
That's awesome. I appreciate that. And I think, like, first off, I love that it's a young person that did that because I think that's what atheism has been missing. Um, Spiritual atheist talks about how for a long time secularism has been trying to figure out, right, if the world can survive without religion. And one of the main things that religion provides is community. And because atheism has been predominantly white, which white the white community is usually individualistic, and building community isn't at the forefront of their agenda. So when they're atheists for themselves, right? And they may talk about their atheism, but not for the intent of like building community. And as we see more people of different ethnicities and races um, come out and join secularism or humanism, we start to see these communities build. We have actually had meetups as well. We don't just know each other online. We're actually getting ready to do our last meetup of the year um, in the next couple of months. And we plan all of that on our Discord and like a private server so that it's safe.
Yes,
But that's what it's about, right? Like being able to still have this sense of community when you leave religion. We help each other out financially whenever somebody's in a crunch. We show up for each other, right? Like
yes,
we did a live not too long ago where we raised money for one of the co-hosts. Her son was in a motorcycle accident and she had to take a month off of work to help him recover. And we came together as a community and raised over $4,000 to help her while she was, taking time off work. This is something
see.
that a church, I don't even think a church would give one person, one member, $4,000 to take time off of work to,
Not when
take
the
care of their
pastor
child.
needs a jet, not when they've got
Yeah.
a building fund. Sorry.
Exactly. Exactly. But that's what community is about. And I love the fact that it's a young person doing it. And that young person is not scared to put it on social media and say
Exactly.
these are the type of communities that we need, right? So yeah, definitely thank you so much. I look forward to meeting some of them if they decide to come and,
For sure,
check out
definitely.
the live.
I will
Yeah.
post her a couple of people asked for her at, but I will share it privately with you just so you can check out her page and what she's been able to do so far.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Booba. I
Thank you,
hope you have a great
Binka.
rest of the night.
You too. Take care. And thank you guys for the gifts. Wish you all the best.
You're welcome.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Another great conversation. Listen to Booba. If you come on stage and you are coming to talk about the topic, make sure that you're coming up here respectful. It doesn't really matter to me if you actually know the Bible. I am going to talk about the Bible, but just come respectful. That's all I ask. Don't come up here entitled. If you are 25, don't come up here arrogant and entitled because I will cuss you out and take your little ass down. That's just that on that. Noble.
Yes, hello. Good
Hi,
evening.
how are
How's
you?
everybody doing?
Doing good. Can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes?
I'm 42.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I wouldn't consider myself a believer in the standardized, or orthodox sense.
I just need to know if you believe in the God that we are discussing, the God of the Bible.
It's hard for me to answer that question just so black and whitely, but I do believe in God, and I would
So
consider myself a
if
follower of Christ.
so, then you do believe in the God in the Bible if you are a follower of Christ,
Well, I do. I'm a follower of Christ.
which is in the Bible.
Correct. It's in the Bible,
Hmm.
but still, there's a little bit more detail that I would have to go into, which I wouldn't have the privilege or the floor to be able to really go into all of that. But there
Not
are
really,
people
because
who,
I'm not asking what you believe about it. I'm just
uh-huh.
asking if you believe in that God that's in the Bible. I'm not asking you what you believe about it.
Okay, well, just to move past this, I would say no, I don't believe in the God that's in the Bible.
Okay, so I am going to take you down because I do only have conversations with people who do believe in the God in the Bible, people who are deconstructing away from that God or atheists. So I am going to take you down, and I thank you for coming up and have a good night, okay? All right. If you come on stage, please make sure that you are one of the three. You are either someone who currently have a belief in the God that we are discussing, which is the God that is in the Bible. You are someone who is or deconstructing your belief in that God or thinking about deconstructing your belief, or an atheist, and you must be 25 and up. Okay? God Almighty. God Almighty, are you there? All right.
Hey y'all, we only need about 3 more iHearts to complete the goal. And let's get these likes up to 450K.
Nikki said not answering as usual. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. Max. Uh, Christ the Levite. Christ the Levite, I can hear you moving around. Did you come up on accident?
Yeah, I'm 22. I'm a leader in the church. I'm a deacon, so I wasn't gonna lie. I wasn't gonna come up anymore.
Okay, I'm gonna take you down. I hope you have a good night. Okay,
Yeah, I'll pray for you guys.
if that's okay, we don't want it. Like all of that was unnecessary. You see what I'm saying? Like for like
Mhm.
you don't know me. You didn't get to talk to me. You're underage. Like all of that was unnecessary. I didn't even say anything rude to him. Right? It's unnecessary. And then y'all have this sense of superior morality. Like you're going to pray for us for fucking what? Like, are you so clean? Who gives a fuck if you're a deacon? There are deacons
Right.
raping children in church. Like, are you so fucking clean that you just gotta pray for everybody else? Pray for your own fucking self. You were rude as fuck for no
That
fucking reason.
manifesting, do you even know what that means?
And then the fact that you were like putting laugh emojis in the chat. This is what I'll be talking about. This is why I think your God is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Like you are rude for no reason at all.
We don't want your love or support.
Like y'all have some of the worst personalities ever while claiming that your Jesus tells you to love your neighbor, pray for those who use you. Like that's you. Yeah, they see the difference in my spirit. They fucking know who I am. I don't have to lie. They know who I am. They know I don't like your ass. No, I don't fear your God. You, Christ the Levite, you disturb my spirit with your rude ass for no fucking reason. You did. Why the fuck are you asking me why, Shenandoah, when I just fucking said it? It was rude for you to holler, I'ma pray for y'all, just because you were too young to be on stage. And you know why you said it. Your intent. Your intent for why you said what you said. And then you get in the comments and laugh about it. And then, like, y'all are so fucking selfish. Y'all are selfish as fuck. And y'all and your selfishness, your rudeness, your ill intent is why there's so much harm on the earth. It's coming from y'all believers. The majority of people in prison are believers of this God. The majority of politicians are believers of this God. It's coming from y'all. There ain't one motherfucking Muslim politician in America. We ain't never had no Muslim president.
Hello.
No, you sound like a child. You can't be up
I'm
here.
I'm I'm not I'm
Yes,
not.
you are. You are a child. Do not come up here if you are not 25 years old. Oh, goodness gracious. I swear, y'all believers just, y'all are chaotic as fuck. Chris? Chris? Tamir, you cannot come up here with that loud background. You need to fix your background. That your background is too loud. Gavin?
I was a highwayman along.
You gonna say something about that, Shana Doa? Shana Doa? Are you gonna say something about that? Huh? Or was that okay? Was that righteous anger? Yeah, of course you didn't hear it. Like, y'all tripped me the fuck out. Y'all selective asses. This is why I cuss everybody the fuck out. Because y'all selective as fuck. Demi dog. Demi dog. Demo dog. Don't come up. Your background is too loud, Tamir. Ted Washington, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Tamir, your background is too loud. The answer is no. No problem, Demo Dog. Thank you. I mean, typing that's not going to change the fact that I said no. Your background is too loud. They don't have any sense whatsoever. You are scared. That's why your ass still in the comments, Shanadoa. Just typing and saying that you're not scared don't mean that you're not. That's why you're still in the comments. And you're scared, children of your God. Yes, you are. Let that be the reason why you're just typing in the comments. The fact that you believe a Satan wants to do anything to you, you ain't never seen a fucking Satan. Why don't you just say fuck you, thinker? Like when y'all say God bless you, you do realize that you are using your God to say a curse word because you too fucking scared to say fuck? And you scared because I say fuck? Like, do you realize that the only reason why you typed God bless you is because you, a grown ass woman, can't say fuck you? But so you use your God's name to do it? Do you realize that, Shenandoah? Yeah. You just typed God bless you because you were mad. You didn't like me saying that you were scared. You really want to say, bitch, I ain't scared. You really want to say, fuck you, bitch, I ain't scared. But you said, God bless you. You don't give a fuck if your God bless me. That was your way of trying to curse at me. Like, be real. So scary ass. Tamir, I said no. Respect the boundary. The answer is no. Did y'all see that video that Dark Knight posted? That preacher was shaking that bottle of water on stage and he's like, this is how the Holy
Yeah.
Spirit comes.
No.
He said, hold on, let me pull it up. He said, this is how the Holy Spirit comes. And he said, I'm gonna come on somebody's face. Hold on. Look, hold on. Like, I swear that man was using that shit as a fucking kink. And people in the comments talking about hallelujah, hallelujah. Y'all just say hallelujah to any
You
fucking
ready?
thing.
It moves people, right? They begin to expand. I'm gonna come in somebody's face, and it moves people, and it moves people. It moves people. You ready? It moves people, right? They begin to expand. I'm gonna come in somebody's face, and it moves people. See, when the Holy Spirit comes on the inside, it's a different kind of water. It makes a different kind of impact, and it moves people. It moves people. You ready? It moves people, right? They begin to expand. I'm gonna come in somebody's face, and it moves people.
This man literally said, just like out of nowhere, like out of fucking nowhere for no, like what was the purpose of him saying he gonna come in somebody's face during a fucking sermon?
Right.
And these nitwits are just sitting there eating it up. Like what? Why does the Holy Spirit need to come in your face? Make it make sense. Shanadawa. Shanadada. Why does the Holy Spirit need to come in your face? Has the Holy Spirit ever come in your face, Shanadoa?
That just sounds so wild right now.
That shit is crazy. She said, I love being baptized by the Holy Spirit. I bet you do. You been in a Yep. I bet you do. And JMR said, drop that skincare routine, Shanadoa. Shananadododoa. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. We are shutting down at 6 a.m. So we have 3 hours left to go. Hopefully, we can make it these last 3 hours. Don't be scared. Let's wake some people up. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see something.
Thinkers got you thinking that what you think is thinking. Go on and tap that screen. Keep the lights stacking clean. Tap that, they keep running. Come back, get this knowledge. Don't act like you get it. Tap for thinker. Pull up on the panel. Don't use the comments like camo. Think I hit 'em with the Hebrew. Making all these arguments see through. Break it down and pack it up. Crash out, come and grab your cup. Tap in, what's the tap tap up? 3, 2, 1, crash out. Keep tapping while they capping. Keep tapping while they capping. Tap in, don't tap out. Tap in, don't tap out. Go thinker, go thinker, go thinker, go thinker. The food.
Make sure y'all are tapping the screen. Don't tap out. We got 3 hours left to go, y'all. Hopefully, we can make it to 6 a.m. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are someone deconstructing, or if you are an atheist and the guest box is open. I like the way Mr. Michaels put the fuck in there. The fuck? Oh my God. Don't y'all get scared. Goodness gracious. I saw a live that said TikTok activists are today's pastors.
What?
Yeah, it said TikTok activists are today's pastors and are saving humanity. It said TikTok live activists are today's pastors and is saving humanity. Jackie?
Yes,
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please?
I'm 28
Are
from
you
Kenya.
are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer in God.
Of the Bible?
Yeah,
Okay. Are you okay? Why do you sound are you half asleep?
yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Okay.
No, I'm not
Um
asleep.
okay. What are your thoughts on the topic?
I just
Well, I guess. I guess. I guess she got yaptured, I guess. I don't know what happened with that one. Are believers okay? Are y'all okay? I mean, I know it scares you to hear a black woman say she don't believe in your God. It it scares you, it pisses you off. I get it. But are y'all okay? Shut the fuck up, Shenandoah. I said what I said. I said what I fucking said. And if I wasn't fucking talking to you, then I wasn't talking to you. Like if you mad you ain't black, then that's something you got to talk to your God about. I wasn't fucking talking to you, Shenandoah. You literally made yourself a victim when you decided you needed a fucking God. The day I don't give a fuck if you Puerto Rican, Latina. I don't give a fuck if you're native. I don't give a fuck what you are. The day you decided you needed a God, you made yourself a fucking victim. So scary ass. You have to hit request. Phoenix, you're
You
not
have to.
connecting. Phoenix, how old are you?
How old am I?
Ooh, Lord, no. What the hell? Where are y'all's parents? Like it is past midnight. Where are your
Yeah, 3
parents? You
o'clock in the
should be
morning.
in the bed sleep. And I know school has started back for the majority of people. Like, god damn. Open book, are you in the box on purpose on accident? Man, scary ain't even the word, SCC. Like they asses in here mad than a motherfucker. Scared to talk about their Jesus because they ain't never seen black people say that they don't believe in a God. There was a guy on Mama Bash's live today, a black man saying to Mama Bash and them, you gonna get it when you die. You still, no matter what you say, you still gotta meet your maker. I can't say I can't say what God do. God do what God do. I don't have a brain. He told us to read the book, but we ain't supposed to comprehend it. He told us to read the book, but it's higher than our ways. It's higher than our thoughts. He told us to read the book, but he gave it to a white man to write and it's higher than my thoughts. I can't comprehend it. I can't question it. I'm supposed to read it every day though. That's what he was saying. You gonna get it.
What the fuck is she talking about?
I don't know. I stopped reading her fucking comments.
Are you trying to
Hey,
catch us?
open book. Huh?
Wait. I know what the fuck. Aggy ass question. Alright, blunt phone grinder, and I'm ready. Blunt phone grinder.
Open. Are you up
You're
there on
leaving?
purpose?
I
I
don't
don't think
think
he
he.
knows he's up here. Yeah. Are y'all done? Take your little ass to bed. Like, do your mama know you in here with grown ass adults cursing? You sound like you 8 years old. I'm finna block your little ass since your mama don't know how to put disciplines on you and fucking guardrails on your fucking TikTok. I'm gonna block your ass. Go play with kids your age. The fuck? Your mama and your daddy. Cause it ain't just your mama's responsibility. But god damn. Brock.
Hey,
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
No, I believe in Jesus. Yeah. I just have a
What are your
question.
thoughts on the topic? I don't answer questions.
No.
No. If you come up to have a conversation about the topic.
Well, it's about Jesus.
Again, I don't answer random questions from the chat. If you come up, it is to discuss the topic.
There's no topic. It just is especially the black community.
That's all you see. That's literally all you see.
I mean, I don't really. You have a statement written there.
That's all you see. I'm going to ask you again. That's all you see up there?
You're saying he's the worst. I mean, there's no question on this or anything.
Did I say that? Did I say answer the question?
You said you're not answering questions. Just stay on
Are
topic.
y'all okay?
The
Y'all
topic's
not
Jesus.
okay. Y'all are not okay. Like, did Jesus take your brain? Like, when you gave your life to Jesus, did you just give him your brain and decide not to use it anymore?
Ha ha ha.
I'm not. That wasn't a joke. Like, you literally came up here and said, "There's no topic. It just says especially the black community." Then you said it says he's the worst. That's not a question. Like, you don't know how to have a conversation.
Apparently you don't. You interrupt me and said stay on topic besides just have a normal conversation.
What the fuck did you just say?
That's what I said.
What did you say?
Oh
Like,
my god.
y'all
I
are
was trying
like
to
some
talk
of
to
the
you and you
worst
said to
humans.
stay on topic,
Y'all
but
are.
there's not a
I
topic.
didn't say shit about stay on topic.
You did.
No, the fuck I didn't.
You said that you don't answer questions to stay on
That's
topic.
not. That ain't stay on topic, motherfucker.
Come on.
Like, y'all are some of the worst motherfucking humans I have ever engaged with. Gray sweats. Go jack off somewhere else. We won't be listening to your nasty ass. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible and you are not touching your meat right now, waiting for the Holy Spirit to come in your face, if you are someone who is deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Tahir, Tamir, I said no. You motherfuckers is crazy. I said no, and the answer is no. Stop fucking requesting. Don't you ain't gotta tell me that you blocked me, motherfucker. Just do it. I'm not gonna cry. Lala, can you block Tamir since he don't fucking understand the word no? Are you able to block him from the request? Thank you, ma'am. Y'all motherfuckers don't know how to respect boundaries. And then, like, I don't know what y'all are expecting. Like, if I tell you no and you keep requesting, how are you going to make me bring you on stage? Like, y'all don't be using your the brains that you believe a God put in your head.
It's too quiet, y'all. Hit request.
It's crazy that the only people that want to come up here are racist, uh, misogynist, children, and creeps who want to play with their dinglings. That's crazy. I did find what Booba was talking about with J.K. Rowling writing the Bible, and it was um, a satirical article. Right, all in the same room, all repping Jesus, and probably got Jesus tattoos.
Hey, what now?
I said it's crazy that the only people that want to come up and talk about Jesus. Well, good. You go pray for Don Thinker. That's not even my fucking name. Um, they are misogynist, racist, children, and people that want to play with their dinglings, all in the same room, and probably all with Jesus tattoos. And Shananadadowa. I wonder, like, have you ever heard a Puerto Rican or a Spanish speaking person speaking tongue?
You know what? I don't know if I have. I think maybe in New York, but I don't know.
I wonder what it would sound like. Like, if they speak Spanish, what would it sound like? Like, we say, we say, well, somebody on the FYP the other day was going rat-ta-ta-ta-ta. It remind me of that guy that
Yeah.
they go rat-ta-ta-ta. You know what I'm talking about? That sound, rat-ta-ta-ta.
Yeah.
That guy on the FYP was going rat-ta-ta-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta-ta-ta. What was he saying? Fire, fire, fire. Like, literally speaking in tongues, saying, let them burn, let your enemies burn, fire, fire, fire. Like, I wonder what it would sound like for a Spanish speaking person to speak in tongue. Like, would they sound like they are saying English words? Since English people try to sound like they're saying something else, would a Spanish person be like, I don't know, like, Would it just sound like spirit, 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 spirit? Like, I don't know. Like, what would it sound like for them to speak in tongues? They already speak another language. I don't know. Young O.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
All right, pretty good.
Are you? How old are you? Wait, is
Uh,
this Divine?
you know this Divine.
Mm,
I think you know me by now.
Well, yeah, I know your voice by now.
Okay,
Um,
cool. How you doing?
uh, what are your thoughts on the topic?
Uh, I still don't agree. The
Yeah,
one
I didn't get to
reason.
talk to you last time you were up here. You didn't last long because you wouldn't tell me if you were a believer in the God. You were saying that you were spiritual or something. But after seeing you on Christina's live, I do know that you do believe in the God. And so that's why I didn't ask you that question this time. So I've not talked to you about this topic.
Oh, I talked to one of your people. I don't know who it was. It may have been Mac or.
Not on my live. So when you're on someone else's live, that's not my live, and their conversations are not my conversations. But so like, just go ahead and share. What are your thoughts on this topic?
Um, yeah, I think the people, the bad people that continues to make the earth unbalanced is the worst thing to happen to humanity. Jesus just came as like a willing sacrifice to lay his life down for us. And I don't think anybody that's willing to lay their life down for you can be any worse than people out here, unaliving and raping and doing all this other destructive things to keep us down. So
Would you
before,
say that David's child, um, since David's child died because David committed murder, made the world a better place? Since David's child laid his life down for his dad's sin, did that make the world a better place?
it ain't making a worse place.
Did it make it better? You said that Jesus,
Yeah,
right?
I want to
And you
stick to the
said
topic. It
anybody. I'm
said
sorry,
Jesus,
Youngo. If I'm talking, you shouldn't be, right?
but you cut me off just now.
I did not cut you off. I did not cut you off.
Okay, go ahead.
You said that Jesus dying for the sins of the world. You said anybody that would just lay their life down for somebody, right, couldn't be evil. That's why I brought up David's baby. David's baby lost his life for the sin that David committed of murdering Uriah, right? You said that it's the people, right, that makes the world the people that's causing the harm is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. David was allowed to live. David committed premeditated murder for some pootie. And David's child lost their life to pay for David's sin. A murderer was allowed to stay on earth, continue to do bad things, and birth your savior that created more humans who feel like because their savior died for their sins, they are forgiven of the egregious shit that they do as long as they believe he died and continue to do.
Is Jesus David?
Why are you asking me that question?
Because your topic says Jesus is the worst thing that happened to humanity. So the story you just gave had no standing on it because we weren't talking about David.
Is your Jesus
We're
God?
talking about Jesus Christ actually
And
being the worst
hold on.
thing.
And do you realize that you said people
You
are?
cut me off.
Because I can. And do
Yeah,
you
I'm not dealing
realize
with this
that you
today.
said, okay, then go, crybaby? Like,
He's a
y'all
whole
don't.
bitch.
Yeah, he's a little whiny ass little motherfucker. Like, you gonna literally say humans are the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. And then when I talk to you about humans, because you can't deal with the fact you don't know how to respond to the David thing, you wanna go back to Jesus? You took it off of Jesus and said humans were. You little whiny little motherfucker. When I don't get my way, I always get my way in this motherfucker, Shenandoah.
Oh. How are you doing this evening?
Hold on. This is my life. There's never going to be a time where I don't get my way in my life. And then I'm going to cuss a motherfucker out when they're disrespectful as fuck. And he didn't get cussed out while he was on stage. Marie, how old are you?
I am 50.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist? A believer in the God of the Bible?
I am a believer in my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
What are
Hope
your
that
thoughts on the topic?
it says Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. I don't believe that. I think he's the best thing that ever happened, and he was the best thing that ever happened to me in my life.
How is he the best thing that ever happened? Like, just saying he is not a
Because
statement of.
I had a sickness in my body.
No, not the
Yeah.
best thing that
Oh,
ever happened to
okay.
you. How is he the
Okay.
best thing that ever happened to humanity?
He's the best thing that happened to humanity if you believe that Jesus is God. He came to earth and he died for our sins. I know that might sound strange and unnatural, but since I have, and it did at first, until I start seeking personally, because, I'd go to church and it was just like, oh, this is crazy. This doesn't make any sense. And then at about 19, I was born and raised in Chicago. My
Hold
life
on,
was
before
kind of
I hold on, hold on, hold on.
I'm
I don't
sorry.
want you to give a personal testimony. This is about
Okay.
humanity, okay?
Okay.
So,
Humanity.
so if he died for the sins of humanity, right? Like died for the sins of the world. How did that help humanity? Like that you don't cash in on that until you're dead, right?
Well, no, it helped humanity so that while we're here on earth now, we can think about our decisions before we make them. I used to work in a jail. I was a food service supervisor, and I would tell the men all the time. I said, the only difference between me and you is the decisions that we make. And when,
Actually, the there really probably wasn't a difference between you and him because
but the
both of y'all
decision.
probably most likely, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
both of y'all most likely believed in Jesus because the majority of prisoners are believers in God.
Well,
Less than 1% of prisoners are atheists.
I can only tell you about what I experienced and the inmates who I talked to and what they said. So I can go from that standpoint. I worked there for 5 years. I came in contact with thousands of individuals, and they spoke to me and shared to me their views on life, humanity, Jesus, whoever their God was. So I'm speaking from that perspective.
Yeah, but again, like my statement was that the majority of prisoners believe in God, and less than 1% of prisoners are atheists.
So is this your hypothesis? Because it
No,
sounds like,
that's statistics
so I'm not
according to
talking.
Pew Research.
Well, I'm not talking about statistics. I'm talking about 5 years of working in a jail
Yeah,
with
but do you realize
individuals.
that you said that you even said that they talked to you about what God they believe in? Like, are you listening to the
Yeah,
words that are coming out of my mouth?
yeah. The God that they believe
So if
in.
they believe in a God, and I'm saying that the majority of prisoners believe in a God, and less than 1% are atheists, what is your contention? Because I think what you hear me saying is that the majority of believers believe in your God. And that's not what I'm saying. Like, are you
Okay.
listening to the words that are coming
So
out of my mouth?
what pinpoint? I was going by your prompt. That's how I was directing my
Yeah,
speech.
but you brought in the prison, right? You brought in you talking to this young man.
In
And I
relation to
said, and
Jesus
I'm sorry, y'all,
Christ.
hold on. And I said that, well, the only difference is, right, is that he most likely believed in a different God. You believe in God, right? Because the majority of people in prison believe in a God.
I thought the topic was Jesus Christ. So
You are the one who brought in the prison,
can I?
right? And you made the statement, hold on, and you made the statement that the only difference between you and that prisoner was your decisions. And I said, no, not really.
Okay. Well, I don't. I didn't. If you, I'm not. I'm not gonna debate or argue with you. Maybe I didn't. And when I try to, answer your question so that we can have some type of dialogue, that's all that I can do.
I mean, you
If
want
you,
me to just accept what you're
oh no,
saying,
I
and
don't
you
want
don't
you.
want me, like, you made a statement.
Okay.
I responded to that statement, right? And I stated that the majority of people in prison believe in God.
Well, why don't we do this with your host? I guess as I'm talking to the host, right?
This is
Uh-huh.
Jesus.
What? What do you mean? What's Jesus?
What
So to
what is
answer,
it that you like? I'm confused. What is it that you want to say?
oh, I just wanted to say the prompt says that Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. My answer to that is no, he is the best
I
thing
know
that
that
happened
we've
to
moved past
humanity.
that. I know that. And
Okay.
you said because he died for the
So,
sins of the world. I said
right.
that doesn't help humanity. You can't cash in on that. You said, well, the prison complex.
Okay.
I was in prison and I talked to such and such, and I said the majority of
Throw
people
that
in
out
prison
there.
believe in God.
We'll throw
That's
that.
where we are in the
Okay.
conversation. Like,
So
do y'all not expect the conversation to expand? I'm confused.
throw that out then. Throw that out that I said that. Throw that
Why?
out that I said that.
Why? Because the stat
Because
that I
I
brought up
don't
goes against what you were saying.
know, because that's an ambiguous statement that, we really are not going to be able to have a conversation or on, So I'll take the
What's an ambiguous
responsibility.
statement?
I shouldn't have mentioned prison because then, like you said, you came back with statistics. So I can't and I don't want to counteract when you're talking about statistics. So you're right. Whatever the statistic, I'm not saying you're right. Your statement is about the statistics. That's your statement about statistics. So I don't want
Wait, you
to.
do realize that I'm going to use statistics. I'm going to use scripture. Like, I don't talk out the side of my ass. So when I respond to things that you say, I'm going to back it up with resources. That's just how I am.
Okay.
So if,
All
if
right.
you need
Sure.
to, like, not have a conversation because I use statistics, like,
But
that's going to be the bulk of
well, that's
my point, my
subjective.
side of the conversation.
You're asking me to believe, first of all, your statistics that I can't see and to take your word.
I'll
And
pull it
as
up.
to the,
I'll
what,
pull it up. I don't have a
that,
problem pulling
that's,
it up.
that's the, to me, that's the same thing. I'm an alpha female. I don't go by anybody's statistics. Same thing with my Lord and Savior
Gaslighting is
Jesus.
happening right now.
I'm
Why
it's
are
not
you gaslighting
What
me?
gaslighting.
What
the
alpha
hell?
female got to do
I'm
with
just
with
not.
statistics? Like, you're literally saying,
Oh
don't
my
bring
God.
facts to me. I'm an alpha
Those are
female.
your
Don't bring
facts.
facts. Like,
Those are
are
your
you
facts.
like literally? They're not my facts. They
Yeah,
come
they are.
from reputable research facilities,
So you
right?
say.
Like,
So you say.
and then you want me to just believe the words that come out of your mouth
I don't
because
want
you
you to
work in
believe
the prison
anything.
cafeteria?
We're talking,
Like, you
and
are
I did.
actively, I'm not,
Mm.
I listen, I'm not gonna let you gaslight me, okay? if you don't like dealing with resources, then this conversation
Yeah.
don't need to happen.
Well,
Like,
I mean, yeah,
you hollering
you
out you
just
an
sound like
alpha
you're a very
female.
angry
Like, what
person.
the fuck do you mean?
You're
I am fucking
angry.
angry because you
Yeah,
are
you're
actively trying to
angry.
gaslight me,
Well,
motherfucker.
ain't nobody gaslighting you.
Yes, the fuck you are.
No, I'm
You
not.
are actively trying to
If I
gaslight me.
say that
And
I'm
then,
not,
why do y'all expect motherfuckers to be
why
kind
do
to
you
people who
think?
have the intention of being deceptive?
Why do you think when we're
You
having a
are
conversation,
deceptive because you are
you can look?
deceptive.
You can't just run.
You
It's
are
out.
deceptive.
Trying to do.
You shouldn't have yelled out, I'm an alpha
You're
female, and
sick.
then start whining like a bitch.
So stop.
Y'all don't have to mute her. You don't have to mute her.
Stop muting me. If you want to have an
Shut up.
adult, you a grown woman.
I
I'm a
told them to
grown,
stop
straight up
muting you.
alpha
Shut up. If I
female.
want them to
Let's
mute you,
roll
they
with
will
it.
fucking mute you.
Let's
You
roll
ain't
with
doing
it.
shit.
You can't handle me,
All you doing
sister.
is fucking whining.
You
Motherfucker,
can't
you run from
handle
fucking
me.
stats. You run
You
from
can't
stats. You
handle
scared
me,
of your own
baby.
fucking thoughts.
You can't handle me, sister.
And what you gonna do?
You can't. I'm just
What
saying,
you gonna do?
spiritually, anywhere
What you gonna
around.
do? You fucking scared of
Only thing I
stats.
want, let me tell you, only
You
thing I
scared of
want is the,
stats.
I ain't scared of
Yes,
you
the
or
fuck
any
you are.
demon in
You can't
hell.
have y'all. You are
Honey,
fucking scared of
50
demons.
something plus
You're
lives.
12 years old in your mind.
I
You're
ain't scared
fucking
of
scared of
them,
demons. You
you,
think
or
demons exist?
Scooby Doo.
You think a devil want to do something to
Roll
your
with
ass?
it,
You
Sister
think a God
Jane.
is answering
Because
your
when they
fucking
comes knocking up
prayers?
on your door,
You're 12 in your mind.
you gonna run
You 12 years old in
like a
your mind.
sheep, honey. Honey,
This
I'm
shit is
ex-military
hilarious.
and a soldier, so you ain't doing nothing but talking out the your butt, and
This
that's
shit is
all you
hilarious.
talking about. You
This is
sound
what you
like
like
a
to do, ain't it?
silly little girl.
This is what you
I'm a
like to do,
woman
ain't it?
here.
You can't talk
You the
intellectually,
one that's
can you?
sitting up here crying and
You can't talk
cursing. You cursed
intellectually,
out
can
that
you?
other little man.
You can't talk
You
intellectually,
get
can you?
false
You don't
accusation.
have it, do you?
Girl, I got a
You don't
bachelor's of
have it,
science
do you?
degree. You ain't got nothing
Yeah,
on me.
that's
Plus,
why
I
you
got
run from
years
stats.
of
That's why you like,
years.
scratch what I said. I didn't know that she was gonna come
No,
back with a
because I
stat
just
on my
didn't want
ass.
to argue with you
I
about
didn't
something
know
so
that
petty
Jesus's
like that.
children was
You ain't
filling
got
up the
no
jails,
statistics, baby.
and
You ain't nothing. You
him
sitting up
dying for the
here.
sins of the world didn't
You
do
talking about you
shit.
don't believe the word of
Him
God?
dying for the
What
sins of the world
statistics
ain't
are
do shit.
you call that are reliable? When we got we got
Oh,
that
is the
criminal
Bible reliable? Is the
Trump
Bible
in the White
reliable?
House. He giving out
Is the
his
Bible reliable?
statistics.
Is the Bible reliable?
The Bible is the inspired
Is
word of God, and you better
Who
catch
wrote
on
it?
to that,
Who wrote it?
sister.
Who wrote?
God
Who is it
Himself.
inspired by? But
It was
who did your
inspired
God
by
inspire?
God, by
Who did He
God.
inspire? Who did He inspire though?
Everybody who had a
Who?
hand in writing it.
And who were they?
They were everybody who had a hand in writing
Who?
it.
Who
David,
were they?
some of the disciples,
And who were they? Who were those disciples?
like you said, they were followers of Jesus.
And what were their names?
David,
David was a
Matthew,
disciple of Jesus.
John, Luke.
Matthew wrote Matthew.
Yeah, he did. That's what he said he did.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know
No.
why. I don't know
No.
why you lie. I don't know why you sound so hurt.
None of the
I don't know why
gospels
you
are
sound so
written.
hurt.
None of the gospels are written.
I've
Not that
taken
Stop
biblical
fucking talking.
classes.
Stop talking. It's my turn to talk. None of the gospels were written by either of them. Nobody knows who wrote that shit. Nobody knows who wrote half of the fucking Old Testament. But y'all are sitting, y'all walking around here talking about it's inspired by God. But even if it was, even if you did know, even if the names that were put on these books were the real men, you don't fucking know them men. You
So
don't know how they lived. You shut up. I'm talking right now, Alpha. You don't know how those men lived their life for you to be hollering, God said. And the same mindset that you have right now, calling these men God, you do today. You don't speak for your fucking self. You haven't even picked up this book and studied for your fucking self because you let some man put in your fucking head what to think, what to believe, what to say, when to do. You ain't no fucking alpha shit.
Why are you so mad?
Because you are full of shit.
So why
You
you
get up
so
here and you run
mad?
your fucking mouth It's
You
people like you, it's women like you that run your mouth and say dumb shit that teach young women dumb shit. You talk from a place of ignorance. That's why I'm fucking mad, because that's all
you
y'all
ain't
do
paying
is
nobody's
have loud
bills.
ass mouths
Why are you
from a
ranting like
place
a
of
lunatic?
fucking ignorance.
And you cursing and you ranting
Yes,
like a
motherfucker.
lunatic.
Yes, I'm cursing.
And you ain't paying nobody's bills
Yes.
apparently but your own. So
Yes.
you need to take a
You
chill
don't know what the
pill.
fuck I'm doing.
Take a
You don't know
chill
what the fuck
pill.
I'm
Well,
doing.
if you
You don't
are,
know.
then
You
good
don't know
for
what the fuck
you.
I'm doing. But I'm doing what the fuck
I
I'm
know
doing
you
because I'm
sound
me,
bitter,
and
angry,
I
and
control me.
confused.
I control
Do
me.
you?
And
Because you
shit
can't
that
even
you're gonna
control your
say,
mouth.
I don't want to. I'm
You,
doing exactly what the fuck
you
I'm doing.
can't even
I'm doing it.
control
You're
your
mad because
mouth.
you can't fucking control it, Alpha.
I don't want to control
You
your
can't
mouth,
fucking
baby.
control
I
it.
don't pay your
Then fucking
bills.
talk about this shit. Talk about the fact that your ass haven't read this fucking book
Where
and
you
you're
don't
up
even
here
know
just
me.
fucking
And how
talking.
you coming
You're
off
up here
like
just
that?
talking ignorance.
You talk
You're
you
talking
sounding
ignorance.
ignorant.
You're talking ignorance.
Are you talking
Yeah,
about
you are a
yourself?
fucking gaslighter,
Listen
and
to
you
you.
probably
You curse
abuse the motherfuckers
some
that are
folks
in your
out.
life.
You don't even
Like
know
I
me.
bet your kids don't even fucking talk to you. You sound like
Yeah, they
you sound
do.
like you fucking gaslight the fuck out of your kids too.
Oh my goodness. No, you sound that
Yeah,
way.
that's why you said, "Oh my goodness." Your kids
Yeah,
don't
I
fuck
mean,
with
oh my
you.
goodness, because it's like you're just so angry,
On point.
raging.
I'm just so on point because I can
You're not
recognize
on
an
point with
abuser.
nothing, baby.
You
You
are
so
an
lost in the
abuser. You are
sauce.
an
You don't
abuser.
even have the bun, the bourbon, the cheese, and nothing
You
for
are
the
an
burger.
abuser, and your kids don't fuck with you.
You're an abuser. The way you just cursed me out. You
Yeah,
think
you
that's
deserved it.
natural and normal
Yep.
to have
Yep.
somebody on your
And you are a
panel that you're
gaslighter. Hell
cursing them
yeah.
out
I don't
and they're
respect
telling you
gaslighters.
something?
I don't
I'm not a
respect
guy. Why would I
yes
want to
you are. You're a
gaslight
gaslighter.
you?
You are a gaslighter.
You have an
That
interesting.
bullshit that you tried to pull when I brought up the statistics,
So you know
you
what,
are a
thinker?
gaslighter and I don't fucking respect you.
Well, okay. Well, you don't have to, honey. You don't
Then
have
stop
to.
fucking whining about it.
I'm not whining about nothing. You have a
That's
good
all you've
evening.
been doing.
Have a good evening, and I hope you take care of yourself. All
Go
right.
on with your gaslighting ass.
All right.
Yeah, what's
RL.
happening?
Hi,
What's
how
happening?
are you? How old are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good. How old are you?
I'm 39.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I believe the Bible.
Or what are your thoughts on the topic?
Uh, I mean, you said you're not answering questions, but can we go back and forth?
We can have a conversation.
Okay.
The
I heard you
conversation that
say.
I'm sorry, don't talk while I'm talking, please. The conversation that I had with the last guest has nothing to do with you. I do not answer random ass questions from the chat. But you can give your thoughts on the topic and we will discuss that topic.
Okay, you said that the Bible was written by a white man. What
I
white
did.
man?
Listen.
I heard you say that.
What are your
What white
thoughts
man
on
wrote the
the topic?
Bible?
This is why y'all
This
get
is
cussed
my thought.
out. This is why y'all on the fucking topic.
Fuck is you cussing at me for?
Because y'all don't fucking listen. I just said the conversation that I had with the last guest has nothing to do with you.
Okay, this is my
Talk
organic
about the
question.
topic. The
This is the
topic.
topic.
That's not the topic.
Okay, so I can't answer. I can't ask questions.
Oh my fucking God. What don't you
Okay.
understand about don't ask
All
me
right, all right, I'm gonna
random ass
talk.
questions.
All right, I'm
Talk
gonna just
about the
talk.
topic.
I'm gonna just talk. I'm gonna just talk. So
About the topic. What
I
are
am
your
talking
thoughts
about the topic.
on the topic?
Stop talking, and I will.
Get the fuck off my stage, motherfucker. Get the fuck off my stage. I don't know what the fuck y'all think, but you ain't gonna come up here and disrespect me. Okay? I'm gonna cuss your motherfucking ass out. I don't have to deal with your ass. You are not my children. I ain't your Jesus. I don't give a fuck if you have something to say or not. If you don't come up here respectful, you ain't gonna be staying after I cuss your motherfucking ass out. And that's just that on that. I don't owe you shit. Kevin?
Kelvin.
Kelvin, hi, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm 60 and I'm an atheist.
Okay, what are your thoughts on the topic?
I think Jesus, being the God of the Old and the New Testament, is the worst thing to happen to humanity because he allowed these men to write this book with so many contradictions that we will never, ever stop arguing. We will always be at each other while the men and their families that wrote this book are fleecing us of all of our resources. Thank you.
I agree, Kelvin. Thank you so much. Is that all you wanted to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for coming up. Thank you for following the rules and for being pleasant. I appreciate you.
Have a good morning.
Thank you. Why does it seem like atheists actually listen? Atheists seem to be more respectful than believers. Mm? I don't know. Unique, are you in the box on purpose, or I'm pretty sure it's on accident because for some TikTok always puts you in the request, but I'm just gonna always ask until you type and say if I'm ever in the request, it's always on accident. Oh, it's passionate when you do it, but it's anger when I do it. You hypocritical asses. David didn't commit premeditated murder. David was holy. It was homicide. It wasn't premeditated murder. David is Jesus's great great granddaddy. What's up, Eloso?
Greetings, host.
Hey,
Hey, Lala.
Elsa.
One power. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible,
No,
or are you spiritual?
deconstructed.
You're deconstructing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What's your age for TikTok purposes?
50.
And what are your thoughts on the topic? And do me a favor. I get looking at your bio. It looks like you might be Christ consciousness or spirituality or something. I don't like to talk about spirituality on my stage, so if you could stay away from that and keep the conversation around the God of the Bible, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
I want to first look at the Jesus Christ dying for the sins of all humanity. If we look at the Bible in the Leviticus, the God of the Bible prescribed a method or a way in which sacrifices are to be made to him. And if we even go back to the time of Abraham, the same method of sacrificing was prescribed to Abraham. And the method was that an altar is built, the fire is set on the
I'm sorry.
altar.
I'm sorry. What does this have to do with humanity?
Yes, I want to prove that Jesus Christ was not even a sacrifice as they claim it to be.
What
That's
does
the
this have
first
to
point
do?
I want to say. He was
Can you
not
talk
even a
about? I'm
sacrifice
sorry.
to.
Hello, one power. Can you talk about what this has to do with humanity? How does this affect humanity? Can you tie that in?
Yes, I want to refute the sacrifice, then I come to the next one.
I don't want you to preach, okay? Like I just need you
Okay.
to tie it into humanity and stick to the topic, right? How does Jesus not being a sacrifice affect humanity?
Okay, they present this thing which is not true. They deceive people that Jesus died for their sins, which is not true. And they tie them up in churches, deceiving them and taking 10% of their income until they die, whilst they get nothing from the message that is being presented to them. And if we look at the promises that they are made, we have two different types of promises. The promises here and the hereafter. The hereafter nobody knows. So let me look at the promises here that they give to Christians. If I will quote the Bible, it tells Christians that in the name of Jesus Christ, they will tread upon snakes and scorpions. They will heal the sick, raise the dead, and cast out devils in the name of Jesus, but none of it is happening. This God have not even protected Christians from mosquito bite, let alone protecting them from snakes and scorpions. So they are just deceiving humanity into believing these things and extorting money from them.
I agree.
That's
I
what
agree.
I will end here.
Yeah, I agree. We were talking about that earlier, how a lot of believers turn a blind eye to the greed of the church in order to hang on to this sense of what they call spirituality, right? They're because they are always in this mindset of everything's spiritual, they aren't able to connect how uh, the the church is using the Bible to do the things that they're doing. Like the Bible literally allows them to, and it lays it out, right? Even with the sacrifices that Cain and Abel gave, right, in chapter 4, and the God in that story showing more reverence for the offering that Abel gave because it was animals, right? And animals in antiquity in Israel were more expensive and more valuable to the Levites, right? And so the story was written to show the God showing more reverence for that type of offering, and not showing reverence to the grain offering. The grain offering is what people would give when they could not afford animal offerings, right? It was for those who are of low income. And so even just that story alone, right, it gives the uh ability for pastors and priests and you know, these evangelists to preach about the more you give, right, the more God will bless, the more God will honor, right, because he shows reverence for a specific type of offering.
Yes, but that Cain and Abel issue that you brought also raises another question. That if this God favored Abel against Cain, but failed to protect Abel from being unalived by Cain, raises a question about the ability of this God to protect those who worship him.
That's true too.
Even at that time, there were only 4 people on this earth. Only 4. And he couldn't protect his favorite. So how can this God protect me today when there are billions of people to take care of?
That's true. That's true.
And And even if we go back to the Garden of Eden too, he couldn't protect the Garden of Eden, and the snake stormed into the garden. And there were only two people. He couldn't protect two people from one snake. How can he now protect billions of people from billions of snakes?
And the crazy thing about it is that if you were to ask that question to a believer, they would say he's not obligated to, right? They have no, they'll make an excuse for it and say that they're not worthy of him, right? To even give a damn enough to protect them. Like he's not obligated to do that.
But he promised to protect them.
I know. They'll still say he has no obligation. Like we've
So
asked this question so many times.
why should the Christians say that this God have no obligation to protect them when that God himself have promised to protect them? The
Because
Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want.
yeah, but it also tells them that they are wretched, right? And that they are the reason that sin is on the earth. Um, and that even their righteousness is of filthy rags. He gives mercy to who he decides to give mercy to. There's nothing that a human's will do, as Paul says in Romans. So there's a lot of preemptive strategies built in, right, that makes excuses for why the God doesn't actually do a thing. And one of those strategies is to blame the human, right? If the God doesn't show up, he's not obligated to do, because he can decide to give mercy to whom he decides to give mercy to because he's sovereign. But also, you are just not worthy enough because you are a sinner.
For me, going through the Bible, I don't think we should take the promises of this God with any seriousness, because if we look at how he promised these Israelites and he took them from Egypt and he buy all of them even before they reach the promised land, how do we take the promise of this God seriously?
Like
It's a program.
people like you and I that think critically, that's not afraid to ask questions, right? We're not afraid to accept the information that we receive, or to engage with reality. It doesn't make sense to accept the promises, right? Or to take them seriously. But when people believe that, they are worshiping a sovereign God, they're indoctrinated with fear that if they question this God, something bad's going to happen to them, or that they're going to go to hell. And then they're indoctrinated with the belief that they don't deserve the God to do anything. Like it's a blessing or a miracle, for the God to help them pay a light bill, right? And they've somehow gotten favor with the God. Like they don't see what we see because they don't allow themselves to think critically. They've been told not to lean on their own understanding and that his ways are higher than their ways.
Yes, but if you believe in God and you know that the understanding is given to you by God and the wisdom and knowledge is given to you by God, why will somebody tell you to set aside all this knowledge and wisdom and understanding that is given to you by God and then accept something that doesn't make sense from a book?
It's the gaslighting that's built in. They end up gaslighting themselves. They try to gaslight those of us that do not believe because they have agreed to be gaslit and gaslight themselves. That's why I said there are preemptive strategies built in. Like you're asking all the right questions, right? And I agree with everything that you're saying. But if we were to bring a believer up here, right, and ask those same questions, the answers that you would get is that he's sovereign, right? I can't question God, right? Everything he does is just. I don't deserve it. None of us deserve for him to do anything. He's not obligated to. Like, these are all the answers that they've given us over 2 years of having these conversations. It's a preemptive loop.
Yes, I think it's a strategy for you to set aside your mind and your understanding, because the person knows that what he's writing, if you apply logic, you will not accept it. So they try to tell you that, oh, don't use your mind. Don't lean on your own understanding. Trust in God, so that you can accept things that you would not have accepted if you were to use your mind. It's a trick.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
You see, and
That's
if we even look at the Bible as a whole, for example, if we take the gospel that you were talking about, and we look at the gospels, and they present it to me that this is the teachings of Jesus Christ. But if we go back to history, we realize that Jesus Christ himself never saw these gospels. If they were indeed written by his secretaries, and he, Jesus himself, read through the gospel and approved it, then we can say that yes, this is his teachings. But if you go back to history, Jesus himself never saw these gospels. So how can we present something that Jesus himself never saw as his teachings? Did he approve it for us? No. And the New Testament writings, these gospels, I don't think there is any of them in which the human author is known with absolute certainty. So if we don't know the human writers with absolute certainty, how can we then say that these were men approved of God who is also unknown?
Yeah. I asked another person that tonight, like, and I asked all the time, does it even matter the life of the people that you believe was inspired by this God to write this text? They say no, it doesn't matter. You don't know what type of life they lived for you to, believe that a God chose them to give you like divine knowledge, right? They don't care. But I agree.
Yes,
Yeah, I
because
agree.
if you read some of the book, you will see statements in the book that indicate that the book was written hundreds of years after the author whom the book is attributed to. Let me set one example. Deuteronomy. There is a statement in Deuteronomy chapter 34 that Moses is the greatest among all the prophets of Israel. So if there is a statement in that book that Moses is the greatest among all the prophets of Israel, and we know that the Moses himself didn't even enter the promised land. So before all the prophets of Israel came, they came hundreds of years after Moses. So if a statement is in that book compelling Moses with prophets who came hundreds of years after his death, then it means that that statement was made hundreds of years after Moses Yet they want me to believe that this was written by Moses.
But biblical scholars today have now came out and, after more research, more biblical scholars today will admit that Moses is not the writer of the Torah. There are still Christians today that believe that, but scholarship agrees Moses did not write any of the Torah. Most of them
Yeah,
don't even believe that Moses was a real person.
you can see that these things were not written by Moses at all. It was not even written during his time. Even if he existed at all, we can't even tell. And do you know? If we look at the book itself, starting from Genesis 1, you see what Genesis 1:6 is saying? He said, God divided the waters into two, and one went above the firmament and one below the firmament. Now the question is, where is the water above the firmament? Is there any sea in the sky?
You would be surprised there are believers who do believe that we are in water, that we are living in water, and there is water above us, and that the ocean is the water beneath us. Like you would be surprised.
But now scientists have gone to space up to other planets. So where is the water that was above the firmament? You see, these are ancient mythology. Because in the ancient days, they believed that the sky was a giant dome
Mhm.
with water above it. That was
Mhm.
their mythology at that time. And this myth is being copied as word of God to feed us.
Mhm. And that's one of the reasons that I feel, Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, because there are literal believers who, because the book says that, who says that space is a myth, right? That gravity is a myth, because they rather believe what the book say than actual science, right? Like literal gravity holds their asses down, and they still say it's a myth.
But within their heart, they know that science is true. Why? Because when they are sick, these top pastors, when they are sick, they go for the top medical doctors to take care of them. They don't apply the stripes of Jesus. So how can you be hypocrite and go for the best medical science to take care of you, and then come back to the pulpit to tell us that the science is not true, but your book is true? When your book don't work, how many of them are able to make the book even work 10%? The stripes of Jesus, what percentage does it work? How many of them pick serpent and scorpions? How many of them lay hands on the sick and they are healed, when they themselves go for the best doctors to heal them?
Mm-hmm. I
So
agree.
how can we be deceiving ourselves this way?
Mm. I agree. One power. I thank you so much for coming up and
Thank you very
speaking.
much.
You're so
Thank you.
welcome. You're welcome. Have a great rest of the day. The believers are freaking out in the comments. Spamming the chat isn't gonna change shit. Like, all y'all doing is showing us that you're freaking out. Like, goddamn, chill.
Be afraid like I am.
Princess. Princess, are you there? Like the mods in the chat are faster than Jesus with the mute. Tony Yogi, how are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
55.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I would say, believer of the God in the Bible / deconstructing. So I would say believer in the Bible, but with caveats, perhaps. I mean, I'm sorry,
What are
not
your
believer in the Bible, believer in the God of the Bible, but with caveats.
What are your thoughts on the topic?
You know, I find it interesting, like very, very interesting. I love these kind of topics. And if I can, my thoughts are that I can certainly see why you say that, and I'm not trying to like come down on people who believe this, but I think my respectful counter argument would be perhaps it's not so much Jesus is the worst thing that happened, but it's Christians who have distorted his original teachings. Perhaps is the worst thing that's happened. Just opinion.
What teachings would they have distorted?
Like you know, the Bible has been used as a weapon to control people and very strict Christians.
What teachings did they distort to do that?
Well, like I think, for instance, it was the Bible. I don't know the specifics, but the Bible was used to justify slavery, for instance, or to justify other atrocities, the Crusades, things like that. And then in our modern times, Christians use, or the Christian teachings are used to control certain people groups and take away their rights, for instance.
Yeah,
And
the interesting thing, right, is they didn't have to distort the Bible to do any of that. Right? The Bible does condone slavery. The Bible does condone slavery based off of ethnicity. The Bible does condone supremacy culture. Like they didn't have to twist anything in the Bible to do any of that.
I'm suggesting that the Bible itself is a twist of the original teachings. Like I think the modern Bible was written.
Teachings?
What's that?
Like where have you read teachings other than what's in this Bible? Have you read other texts that's not in this Bible that say something different, like the Hebrew scriptures or the original Koine Greek?
Well, there are writings outside of what made it into the canonized current Bible.
I didn't say there wasn't. I asked, have you read different versions of the text that say something different regarding the slavery, regarding the supremacy culture?
Personally, no, I have. Admittedly, no, I have not. And I also, good point. I hear you. I have not personally, and I'm still in the phase of deconstructing my faith / finding out where I land. And I think that's kind of where I am currently. But no, that's a good point. I have not personally read that. No.
Like I wonder, like why people just assert that the slavery in the Bible was added or twisted, and it wasn't in the oldest text or the original text. I can read Hebrew, and it is in there. It's not a retwisting. But what I do find interesting, right, is when I tell believers of this Bible that what they know about same-sex relationships was twisted and was a forced translation that they don't believe was twisted. Like I always wonder, like, why do they automatically say the part about slavery was added by man, but they don't automatically say the part that was added about same-sex relationships was added by man.
You've got the hardcore believers that follow what they've been taught and what their parents have been taught, what their grandparents have been taught, and what their preacher says, and they don't consider going through their own deconstructing process. I think, not that I'm justifying it, but I think
No,
that
but it's not. I'm not talking about like the deconstructing. I'm talking about having the need to find a reason that slavery is in this book, but not feeling like they need to find a reason why the demonization of gay people is in this book. Like,
I see what you're saying.
yeah,
Like the irony. No, I hear you. Yeah, that makes sense. I think people have a preconceived notion, and then they look for evidence to fulfill what they think is right without doing any deeper dive digging. Like obviously you have, and I'm trying to do.
yeah, like I think it also like speaks heavily to the reality that this is really man-made. Like, and people define this God the way that they want to, right? Like I get people on my stage every day that believe that slavery is immoral. Like the majority of society today knows that slavery is immoral, right? So when
Agreed.
they can't deal with the fact that the God that they have chosen to serve condoned slavery, condoned slavery based off of discrimination, was the first to condone lifetime chattel slavery without the possibility of release and being passed down as property, they then say to themselves, that can't be my God. Somebody had to put that in there. That has to be a retwist or a rewrite or a misinterpretation. And they'll come up here and they'll say it as if it's a fact, like they've read other scriptures, right? To prove that it wasn't in the oldest text. But when I literally can show them that Leviticus 18, 23 and 20 and 13 does not say man shall not lie with man as with a woman, they don't care. Right? They rather stick with the forced translation of man and ignore the Hebrew. But then when I talk about the slavery, they rather say that both are wrong, the Hebrew and the forced translation of man. And I think because it's usually straight Christians, like the slavery part affects them, right? They're not gay, so it doesn't matter if that's a forced translation. It's in the Bible, right? Like, so for me, it just shows that a lot of this stuff is, well, not a lot of it, like all of it is man-made. Like the God is a concept, right?
Mm-hmm.
And because of the ideas that the God character in this book represents, misogyny, right? The patriarchy and the rise of male domination and the subjugation of women, all throughout the book. I tried to do a live last week about Jezebel, right? Like, have you heard about like Jezebel, right? You know who Jezebel is?
Have I read about Jezebel?
Yeah,
I mean,
or
just
just
from what's
heard
in the
about
Bible.
her?
I haven't read any.
But I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
have you heard, like, and have you ever heard a man
Yes.
call a woman Jezebel or say you have a Jezebel spirit? Have you ever heard that?
Yes. Yeah, it's
And
supposed to be like an insult.
yeah. And the crazy thing about it is like, if people would sit down and actually read the story of Jezebel, they'd see, one, that Jezebel didn't make the Israelites serve her God. Ahab was the one who put the statue up to Baal. Ahab was the one who started worshiping Baal. She didn't get false witnesses to lie on Naboth. That was the elders and the nobles. She didn't have Naboth killed. That was the elders and the nobles. But because the story is told orally and it puts all the onus on a woman, puts it all on Jezebel, just because Jezebel didn't bow down to the God like Yahweh, right? She was under no obligation to do so. She wasn't an Israelite. She wasn't under the Israelite covenant, right? But all of the onus went on Jezebel to demonize a woman who represented intelligence, represented free thought, right? Her husband was weak, and because she stood up
Been given a
and
bad rap then.
yes, because she was intelligent, right? She dared to fight for her right to practice her ancestral religion, right? And
Well, she was a threat to them then. That's why they were trying to shut her up.
all and a lot of women are that, right? And even the God in the Bible does that. You see what I'm saying? Like the God tells
Yeah.
Elijah, "Oh, I'm gonna kill Jezebel," and he says the same thing about Ahab. But in the same chapter, he forgives Ahab and says, "I'm not gonna kill Ahab during his life. I'm gonna wait and get his sons." Right? So the sons end up dying for the sins of the father with Ahab. Same thing happens with David. David's son dies for the sins of David, right? So the men are given passes, they are protected, they're chosen. The women in the text are demonized unless they use their body to further help the Israelites, or they do something to further help the Israelites, right? Jael had sex with one of Israel's enemies. She ended up driving a nail in his head. She's blessed of Yahweh. Rahab became a traitor to her own people and hid the Israelite spies so that they could go in and destroy Canaan and genocide them all. She's becomes righteous, right? Esther saves the Israelites and she ends up winning a beauty pageant, and like she becomes righteous, right? So it's the demonization of women unless the woman can be helpful to the man, right? That
Yeah,
we
no,
see in
that's
society
absolutely
today.
100% agree with you on that.
Yeah, and the God represents that, right? The institutionalized Jesus from the pastoral epistles in the New Testament represents the subjugation of women. Women, be quiet in the church. Ask your husband questions at home. Husbands are the head of the woman, and Christ is the head of the man. Women, obey your husbands. Your body belongs to him. Husbands, your body belongs to the wife. Like it's the whole
Now,
subjugation,
I
like
got a
from the
question.
beginning to the end.
Can I ask you a question real quick? And
Yeah, but
I'm
in
genuinely,
the yeah, going forward, please wait until I'm finished,
I
and then
apologize.
thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I was just wondering. I get excited and I over talk, and I apologize. But if that the what you were just saying, is that also in the original Hebrew, or is that something that might have been added or twisted later?
You talking about the story of Jezebel?
No. What you were talking about, where the I forget exactly what you said, but you were talking about where there's a lot of the teachings are I think you were talking about like stuff that Paul wrote. I don't remember exactly what you just now said about the subjugation of women and other scriptures.
Paul's writings would have been in Koine Greek, not Hebrew, but the pastoral epistles were not written by Paul. They were attributed to this Paul person, but they were written after his death.
Got
Is
it.
that what you're
Do
asking?
you and I respectfully ask, I'm just, are you like agnostic, or are you
I'm
like,
an
I love this topic, by the way. Go ahead.
No, I'm an atheist.
Are you atheist? Okay.
Agnostic atheist.
I respect all like people's like views and beliefs, and I have my own, and I've listened to you a lot, and I've never been on your live before, but I have sat and listened a lot of your discussions, and I
I
love
think I've talked to you
your
once or twice
intellect.
before.
I also love how you match energy. So
Yeah,
anyway,
I think I've talked to you once or twice before.
At least once, for sure.
it might have been, I got ADHD, man. I don't know. I might have been on your live and not remember, but like but I might have been up here, but it's been a while if I have.
Yeah, I think you were
But
actually in the box of Osos in right now.
but I appreciate your time, and I have to head out to go for a run, but I'd love to come up again and chat with y'all again. I'm in my learning process, and when I come up and go, well, this is what I believe, I'm not hammering it. And I love how you were like, well, what about this? And I'm like, oh, that's a good point. So I'm going to go back and look at what you were saying, and not to rebuttal, but just to learn, because like I'm in my deconstruction process here, like genuinely, and I like talking to people like yourself, and TikTok has been very eye-opening in my deconstruction phase of life, so I appreciate you.
You're very welcome, Tony. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you for being respectful as well, and I hope you have
Yes,
a great
ma'am.
rest of the day.
You too. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Take care, Tony. That's great.
Big Bad, I don't think Unique is in there. Big Bad, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Nick? Hello, Nick? Okay.
Oh shit! I did not try to come up here.
That's okay. I'll take you down. Have a good day, okay?
You too.
Nah, you gotta have the conversation.
I don't know if this person is going to connect.
Venmo?
Okay, not there. Also, did you hear my songs that Mr. Michaels made?
You talking about the ones that got you to 100K in 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, they decent. They decent. They decent. They probably not Oso level, but you know what I'm saying? They decent.
I haven't even heard your songs because it wouldn't play the other day.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure out the audio on that. They are really good.
Yeah,
You did a fantastic job. I like the
yeah,
variety in yours. They're very situational.
yeah. He gave me 11 of them. There's one
That's
of them
three
that's a
more than me.
one of them is a musical,
Mhm.
and at the end it goes, "The fuck."
That's funny.
Yeah. But y'all, we have an hour and a half left before the live ends today. We are ending at 6 a.m. because I have a minor procedure that I have to get done this morning. So if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Who will carry us to 6 a.m.? 6 a.m. Central. Razor?
Hello?
Yep, I did. And look, my daughter cooked, okay? She waited to cook until 10 p.m. I laid down at 8. She had me go to the store and buy the stuff for her to cook dinner, okay? I laid down at 8. I wake up, it's 10 o'clock, and she's just now starting to cook. And I said, I can't eat after midnight. So she hurry up. She brought the food to me 10 minutes before it's time for me to go live. And it's sitting over there. I can't eat it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so y'all might hear. I'm pretty sure y'all have heard my stomach growl once, so you might hear it again with this loud ass microphone. The only thing I can do is drink coffee until 6 a.m. That's it. So, but Razor, how old are you?
26.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Your first question.
Oh God, why does he sound like he's not 26?
You said, "Are you a believer of God of the Bible?" And I said, "Yes." Can you hear me?
What year did you graduate high school?
2016. Wait, I'm already read your It says right here, Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen.
2016. Are you 26?
Nope, I don't talk to kids. Best in show. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says while Jesus was being crucified to save mankind, the most important event of mankind, over 95% of the world population were busy and had no idea that God was saving the world. They were eating, having sex, popping, pooping, and sleeping, etc.
Mm,
That is true.
I know somebody that do that.
That do what poop.
Hmm.
Actually, I had a person come up today and said that his piss was spiritual.
Really?
Because, I cussed his ass out. I don't talk to kids, and I don't believe you're 26, Razor.
Yeah,
This.
Maro, 25.
Oh, God. Is this Paul?
What? I'm
Yeah,
not Paul,
this is
no.
this
I
is for
never, I never saw
Christianity,
you.
okay? So I'm going to take you down.
Yeah.
Whatever that was.
Lexi?
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. How old are you?
I'm 20.
You got to be 25, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
That's okay. Have a
I didn't
good
mean to
day.
be disrespectful or anything.
Nope, you're good. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, not the God of the Quran, if you are someone deconstructing from the God of the Bible, not the God of the Quran, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open and you must be 25, actually 25, not a fake 25. Razor, no. Stop requesting, Razor. Um, Destroyer of Sunni, I don't give a fuck to talk to you about your God. So no. Coco Red,
Yeah. I'm 32, by the way.
thank you. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
That's why I was hesitant to come out. I'm kind of none of the three. I believe in like God as a higher power, and I don't do organized religion anymore. But I was raised like Detroit Baptist, and that's what they say. But I don't even know if there's a specific Detroit kind of religion. I don't know what that means. So that's
Are you deconstructing from the religion that the belief that you were
um,
raised in, or
no, because I didn't have okay when I decided that it's just not for me. And there was a lot of things that they were just like, believe that because pastor said, I just kind of was like, I just don't want to. So I didn't really deconstruct it to drop it. I just kind of stopped going to church and then slowly more and more it just got to a point where I just was like I believe in a God, maybe a all creator, but not so I'm not an atheist. So I'm kind of like somewhere in between. I'm not really agnostic though, because I do believe in like there could have been an all creator. I'm not
okay,
actually questioning that. Yeah. So I
okay,
was like, I
yeah,
don't know if I fit this criteria or not, because I'm kind of
you,
like in between.
yeah, no, you wouldn't. So like we're talking about the God of the Bible, and then
Mm.
talking to people who currently believe in that God, or are deconstructing their belief in that God.
Yeah, so somebody
Yeah.
said so spiritual, huh? Yeah, yeah, kind of. Well, yes and no, because I don't get into like when you say spiritual, like they lump you in with people who do like tarot readings, and it kind of goes all over the place when you say spiritual, and I don't do that either. I just try to be a good person most days. So
It
like
sounds like you might be agnostic. It sounds like
I'm not agnostic because I believe, like, if you want to ask me, like, is there a God? Do I believe in God in the sense of there's a God in the sky and I'm gonna go to heaven? No. But do I believe there's a God that's a creator or there's a universe and energy and stuff like that? Yes.
yeah,
But,
that's agnostic.
oh, okay. Well, I
Yeah.
didn't know, wouldn't mean that term, my bad.
No, that's okay. That's what it sounds like. Like you're agnostic. Like you believe that there could be a God. And most people who are agnostic identify that as either like source or nature or
Universe.
Yeah,
spirit or
yeah, I
yeah,
would be,
something like
yeah.
that.
Yep, that's right. Okay. So that's correct.
Yeah,
Yes. Yep. So
yeah,
I just
and
learned something. I did learn something.
but I thank you so much for trying to come up and have a conversation. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, have a good one.
That was more pleasant than I thought it'd be.
Mm-hmm. Can you block Razor because he's another boundary crosser? I hope you motherfuckers know that when I say no and you continue to request, it's just gonna get you blocked. Like that doesn't even make any sense. That like you constantly requesting when I tell you no and I state a boundary, you that tells me the type of person you are. Same thing for this Sunni person. Y'all, you're not dealing with a kid. Like I could give less than a fuck that you want to come up here. If I say no, no, it's no. And I don't have to answer that either. Like y'all's entitlement to people's time is fucking weird. Like it's like y'all don't even know what, like nobody has ever fucking told you no and you don't know how to respond to that shit. You the fact that you think that I need to answer that fucking question for you. I don't owe you that shit. If I say no, that's what it is. You don't have to understand why my boundaries exist. I don't owe you that. And then you are the one that's got to learn how to deal with my fucking boundary. You either respect it or get out of the space. And that's that on that. Melchizedek, are you requesting on purpose or on accident? Okay. All right, y'all. It is 5:30 Eastern. Well, 5:28 Eastern, 4:28 Central, 2:28 on the West Coast. I can't believe I can't say Pacific because when people try to say Pacifically, I can't even say it. Like that's so fucking crazy. I have to say on the West Coast. Like,
That's
but
really funny.
yeah, it's in my head. Like I can't.
Whenever they say specifically, I know it's gonna be a fun ride.
But we have a beloved co-host who does it, and so I don't like. I try not to like make a big deal out of it, but it's in my head. I can't get it out of my head, so I will never ever be
Yeah,
able to talk about Pacific time without thinking about Pacifically.
it's like it's like your brain has a physical itch and you cannot get to it.
Yeah, yeah. Did you see Bitter Truth say that he's about to start doing lives?
Mm. I'll be there trolling his ass from my back up, back up, back up, back up.
He was like, "You're a scared thinker." I said, "I don't give a fuck about you doing no goddamn lives." Ty. Hello, Ty. Oh goodness. Like it's like you think that I didn't know that it was fucking you. Right? This is that fucking discernment that y'all swear up and down your Jesus gives you. Like what? Then he gets in the chat and says the
It
same
says the
exact shit
same
he said.
thing.
Exactly. Like y'all, but y'all would get up here and swear up and down you got access to some fucking power.
And knowledge, but that dumb as fuck. Crazy.
This shit is wild. And the crazy thing is that they just use a little bit of critical thinking. It would look like they had some power because all it is like, and the crazy thing too, like they tell them in their face all the time. Like Sir Francis Bacon, wrote a book, and in his book, he said, and Sir Francis Bacon was an asshole. But in his book, he says knowledge itself is power, and that's what he was teaching Europeans. Like it was him who said that America shouldn't be using Europeans as labor anymore. But he taught like knowledge itself is the power, and y'all motherfuckers just be like, I don't need knowledge. God didn't want me to have knowledge. And
I'm
they've
down
been
for
using it.
Jesus.
Right. And they've been using that shit. Paying for their kids to go to the best schools. Why you don't give a damn about knowledge. And then
Right.
whining and crying because they control all the fucking resources. Like that shit is crazy. I just cannot. God's gonna get him in the last days.
Okay.
Wait till you die.
The funny thing
Ta-
is, God gonna recruit your ass to get them in the last days while you tripping.
I was thinking about somebody brought up the Armageddon movies tonight, and it made me think about Isaiah 13
Mm.
because she was describing what like people being killed by machines and like stuff like that, and I was like, oh, that is true. Like the whole rapture movies and all that shit happening, like that motherfuckers was putting Isaiah 13 in our face the whole fucking time. You know that,
I did kind of watch all the Left Behind movies recently.
huh?
What do you mean by
The Armageddon movies,
the machines?
machine guns, like the
Oh, okay.
yeah.
I thought you were talking about like actual robots. I was like, hold on.
Mm-mm. Ty, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Y'all motherfuckers are desperate. That's another one of them. I'm not bringing them up.
You want to do the thing?
Yeah. Ty, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? On purpose. Okay.
Hey,
What's
hey,
up
y'all.
with you? How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just getting home from work, but yeah, I'm good. But I came up here to say, how first of all, how are y'all doing?
I'm doing good.
And call it like I can handle it.
What is wrong with you?
Everything.
The lack of oxygen
Um,
to the brain.
but y'all, I almost got cussed out twice for Jesus this week.
Why?
So I was having a discussion with my family, and one of my brothers, he wants to start like a charitable foundation, like he wants to help people. And I was like, that's a great idea. He was like, yeah, I was thinking like having a community where we kind of function like a church, but it's not a church. Um, but it's not a church. So I was like, it's just like call it like a Goodwill or something like that. Like it doesn't have to be a church. And my one brother that's like super Christian, he was like, yeah, that's the condition of the heart. You probably need to check your heart about that. I was like, what's a condition of the heart? Like, what are you talking about? This does not make sense. And
Because
so
he
we get
didn't
to
want to
talk.
call it a church?
Right. And well, because we were talking about using the what is it, 5013C, like that institution or that setup.
Yeah.
And my brother wasn't getting that. He was just saying, a church, but not like a church. And I was like, yeah, nonprofit, exactly. Using that structure. And my brother that goes to church, he was like, so you're telling me you want to set it up like a church, but it's not a church? Like I feel like that's misusing the word of God. I was like, you're you're really not getting there. This is not what we're speaking of. Um, but I was like, what would it hurt anyone to like, even if they wanted to have like something that was kind of like a congregation where they didn't worship the God, but they were just like, we're here to help the community. Like, what would that be to you?
Where does
Um,
it even say that only the God can congregate? And
right.
like, and what do you mean is misusing the word of God? Is the word of God, is church the word of God?
Honestly, this like, and that's why I almost got cussed out. I said I just have a problem with the fact that you don't critically think, and that's why that's the thing for me. You don't critically think at all because I was trying to tell him like you keep saying you should come to my church because we're not like that. I was like, Josh, how many times have I heard that? I was like, I didn't mean to say his name like that. How many times have I heard you say that churches are not like that? Your church is not like that. People say my church is not like that. Indeed, your church is the church that is like that. If I show up at your church, your people are going to treat me or treat somebody in your congregation as if they're lesser than. But then we got into this whole conversation about how his pastor has like gotten this money or funding to like buy this amount of acreage, and he has certain businesses that he has set up, that are not attached to the church. And I was like, I wonder. I was like, because he's using these entities. I was like, I wonder is he using that money to buy that acreage again that's coming in from the congregation. He's then giving donations to his businesses to like help build out this whole church thing that he wants to do on this land. He was like, yeah, I don't think he would do that. That doesn't seem right. I was like, you do realize like he's getting the money from the bank by using your tithes. Like this is what's funding these loans
And then he has his own businesses. He's contracting his business to do the
to
work.
do the work.
Oh
Oh
wow.
wow.
Isn't that against the law?
I don't I don't know, but it just kind of seems funny to me. And it's like you're not thinking about these. To me, it's like you're not thinking about these things logically. Like it doesn't make sense that his business. He's like, yeah, these businesses are making money, and I'm like, where are they making the money from? Where are they making the money from? Which I don't know his pastor like that. I can't speak on him like that really, but at the same time, from what you're saying he's doing and how it's supposed to be built, that's exactly what's happening. He's buying land to build a bigger church, and he's probably funneling that money so that way he can make the church.
Yeah, if he's getting government funding to do, now if he's getting loans, it's not against the law. But if he's getting government funding to do it and he's funneling it through his own company, like contracting his own company, he's gonna get in trouble. That's against the law. So I hope he ain't
But
doing that. But not also talking about Jesus being a monopoly. That is crazy.
I'm just saying, if you get away with it, let me know.
no, for real. And I was like, that's why the church needs to be taxed. And he was like, that's a condition of the heart. Everything, like 30 times. He was like, that's a condition of the heart. Every time I brought up something, he was like, that's a condition of the heart. I was like, I don't understand this. How are you applying this to everything? Like, what is the condition of the heart? Is it the church? Is it the single person's heart? Is it like the whole congregation? Is it like the body of Christ? Like, what's the condition? And what's wrong with the condition? Like, why is the heart? What's wrong with
Well, he's saying like what's wrong with the church is a condition of the heart, or was he saying
it?
like you
Yes.
saying something is the condition of the heart?
He was saying that something like it was the congregation. Like I finally got down to it. And it was the congregation. Like that was the condition of the heart. Like so they're doing something wrong. They're not living by the church, by God's word. And I was like, I mean, don't nobody really want to live by, because I'm atheist and I've come out now to like my family. Most of my family knows that I'm atheist and I don't do religion. And so when we got down into the conversation, finally he was like, "Yeah, these people are just not following Jesus." And I was like, "Well, I don't really feel like calling people bitches." And he was like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, I just don't feel like in following Jesus I should be calling anybody a bitch. So why would I follow him?" He was like, "I don't know what you're talking about." I was like, "You don't read, do you?" And it amazes me that everything that I was saying is in there. He literally was like, it's not there. And then we even got on the discussion of like people being in bondage. And I was like, do you know what's happening in the Congo with the Congo people, like the people in Congo, because they're still in bondage. They're still being displaced to this day. And I do follow someone on here and I've donated to that cause. And he's like, yeah, but I just think that Jesus is going to make a way for them. When's the way coming? When is the way coming?
Yeah, it's been way too
Coming
long.
2035.
But it's always something. So it's always something with Bill. But yeah, I almost got cussed out twice for Jesus this week. And then I told my sister, I was like, I'm glad that you have that for you, but like, please stop trying to tell me that I need to come back to God. I was like, you don't even believe in that. And I was like, the thing about it is, you want to pressure people and say that you didn't raise your children in a way that you were leading them towards the church, but because you took them to church, yes, you were. Yes, you
How is she
were. Like,
saying she didn't raise them that way if she took them to church?
that's what I'm trying to figure out.
She
Like,
meant
I
to say
didn't impress.
spiritually she ain't do it.
I ain't impressed that upon them. She was like, and I don't use it to like look down on nobody. I was like, even when your daughter came out to you, you said something to her that I felt like you were like, well, I don't believe in that. And I was like, with everything that you do, because we talk about, and I'm not gonna put her on blast, but I'm like, everything that we do and we talk about that you probably shouldn't be doing, there's no reason that you should have said that to her at all. At all,
Have
100%.
y'all seen that rap of them little boys rapping about gay men?
No.
The little white kid and the like
Uh huh.
adult. Yeah.
No, it's two little white kids. It's not an adult in it. It's two little white kids, and
Maybe I was
he's
just
like,
focused on the one in the front. But I know what you're talking about.
yeah. And I was thinking about like their parents let them do that. Their parents upload because they're young. They look like they might be 12, 10, 12 years old. But like you make a whole entire rap song about people who are gay, and literally all they talk about is men. Like they don't talk about gay women. Like, but ignore the fact like they so focused on gay men that they will ignore all the bullshit that they do.
Hmm. Through and through. And like she'll never come at me about it because at the same time, like I told her, I'm grown, but I'm gonna do what I want to do. And then again, we speak about we're close. We speak about a lot of things. I'm like, how you gonna tell me what I shouldn't be doing? But it really rubbed me the wrong way that you said you're not bringing them up this way, but then you spoke to her in a way that you don't believe that. Why don't you believe? Why do you believe that that's not okay? That's the only reason you said it to her because from this book, you believe that her liking another woman is something that's negative. That's the only reason you believe that.
And then what does she mean? I don't believe in that. Like, is homosexuality a faith now? Like, is it a belief now? What does
Um,
that mean?
I don't know, but yeah. And when I said that, she was like, "Well, you know what I was talking about." And I was like, "Look, if you cuss me out, I'm gonna cuss you back. That's all I'm gonna say."
Wow.
But for a long time, and I will say this, I feel a whole lot of relief because for a long time it was just that I felt, hey, I'm gonna just live my life peacefully. I can be quiet, and it's okay. But I've really just gotten to an age where we don't get the privilege of being quiet and life just being good to us. We have to be able to speak out and say the things that we want to say to people,
Yeah.
and let them know that these things are not okay. Like the way that you think, the way that the way that you won't dissect the text. Because even when I told my brother that biblical slavery is chattel slavery, It's the same thing. He was like, no, it's not. No, it's not. And I was like, let's open the book. And he was like, well, I gotta go.
Oh wow, he didn't even want to go to the book.
He was like, well, I gotta go. Okay. All right.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he did a Google search.
Exactly. But it's just, and then for you to, you should come to my church. You should come to my church. What am I going to learn at your church that you're not looking at? You set me up to get into
How to
it with
be
your pastor.
gaslit. Yep. Like have y'all know that guy that comes up on the panel like you got to be open minded. If we're gonna have these conversations, you got to be receptive. You got to be open minded. Like every time, right? And I feel like that is the um, criteria, right? When you go to church, it's like you got to be receptive. You got to be open minded and willing to be gaslit. Like when you say that you are a believer, you are actively saying, okay, give me your imagination, or I'm willing to accept your imaginations as fact or as truth. I'm
And
willing
it's
to be gaslit. I'm willing to be manipulated.
exactly. And you want somebody to use the discernment that you got, but you voted for Trump. I don't want nothing that your discernment gives you.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah. But anyways, I love the lies. I just wanted to come up and share that because we we going through it over here, and I'm just like, and every conversation ends up coming to that, and it's like I don't even want it to be that, but at the same time, it's just like you feel like you have that moment where you have to insert the God, and I'm just like, if you had never said anything about God, I would have never brought it up. Because now that we're
Yep.
here, I'm going to have to go ahead and let you know that's not okay.
Well, at least now you feel comfortable, standing up and not having to, be quiet to, you know, protect yourself or make them comfortable.
And you know what? And the crazy thing about it is, my niece was in the room, which my niece is 18 now. She's about to graduate high school. Uh, and while I was saying these things, uh, she was like, "That's crazy that it says that because really I only believe in God because I don't want to go to hell." And I said, "Don't feel bad. That's most of the Christians out here. That's all they need. They just don't want to go to hell."
Yep, exactly. Which is the fucked up thing because that fear of not going to hell. I mean, that fear of going to hell is what allows them to be complacent and be quiet and turn the other cheek. I mean, turn the other eye and say things like that's a issue of the heart. When we talk about, pastors oppressing their members and embezzling money in the church. It's an issue of the heart. Or pastors essay and not even just pastors, members essay and children in the church. That's an issue of the heart.
Exactly. And like I said, when he said that about 30 times, I'm just like, are you not thinking about any of the things that are being said to you? Like, you're just bringing it's an issue of the heart. And I just want to know, how many times has your pastor said it's an issue of the heart to you for you to think that that's like the ultimate rebuttal? Like, is that all you're getting from church?
Is he like a pastor in training or something?
I don't know if he is or is not. To be honest with you, um, we don't even talk that much anymore because I've let him know, like, I don't want your God. I don't want your church. I don't want to be there. I don't want to be in your face at that place. But we don't even get to talk that much anymore. But when we do talk, I'll be wanting to talk about other things. Like, we have, life going on. We work. He has kids. I would rather talk about those things, but it's always, I have to insert the comment. You need to come back to church.
And you not talking to them hasn't made them realize that if they aren't able to have like a real genuine relationship with you outside of the God, that they might not be able to have a relationship with you.
My brother that's in the church, the one that I'm speaking of now, he told me he can't come to me no other way but through Christ.
Wow,
Yikes.
that's crazy. I would have said so when we were kids and we were playing. Were you playing through Christ? Like how were you coming to me then? You know what I'm saying? Like, how are you coming to me when we were 5? That's a
But you
whole
know,
ass lie.
but the one thing I did ask him, I was like, so if you coming to me through Christ, why don't you have the answer? Because Christ is here with you, right?
Oh,
What are you
Christ is here
saying?
with you, right? So answer the question like why don't you have it? Of course he didn't have the answer. These things are above me. These things are above me. But Christ is with you.
Well, gaslighting ass answer.
These things are above me. I don't understand them. So yeah. But that's where we're at. And like with most of the family is cool. We understand that we can have conversations about all other things, but we will not be speaking about the God. But that one, every time I see him, I need to come back to church. Are there certain lifestyles that you just can't live, once you come to Christ, but you can still just join the church?
oh wow.
They must need some extra butts in the seat or
They
something.
do.
I'm not going. And even if I go, I'm going for free. Might as well say I'm on scholarship. But all right.
Look
Well, y'all
at
have a
you.
great night. I just wanted to come up and share that because I felt like we had a little, and it's always that you're angry. That's the reason why I wanted to come up because everybody tonight has been like, "Oh, you're angry, you're angry, you're angry." No, I just don't want to listen to no dumb shit. Please bring me some facts.
Yeah, I can't stand ignorant motherfuckers. Mm-mm.
I don't have time for that. And then you have all these runaround answers, and it's always let me finish, let me finish, let me finish, but you're not saying nothing.
Like that lady that did like the did were you in here when we started the conversation? She brought up the prison and
Yes.
I she gonna try to gaslight talking about let's take it. Let me take that back. Why? Because you can't refute the stat?
Yeah. And that's the one thing, like I said, listening to these lives really helped me broaden my horizon on how I felt about the guy because I feel like a lot of times when we don't have conversations about the things that we feel like we don't expand our horizons on them or things like that. But one thing that I did bring up, I was like, if you can't make God be wrong, because it's always this free will thing. If you can't, like y'all always say, if you can't make God be wrong, how do I have free will? Like I don't get the choice to choose. He's already made the choice. So these people, even when they're sinning, if you believe that God has ordered our steps, but He gives us free will, even when they're sinning in His will.
Yep. Yep. Especially when they be like, "Oh, you had to go through this so he can make you stronger." So the God wanted that person to murder the person that I love. The
And I have
sin
to,
was in his will. That's
yeah. Well, that's not. So we just gonna select on what's His will and not.
Yeah, I don't ask no questions.
But yeah, it's just it. But honestly, the space is great. I love it. I come in and listen, and usually I'm at work when you go live, so I just go ahead and put my headphones on and do my thing and get my job done. But from my office, I be in my office at all times when I don't have to be on the floor. Um, but yeah, I enjoy it, and like I said, it's growing my knowledge base on the things that I didn't even know when I was growing up, going to church.
well, I'm glad and I enjoy you being a part of the space as well, Ty. Thank you for
Thank
coming
you.
up.
No problem. Yeah.
All right. Have a good day.
Have a good one, Tom.
All right, the guest box is empty. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, we got 1 hour left in the show. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, and 25 and up. Should I do a 5 a.m. tap song?
Yes.
Yes.
You could even steal Joel and Mezzo's bit and say it's the top of the hour when it's really not.
Zeph?
Hey, good evening, good afternoon. I don't know what time it is there.
How are you?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Can I get your
Oh,
age, please,
cool.
for TikTok purposes?
Maybe I'll try shutting my Bluetooth off real quick. Maybe that's better. I don't know.
No, I can hear you. I don't have any issue hearing you.
Okay, no worries. Cool.
Can I get your age,
Um,
please?
I am 52 years old.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I am deconstructing.
All right. And go ahead. Also, can you do this? I can get some coffee before 6 o'clock is here.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay. All right. I'll be right
Whatever you
back.
got
Go
to
ahead.
do.
Yeah, so what are your thoughts on the background?
Yeah, I agree. I guess I'm in the process of deconstructing. I was born into a very strong religious cult called the Children of God, and it was very powerful, very strong cult and a super fundamentalist Christian group. It was over 65 different countries, and I was born and raised in it, in the super heavy indoctrination and grooming. And when I was 36 years old, the whole thing sort of started to dissolve, fell apart. And so it's been about 14 years now, and I've been in the process of deconstructing and kind of like taking it all apart. And I guess I just wanted to tell Thinker thanks for, I've gotten to hear a lot of different viewpoints and I guess a lot of different perspectives from hearing the different people coming up over the last year. So I guess I've been listening to her. And I just wanted to, I guess, encourage her. I think that like what she's doing is really positive and really valuable and really important. And it's very helpful as well for us that are people that are trying to deconstruct. It's really valuable to hear a lot of the different viewpoints and kind of start getting different angles or perspectives on things. I think that, a lot of these beliefs are hierarchical. So as soon as you start, like, as soon as you question God or all the things that you've been brought up to believe, all of a sudden everything comes up for debate, if that makes sense. Because then we have the opportunity, I guess, to go through and sort of make our own minds up about things as opposed to just accepting everything that we're taught and raised at face value. Anyway, that's why I wanted to come up.
I got you. Um, okay. But so you didn't necessarily want to like do the topic, but just kind of.
Well, she asked. I would have to agree with her if she's asking for people to, as far as the topic goes. I'd have to agree. I don't know that I would say that it was Jesus is the worst thing, or Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. I think we could probably put religion in that box overall because I think it's just another brand of control. If that makes sense. I wouldn't say he's the worst. I think all religion or all systems of control have danger built into them, and are any system of control that can be used to subjugate people is dangerous. And I think Christianity is just one brand of that.
I mean, I understand that perspective, but by and large, Christianity uh has been the most detrimental to the world, right?
Yes, I guess if you're only talking about the last couple thousand years, I guess. I think that there's always been, probably since the first time lightning struck and some old man on a hill said, "Oh, that's God," and I have a special relationship with him, and he's told me this and that and the other thing. That was probably the first religion that ever started, where people could use stories to validate or to get other humans to do what they wanted for control.
I mean,
We're not
the
we're
first
naive.
religion was animism, and good luck trying
Yeah.
to find somebody that started a war based off of animism, though.
Sure. True enough. I think that religions have always been used to manipulate and control people, whether it's for wars or whatever. But yes, I mean, I guess if you're looking overall, yes, Jesus Christ is probably the worst thing to ever happen to humanity recently, for sure. I think
So,
if it wasn't him, it would have just been somebody else. The way what I feel or what I've seen is that Rome basically they figured out early on that they couldn't go in and change people's religion, so instead they simply adopted their religions. That's why Rome had so many gods, because they would just simply adopt other people's religions and then basically morph them into their, so they take them over and then control them. And I guess Christianity was their final kind of their triumphant final piece. They were the most rebellious people, the Israelites, and the most difficult ones to subjugate. So in some ways, it was their best work to take their very beliefs and very religions and twist them into a way to control not only them, but everybody in their empire.
You think the Israelites were the hardest people group that they
Well,
had to
maybe just
control?
maybe some of the most stiff-necked or most difficult, at least according to
Oh, they
God,
were.
anyway.
Oh, they were. Well, in history, they definitely fought back like a motherfucker against Rome.
Right? Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
they were like that. That's when he said that. It made me think about like why the question that I asked tonight. Like, why the fuck does it seem like America is, you know, gung ho and giving all their money to Israel? Like, it's almost like they still can't um, get them under control.
Yeah, yeah. I think that again, it's racism at to the core. At the end of the day, there's some special people somewhere. We're all just not quite as good as somebody else. It's just another way to divide. And as we know, that's the best way to control people is to divide and conquer, keep them in their little groups, in their little cults, fighting over their different religions and different. And so that we're not paying attention. It's all misdirection at the end of the day. Instead of paying attention to the government that's stealing from us or ruining our lives in one way or another, instead we're fighting amongst ourselves about religions and splitting hairs about angels and this and that and the other thing, as opposed to noticing that people are actually making really bad decisions for all of us, and we are allowing it to happen right before our eyes because we're distracted by all of these ways that they keep us divided. Does that make
Uh,
sense?
Also,
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I kind of get it.
So like
I mean,
religions are just different teams that we're part of. It's almost like when I was younger, I used to be part of these different D&D groups. And everybody would argue a lot about their character and how many dice you would roll, and there were superheroes that had different powers, and they would break everything down and split hairs about who would win in a fight against this or that. And it became, there's whole books of lore and with these power systems in them and all that, and it can be very complicated and convoluted. And I feel a lot of times when I hear Christians arguing about religion or breaking things down, it really reminds me of a lot of that, where it's all of this like trust me bro type stuff, where people are just like, oh, I'm trying to break down the religion. And I mean, for a Bible that says that God is not the author of confusion, it blows my mind how many different sects and different versions of Christianity there are. If there's, I think, 40,000 different churches in the US alone, that's a lot of ways to read one book. And I would argue that that's not a very good book if it can be broken down into that many different sects and cults, or different people that don't agree with each other after reading the same book.
I mean, I feel that. I do think that. Pretty sure.
If God's not the author of
I know
confusion,
what you're saying, but
hold
then
on, Zeph.
yeah,
Let him respond.
all right,
unaudible.
sorry.
Yeah, no, I see. I mean, I understand what you mean, but I do think that diminishing the role that this specific one caused in world history is, um, uh, I don't know. It's treating it a little nicer than it needs to be. Um, you know,
Oh, I don't
granted,
want to
there
treat it
are
nice
several
at
religions
all.
out
Hold
there
on,
that do.
Zeph. Let him respond, and then you respond. Please.
Granted,
Okay.
there are religions out there that do horrible things as well, but they do not do it at the scale that this one has. And the reason for that is it fakes niceties in order to get past your guard, and then it instills all of these negative things into your head. I mean, that's the reason why it's been so effective at subjugating and dominating other people groups, is because of the fact that it's particularly insidious in that nature.
I can't agree more.
Well, Zeph, I definitely thank you for coming up. I didn't get to hear the majority of that conversation, but I appreciate you for coming up and sharing your thoughts with us.
Yes, no worries. I thank you very much for what you're doing, and more power to you.
Thank you. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Likewise.
If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're a deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Do you ever wonder why America gives, out of all the countries, Israel so much money? Have you ever wondered that?
Um, yeah, I think one of these days I'm gonna look into that relationship more because I remember seeing, I think it was Conscious Lee posted a video, but it was a cartoon that was published in like some Black Panther newsletters, and there was a depiction of the U.S. government and Israel in cahoots, and talking about like the different things that they would implement in the world with that union. And I mean, it's just crazy to see how like even back then, like they were calling this shit, and look at us now.
I didn't see that. Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah, I saw one of my mutuals made a video talking about it yesterday, and they pulled out the graph, and it's $318 billion since 1942
yeah,
from America alone.
we can't get a fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Why would Joe need reparations?
Yep. Like even wait, is the YouTube down? What happened? The YouTube went down? Hold on, y'all. Uh, why did it just sign me out like that? Hold on.
Oh damn. YouTube.com. I probably shouldn't sing that on this platform. Ryan said it seems fine. Like it's still streaming to the YouTube, right?
I can't tell because it signed me out, so I have to sign back in real quick.
That's interesting. Damn. So it is still streaming. It just logged you out. That's crazy. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, like it logged me out on my on the Mac. It says something went wrong and just logged me out. Comedy.
I'm about to stay.
Okay. Have a good day. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. The show is ending today at 6 a.m. Central. So we have 49 minutes. No, we don't. 41. Said that backwards. We have
51.
41 minutes. No, we don't. Yeah, we have 50 minutes.
Nuh-uh.
Huh? Yeah, we have 50 minutes left in the show. The only thing I'm looking forward to today is like this is probably gonna be some of the best sleep I've had in a long time. That sleep after anesthesia, you know what I'm saying?
Actually, I don't. I've never had to. Yeah, I've
Oh,
never
really?
had
You've never
anesthesia.
had anesthesia?
Nope.
Well, you need to ask yourself, Noonie. It sounds like you fell for it. Yeah, this seems like it's some of the best sleep.
I had to give it a try.
Don't give it a try on purpose.
I might have to. I do have a feeling that that'd be particularly hard to put down
What?
using anesthesia. I feel like I'm not saying it wouldn't put me to sleep, but I feel like it'd be a little bit more than they expect.
Really? And you've never had anesthesia before? They probably wouldn't have to use that much.
I'm just saying I have a tolerance for several chemicals. I'm sure that falls under the category.
I don't know. They don't use like they use some really strong shit.
Oh, I've I've been in the room with some strong shit. Let me tell you something. You don't get to be my strong age of 73 and not seen some shit.
Tic Tac Toe. Tic Tac Toe said, "I'm under anesthesia as we speak."
There you go. That's that good shit right there. That's that A1 shit.
That Michael Jackson shit. Oh my
That's
goodness.
that shit that gets you talking to unicorns again like we used to back in the old days.
Y'all, it is. We got a like a quick show today. Y'all gonna come up and talk to us? Hey, let me play one more song. Hold on. I'm just gonna pick one now because I don't know which one. Let me see. Let me see. Maybe this one. I can't remember. I need to name them.
Tap 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 that. Tap 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 that. Tap 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 that. Tap tap. Thinkers got you thinking. Now what you think is thinking. Go on and tap that screen. Keep the lights stacking clean. Tap that. They keep running. Come back. Get this knowledge. Don't act like you don't get. Tap 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 for thinker. Tap for thinker. Tap for thinker. Tap for thinker. Let's go. Tap 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 that. Tap 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 that. Pull up on the panel. Don't use the comments like camo. Think I hit 'em with the Hebrew, making all these arguments see through. Break it down and pack it up. Crash out, come and grab your cup. Tap in and watch 'em tap out. 3, 2, 1. Crash out. Tap out. Keep tapping while they capping. Keep tapping while they capping. Keep tapping while they capping. Tapping out. Tap out. Hey. Tap 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 tap. Tap 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 tap. Go thinker. Go thinker. Go thinker. Go thinker. Tap 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 tap. Tap 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 tap.
Mr. Michael did the damn thing. Hold on. Huh?
Incredible.
Yeah, let me show y'all my favorite. Let me show y'all my favorite one. Hold on. This is my favorite one.
Y'all still lying in the comments? That's cute, tap the screen if you're feeling generous. Tap that screen, get it moving. Tap that screen, stop confusing. Tap that screen, we don't do fake. One tap now for the nerves that break. Tap tap, run it up. Tap tap, truth disrupt. Think a lie, no gas, no fluff. Tap that screen if you built up. She made L, but she cut clean. Drop that root word, know what it mean. Hebrew hit, not a check, no steal. Gaslight his dip when the stream too real. No sugar talk, no sneak disguise. One tap now if you spot the lies. Nerds unite when the facts unfold. Truth hit hard, but the lights turn gold. Tap that screen, get it moving. Tap that screen, stop confusing. Tap that screen, we don't do fake. One tap now for the nerds that break. Tap, 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 run it up. Tap, 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 truth disrupt. Think alive, no gas, no fluff. Tap that screen if you built up. Comment section look real tense. Think I speak and it make y'all head spin. 2 taps if you value you the real. 3 taps if you know the deal. We act deep, you fall fast. 1 tap now, bring up that class. Facts don't bend and she don't chase. So tap that screen, pick up the pass. That screen, get it moving. Tap that screen, stop confusing. Tap that screen, we don't do fake. 1 tap now for the nerves that break. Tap, 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 run it up. Tap, 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 truth disrupt. Think alive, no gas, no fluff. Tap that screen if you built up. You're either here to learn or to get exposed. Either way, tap that screen.
He got me
That
right,
one is
didn't
pretty
he?
good. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah.
I like how yours vaguely sound like you too.
Yeah. He got my personality 100%.
Absolutely. That's why it took so long. He set the AI to just motherfucking watch your ass for like 3 weeks. So now do that in a song.
Especially when he said, the fuck? This person is not connecting.
That's funny. I see it.
They're still
Check it
connected
out.
on
Check
TikTok
it out.
Studio.
Oh, there you go.
Mr. Michaels made them for me.
I hate that mine is such a struggle for y'all in here.
Try to play it right now.
I'm not even at the crib.
Um,
So
are y'all
it's
done?
it's the technology
Huh.
too. It's the
Um,
my phone mic sucks. I guess it's always sucked now I think about it. And my headphones are noise canceling so they don't pick it up.
oh, okay. Yeah. Y'all done? Like, we shutting down 30 minutes early? You say you, okay, Sandra. We didn't have a lot of believers come up tonight.
Really?
I think we had maybe 2.
Dang.
2, yeah, 2 believers, and they both got cussed out. And that,
Absolutely.
like, when to the believers that come up here acting a fool, like, that's what scares other believers from coming up here, because y'all come up here acting like a fool, then I gotta cuss you out, and then they get scared thinking I'm gonna cuss everybody out.
Honestly, I think that's their not so silent protest
Could be.
because they get up here and then they act an ass and then they try to like put you into a box to dissuade people from coming up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, every time we start talking about the truth, you start whole time you just yelling when I'm trying to have the fucking conversation with your ass, right? Like you want to try
And
to skirt past my words and shit.
that's a part of the gaslighting too.
Yeah,
Like that
but
guy that like I gave him a detailed explanation as to why I think Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. And he was like, I said, does that make sense? And he was like, no, it don't make sense. None of it does. And I was like, well, what part doesn't make sense? None of it. All of what you said. I said, well, can you be specific? And he
hmm
just kept saying everything that you said. Then he just said David, like he just started naming names. And then I was like, you didn't listen to anything I said. And then he
hmm
just blurted out, you want to, he said, the fact that you named David and blah, 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 you think God is real. He was like, like
no
he just wanted
shot.
to, yes, he just wanted to argue whether I believe that the God exists or not. When I
Yeah,
tell you I cussed him out something terrible.
I don't blame you. I hate
Cause
that
that
because it's just fear, man. Like you are so afraid of being the only person that believes this shit.
and then they'll swear up and down that they don't need anybody else to believe it, but that's not true. That's not true. Because like they don't make me use all that energy having a real conversation, trying to have a real conversation with you, and you just gonna come up here with that bullshit.
And they don't even like they don't care about the fact that this shit is just like not helpful at all. Like I don't believe in your God, dude. And, like it is what it is. Either we can have a conversation about like, the what's and the whys of your belief, or you can just not be here, bro. Because we questioning beliefs over here. So I don't know why you came up here and expected it to go any differently for you.
But for some reason, every time they get on this stage, they do expect that. Like it's just
Mhm.
weird. What's up, Sandra?
Hey, morning, Thinker, Oso, Lala,
Good
everybody.
morning.
How
Hey,
y'all
Sandra.
doing? Yeah, I wanted to come up real quick, but of course, this morning my son's nurse want to move all slow and shit, and I'm trying to like get the morning report and yes, okay. So I could talk to you without interruption. But I really just wanted to say thank you, Thinker. I saw that you liked and reshared my most recent video from my live this past weekend, and I don't know. I wasn't even going to post that clip because that dude had me so frustrated. Like, I really needed a breather afterwards. Like, in retrospect, I didn't look as emotional as I felt, but that dude had me all the way fucked up.
Yeah,
Like,
you don't even look like you're really talking. Like when the voice first started, I was like, "Is Sandra talking?"
yeah, I don't know if
Yeah.
it was the video, thing out of sync or what. I don't know, but man, it just when you talk about like Jesus Christ being the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, it's like all of that shit that I said to him, because it started out you know just trying to justify. The whole topic was free will. I hate that fucking subject, but I was like, this is all they want to talk about, we're going to talk about it. And there's always, oh, it's a greater purpose, and it's this, and everything's gonna be rectified in the end, and blah 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 blah. And we somehow got into the topic of slavery, and he's like, yeah, well, that's the hard part, to that's the challenge. And I'm like, the fuck. Like, it pissed me off so much. And because they used this Jesus as a salve, they used this Jesus as uh that spoonful of sugar, to help the medicine go down. And it's like, you are so brainwashed. And even after all of that I said to him about how the whole challenge with this religion is basically uh still worshiping this God, even though our ancestors are getting screwed over time and time again, he still wanted to go back to the same argument. Like, it became cyclical because he wanted to go to Revelation and basically try to justify the whole thing. Everything's going to work out in the end. And it's like, dude, not for the people who are already gone. Not for the people who are currently suffering now. um like, if you need help right now and the help isn't coming, then the God ain't doing shit. Like, if I need a cure right now, if I need food in my stomach right now, and I have to wait until the end of days, then it didn't happen. I was just so pissed. But I saw that you liked it. I saw that you shared it, and it just, I don't know. I know you don't like being pedestalized, and I hope I'm not doing that. But it is validating, because I do respect you so much, and I learned so much from you. So it is very validating to see that you liked and shared something that I posted. Because, yeah, like I said, I wasn't even going to, because dude had me hot. Oh, he
But
had me
you
so
have some
annoyed.
good lives, so you should post more of your clips. Like, I told them before that if they're not following you, if they're not tapping into your lives, that they should, because they're thought provoking, and um, it's one of the lives that I can sit in and listen to. So you're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
Thank you. One person asked, This was a different person, and it might have been earlier in the life. They always try to ask like, "What is the end game? What is the point?" Usually the question is, "Oh, well, you don't believe in God, so why are you discussing it?" Actually, I think it was the same dude, him or someone else. They sometimes blend together, but I told him it would be my wish, even though it probably won't happen in our lifetime. It would be my wish that there would just be no more religion, or at least no more Christianity, or at the very least, your beliefs and at the tip of your nose, because at the end of the day, I really don't give a shit if you believe in Jesus, but I do care that your belief follows you into the polls, follows you into the voting booth, follows legislation, follows stigma that marginalized people have to deal with because you think your sky daddy thinks that they are wrong, even though he fucking made them that way. Like I just wish you would just keep that shit to yourself at the very least. And my goal in having these conversations, like you said, I try to be thought provoking. I try to encourage stimulating conversations to get people to think. And I try to bring a little, levity to it as well, because it can get real touchy every now and then. But yeah, Jesus is this magic man, literally this magic pill that it blinds our people to how devastating this religion has been to us. Like, we're literally blinded by this image of this all good, all caring, kumbaya, love thy neighbor God. And it's like you don't even know who you're worshiping. You're worshiping your idealized version of him. You don't know who this man really is because you don't read his book.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
I asked a believer tonight. I had one of those moments where I had a question because we were talking about David and Jesus dying on the cross for the sins, and why what David did shouldn't matter, blah blah blah. And um, a question rose regarding David's baby dying, and like David's baby was really the first to die for the sins of another person and not Jesus. And so, like, if why doesn't David's baby get the same type of reverence that Jesus gets? Like, David's baby was innocent, right? He took on the sin of David, and so that David could live, could continue to live and be forgiven. And then Jesus did the same thing, but Jesus gets praised for doing it because what? You know what I'm
That
saying?
is so, yeah. Like, talk about innocence. Jesus was whipping people, calling them dogs, throwing over tables, and he's more innocent than David's baby, who literally the most innocent, the most
Mm-hmm.
precious life. And supposedly, because David was spared, he went to go do great things, quote unquote. Like, you can actually see the results, at least in this book, of David being spared because he did whatever God needed him to do. But Jesus, unaliving for us, where's the result? What, like, I don't see Christians out here. I mean, there's just like food kitchens here. There's food pantries and shelters here and there, but like on Moss, this one baby died for this one man, and this one man did all the things that God wanted him to do. But then God died for the whole world, but the whole world's still fucking up. So
Mm-hmm.
David's baby had better results than Jesus. Why is he?
Exactly.
Yeah, why is he not deified? That's what I mean. You're always bringing new shit that haven't even considered before.
But I feel
Yeah.
like them
What?
ignoring the fact or accepting the fact that this God allowed this child to die for the sin of David mimics the willingness to ignore the hurt that a lot of children are facing. Like, they don't see children as human, and they are only valuable when they can point out a sin and say that a woman is, like, when they can demonize a woman, right, or control a woman's body. Their life is precious, right? But in this situation, the life wasn't precious because what was more important was David, right? And
Hmm.
getting to their savior. Like, I feel like it just kind of shows the attitude of humanity towards children and why so much harm and hurt is overlooked when it happens to children. Does that make sense?
Yeah, children are seen as objects, as property.
Mhm.
Like that old saying, "Oh, I brought you in this world, I can take you out." Like children aren't seen as autonomous human beings with their own thoughts and feelings. And even myself as a parent, I have to remind myself to let my children make their own decisions, make their own mistakes, and deal with the consequences. As long as it's not like any kind of life threatening. Like I'm not, you teeter against being a protective parent, but not overbearing. Like, yeah, children have their own thoughts, their own feelings, their own wants and desires. But as parents, we tend to treat them like little mini versions of us, little dress up dolls that, should do the things we want and desire the things we wanted, for their lives. And it's just not going to happen. Speaking
Y'all
of
know
kids, you
damn
guys,
well
that's my
Oso
kid in the
don't snore like
background.
that.
That's my son, you guys. Speaking of children, my son, he has this kind of stutter thing, so that I apologize. I'm in his room right now because we're getting ready for school. That is him.
Oso snores like this.
Actually, I snore like this.
Listen,
Nah.
I'm gonna find a funny image to encapsulate Oso. I understand the little kitty I made last time was a little too cute. We not going for cute. I'm gonna nail it next time. But
Yeah, like Christina say, Big Bear, not the little one.
nah. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for that. I just because sometimes these things be these conversations, and I know you know this like probably more than the rest of us because you be putting in hours on this. These conversations can be so draining. There's been so many conversations where I don't even get mad. I just feel sad for the person on the other end. Like it literally hurts my heart to hear them fight for this religion, but they can't justify it. They don't have the logic. They don't have the basic knowledge of science, of like economics, of how social structures work. Like it hurts my heart so much because it's like when it comes to the God of the gaps, some of these people have so many gaps. They have craters. They have fucking canyons devoid of knowledge that they fill with Jesus. And it's like, if only you opened the fucking book, or if only your schools were actually, you know, good and taught people shit. You know what I mean? Then you wouldn't have to do this. It hurts, thinker. It hurts so much, especially when it's our people, because obviously it's used to indoctrinate us the most. Like, oh my
And
gosh.
the scary thing is like when we talk about knowledge, because the only thing that's going to combat this is knowledge and the ability to critically think and ask yourselves questions, right? The Board of Education is now this, and this was a part of Project 2025. But I don't know if y'all saw the video of the lady who's in California. They are asking the teachers to let them know like which children do they think would graduate, right? And I don't know if this is the process that they are actually going to deploy, but a part of 2025 is to get rid of the special education um, uh,
Hmm.
uh, what am I
Programs.
Yeah,
benefits,
the
right?
programs and
Yeah,
resources. Yeah, I know. And I
and
have a
put them
kid.
on a
His whole school is a special needs school. The entire thing. It's wild. So now where are they going to go? Like the entire school here is dedicated to special needs children, both mentally and physically. And it's like you just don't give a shit about differently able people. Like a lot of these conversations when they talk about like you got to work out your own salvation and or even politics, we talk about bootstrapping or anything. The assumption is that everybody is able body and of sound mind to do these things, and we're all not. What happened to looking out for the least of us? You forget people can't all go out and work. Like they literally can't. So
Hmm.
because they can't do that, they should just lay down in a ditch and die. Like these children that I see in this school, like they will need support their entire lives. They will need someone to help them their entire lives. And some of them will live very long because even though they have a disability, it's not life limiting. You know, they'll live until their 30s, 40s, 50s, but they will have that disability, and they still need to eat. Yeah, but that's all I wanted to say. Thinker, so I'm getting emotional again, and we got to go to school. But I just wanted to say thank you for that. It just, yeah, 'cause that was a tense one for me. I don't even know.
You're very welcome, and keep up the good work. And I hope you have a great rest of the day.
You too. Thank you. I'm sad you're ending short because normally I listen to you on my commute, but you know, I'll survive, I guess.
No, I'll be back on Tuesday. Yeah, I won't be live tonight either, so I'm gonna spend the day resting up. But I'll be back to Tuesday night.
Wordness.
I'm gonna miss y'all too, huh? Who's gonna go live in my place? Like, who's gonna give the people somebody to listen to while they sleep?
I'm gonna tap in the morning,
In the
probably like 8.
morning, in the morning,
Actually, I
it'll
might go
be
earlier because
all
we go at
so
12, ain't it?
in the morning. Yeah,
I
you
might
you
go
should you
earlier
need
than
to
that.
make that a song. It'll be all so in the morning. Since you go live in the mornings.
Mm.
Hmm
Mr. Michaels,
You need
write
to
that
hit
down.
up Mr. Michaels, yeah. Hit up Mr. Michaels real quick. Venus, how are you?
I'm so good. How are y'all this morning?
I'm doing
We're
good.
good.
That's good. Firstly, I just want to say I'm so grateful for this platform. This has been very eye-opening and really just helpful. But I am a deconstructor slash agnostic slash atheist. I don't know where I land just yet. And I've been deconstructing for probably like 10 years now. Surprisingly, I just opened up. Sorry, it's early. I just opened up one of my journals from like 2014, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is where it happened. But I think I definitely agree with the prompt, and especially for the Black community, exclamation to that, because we already know about slavery and everything. But I think for in general, for the entire humanity, the critical thinking is the part that really stands out to me, that's lacking and that's hurting people. We need critical thinking. Excuse me. We need critical thinking for so many different parts of our life. And the fact that when you don't do that, it hurts so many different parts of your life. And I think for me, I'm personally a survivor of domestic violence, intimate partner violence, and the parallels that I've drawn between that abusive relationship and the abusive relationship that I had with this religion, the list keeps getting freaking longer. Like, it just doesn't stop. And the part about it is the reason I think that was able to happen to me is because I was not critically thinking. I was not taking my own emotions seriously. I pushed everything down, and I learned that from religion. And
Yeah.
another personal experience that happened recently, my whole family is religious, and except my grandfather, actually he's atheist. But I was at a family event with my grandparents. My daughter is like, I teach my kids to critically think. I teach them to not just take everything as it comes, to question. And we've had questions about conversations about religion and things like that. And so my daughter, who's 8, she's like, I don't like, what are we doing? Like, she asks questions. She's very outgoing. So anyway, she's asking my grandfather, why are we praying? And then he's like, well, because we believe in God. And she's like, well, I don't. Right? And I'm like, oh my gosh. Yeah.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh gosh. I was outside anyway. I didn't even hear this part. But then my grandfather goes, out of nowhere, well, if you don't believe in God, you can't celebrate Christmas.
What?
Yeah. And she starts crying, obviously. She's, at this point, actually, she was 7. This was last year.
Is this the
And
atheist grandfather or?
no, this is, sorry,
Oh, okay.
this is a different grandfather. And so she comes outside crying. I'm like, what happened? What's going on? He said I couldn't celebrate Christmas because that's only for people that believe in God. Oh, my blood pressure, I mean, immediately went up, right? So I'm like, that's not true. You know, that's what he believes. We don't believe that. So he comes out, well, he's arguing with her and me about this. And I'm like, well, we don't believe that. And she can still celebrate. Well, we believe that if God said that, I said, oh yeah. One thing I'm not going to do is go back and forth about this. So I got myself and I left. And he's crying. He's apologizing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I said nothing to that man. I said nothing. And I got up and left. And so I told my mom about this. She's fully Christian, agnostic. I mean, not agnostic, apologetic. Like, she went to school for this. And she goes, well, why are you telling her that? Why are you teaching her that? I'm like, you didn't hear the part where my own elder disrespected me and made my child cry? You didn't even ask me if I was okay. Oh, well, are you okay? I said, girl, you don't even care. You do not care. You just are trying to defend why basically he probably did that and excuse his behavior. And then recently I told my cousin about this same situation. I didn't even know she was Christian. The first thing she did was basically say, well, I understand why, everybody teaches their things something, they teaches their kids something different, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, wait, are you Christian? Because you sound just like my mom. What does my beliefs have to do with anything? We're talking about elders arguing with kids. That's what this is about. Anyway, I just went on a rant. I'm sorry, y'all. But
No, that's a good point, right? Like
yeah,
they were unable to see that uh, his actions as the elder, right, in both situations with you and your 7-year-old daughter, they were unable to acknowledge his actions and talk about how that was 100% uncalled for,
yeah,
and it was wrong and traumatizing to a child who isn't even at the age right now that can make a decision on whether they want to believe in Jesus or not, right?
Right.
And most
exactly.
children are celebrating Christmas because they like the decorations, they like the excitement of getting the gifts, right, the
Yeah.
music, and like, why take that away from her just because she doesn't think like you? But
Hmm.
their loyalty, right, to their belief system blocked them from being able to see what was important in that moment. And that's
Yep.
what we talk about in here all the time. And I think what your situation that you just shared is like twofold, right? Because we just talked about how they see Jesus sacrifice, as, oh, it was an innocent life that died for the sins of the world. But when David's child was an innocent life that died for the sins of his father, that baby's in heaven, right? Like, that life doesn't matter. And so it kind of mimics that, right? Like the kid, right? It doesn't matter. Jesus is what's more important here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the feelings of the kid are not what's important. And then the second part of that is like when we see believers on our stage and they're disrespecting us, and the believers in the chat will be quiet, they won't say anything, right? But the moment
Hmm.
we respond to their disrespect, then the believers come out and they're attacking us for responding to the disrespect. You're angry, she's triggered, and but it's because of their loyalty, right, to the belief that they rather not, either they can't see or they rather not call out the bad behavior of their fellow believer. What's more important to them is what we're saying against their God. Does that make sense? Like,
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, it's the loyalty to the cult.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember when I was in the cult, I was I was ridiculous with it too. Um, but now, like I said, after going through those experiences with relationships that were unhealthy, realizing that, like, where did I learn to just tolerate whatever? Where did I learn to just feel like I had to wait for somebody to treat me right, or to wait for this, or just pray and it'll change? Like, all of that just fed into this really crazy cycle that I'm still unlearning. And but like you said, also on top of it, my family behaving like this is even more of a reason. I don't want to lack empathy. I don't want to lack compassion in service and in loyalty to something I can't even freaking see. This is not here with me every day. And I remember, just my last point, when I was my daughter's age, and I've always been just a deeply empathic person. And I remember asking my mom, well, what about the people who never heard about God? What about the people that live in the mountains in Tibet? Why did I know about Tibet at 8? I have no idea. But like, what about people that live in faraway places that never heard about God? What about them? Are they going to hell? Well, God knows their heart, da 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 da. And I'm like, this is weird. Like, it was just so off-putting that this system, it's like it set you up to fail. And the way that it's like they just gloss over about it. They don't push. And if you push, you're demonic, or you're something wrong with you, right? But anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for having me up. I love it here. I'm gonna hopefully join the Discord soon. So yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming up. I enjoyed the conversation. I did want to say,
Mm-hmm.
you made me think about like something that you said earlier on in the conversation. We were talking about the slavery thing, and
Oh
it made me think about when they say, "Oh, it's going to work out in the end," right? Like,
yeah. Yes.
um, when our ancestors that were going through slavery, right,
Mm,
like they were living it at that moment, those that doubted because they were going through it and it was tough, and they doubted that a
mm-hmm.
God was going to rescue them, and
Mm,
they, in their moment of doubt, were killed by the slave master.
mm-hmm.
Did they go to heaven or hell? Like,
Listen.
you know what I'm saying? Like, when they say, "Oh, they're gonna get theirs in the end. It's gonna work out in the end." What about those that didn't, like, that was going through it,
Mm-hmm.
right, and lost their life while they were going through it? Because it's easy for Black Christians today to
Mm-hmm.
say God rescued us from slavery. You were never in it.
Right.
He did not rescue you. You were never in it. But those that were in it, that were praying to this God for freedom, right? And then watching their children get sold away, watching their children, like, really, there's a video on my page where I tell the story of this Black lady who was enslaved, and all her children kept getting sold away from her. She literally found one of her sons, but when she found him, what happened to him was he got smart with the slave master, and the slave master just took out a pistol and shot him in the head.
Oh my God.
And that's how she lost her last son.
Ooh, wow.
Right? Like,
Yeah,
they had to endure shit like that. And you
exactly.
today want to talk about it's gonna work out in the end?
Why did it take 300 years to work
Exactly.
out, to quote unquote work out? Like, but that's what I'm talking about too, the parallels between this mentality of, if you just wait, something will change. If you just pray, something will change. If that's the case, I would have still been in that same relationship, or any unhealthy relationship, quote unquote, waiting for it to change, still getting abused and mistreated. That's the same mentality. They didn't have nowhere else to go. Our ancestors could not leave that situation. So to tell us nowadays the same thing that they got told is harmful. Absolutely harmful. It's not the
It's
same.
selfish too.
Exactly. It's just, I think this goes back into critical thinking. We're not critically thinking about the what it's doing to our mental health. I'm huge on mental health. Huge on take care of yourself, self-preservation. Like, you are your first love. You like also in the whole abusive relationship thing, putting my love outside of myself was a huge thing as well. Putting the love that you have in a God that you can't see, or something that, or into the church, right? We hear about people all the time giving money for years and years and years, and they're still sitting up in living in a place that, I don't know, so
Need.
somewhere is, in low income or whatever. It's like, why would you put so much love into something else and not into yourself? Like that, I'm huge on that. And so, yeah, it's just harmful, these harmful beliefs. And we can't even, like, I know you talk about it all the time, but just the supremacy of it as well, and how the Bible and that the belief has been used to oppress is in and of itself just, I once I really got that, once I really understood that, I was done. I was absolutely done, because that's just, it don't even align with my character. So it's like, if my character is more upstanding than this religion, I don't even need this. So anyway, that's all I'm saying.
Absolutely. Yep. That's
Oh
what
yeah.
Fee says all the time. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Great conversation, and welcome to the community as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're
Have a good one,
welcome.
man. See you.
You too. Bye, you guys.
Bye. All right, y'all. We have 7 minutes. I saw somebody in the comments when Venus said, "What about the people who haven't heard of Jesus?" And
Hmm.
this karma person in the comments said, "Haven't heard about Jesus? Be so fucking for real." Yeah, it's called the Joshua Project, where Christians are going to countries where there is no Jesus. Karma. Like, I don't know how you think Jesus is getting spread across the world. Like, if you actually think Jesus just woke up in your bed, in your head, but Christians are going to other continents and spreading your Jesus. And this map, this project represents people who never heard of him. Y'all get on my nerves with that shit. And then you come in here typing in all caps and then want to whine when I yell at your ass back. Don't fucking yell at me in caps and then start crying when I yell at you back.
um, I am thinking about how the answer to the problem of this religion is education, and how they've been actively um, sabotaging education. And I don't think people today like just don't, I guess, recognize the need for like a good education, like an actual good one. Like having a shitty public school system has been the status quo for like a very long time. And like the fact that they're defunding PBS, which I mean you could at least rely on for like early childhood development, and they're trying to switch the programs in there that are like going to further make people essentially just fucking cattle. Like, like teaching things like, I mean, it's better to be a slave than to die. Like,
Yeah, just like they're
fuck
trying to
you.
teach little girls that it's better to get married, right? Like
Hmm.
they're lowering the age of consent to 14 because they can't get to older women. And if y'all remember me saying this, I've been saying this for 2 fucking years. Just like in the beginning of the story, they introduce you to the God, you get loyal to the God, right? They tell you as a parent for a while, you are the chosen, right? Then when you eat of the fruit and you wake up, the very next chapter, who is the God fucking with? Who is the God fucking with? Was Adam and Eve had their awakening, their children. The God goes to their
School.
children. And I've been saying this for 2 fucking years. It's a playbook. It's a playbook. But people want to look at it and say it's spiritual.
Yeah. I mean, the fact of the matter is, even if we make it through the last of this election, it's gonna take a long time to like fix the shit that they've like broken. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep. Because they gonna
motherfuckers
keep
just
on
do
letting
not
them
get it.
break it. They gonna let them break it till they realize
You
that
know?
they done fucked up. That's why I said, like, I think, like, I feel like we're going to get into this Handmaid's Tale reality, and they're gonna have to like live it and realize that they don't fucking want it. They think they do, but they don't.
Hmm.
That's the fucked up thing.
Hmm. Yeah, I was watching I think about some Trump worker in Maine, or not Trump worker, but Trump fan in Maine that like voted for him. The dumbass works in solar though, so of course they passed that bill that like rolls back uh, the act that like subsidizes like solar energy to make it a lot more cost effective for people. And he got laid off as a result. And he's just like, oh, well, I didn't even think about all this would happen because I was focused on the hatred and you know what I mean, like the all the other
Wow.
stuff, and didn't consider the fact that like I'm gonna fuck my life over. And it's just like, bro,
Wow.
y'all see these stories every goddamn time they're in power, and for whatever the fuck reason, it just goes right over your fucking head. Y'all just, but God, okay, well,
And then like it be
completely
people
soldier
like
brain.
Prophetess Taylor talking about, is your choice heaven or hell? Motherfucker, my choice is now.
Mm,
The only choice I have power over now, today. I'm not studying heaven or hell. Today. That's what affects me. And the problem is y'all don't think about that. That's the problem. And that's why people are able to do what they're doing, because you don't think about this life. Exactly. They should call on Jesus. They ain't gonna call on Jesus. They saw like Jesus put on display when Sonya Massey called on him and he didn't answer.
mm-hmm.
They gonna
They
call
still ain't
911,
grapple
or
with
they
that.
gonna pick up their Ruger. Huh?
Actually, they
What do you
did
say?
grapple with that, and they came to disgusting conclusions.
Yeah, that's true. That she either didn't have enough faith, she wasn't living right, or she was saved when he
I
let her
can't tell
die and
you
go to
about
heaven.
how her walk was.
Hmm.
Either the motherfucker protects you or he don't. Because if that had been you, then what would you say? We
Wouldn't say
would
nothing because they would be dead.
be right.
Yep. Well, we have come to the end of the show. I do see that there's a lot of Christians in the box that would like to talk to me, but I'm about to go. I will see y'all Tuesday night. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all so much. Those of you that don't know, I won't be live tonight. I'm having a minor surgery today, but we will be back Tuesday night for Maddie's Hour. I hope y'all have a beautiful Monday morning. Thank y'all for the likes, for the shares, for the comments. Thank you, Mr. Michaels, again for the tap songs and for the Thinkers Got a Question song. I love them. Thank you for the YouTube subscribers. Go and subscribe to the YouTube if you're not already subscribed. Love y'all so much. I'll see y'all Tuesday.
Much love. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Bye, y'all.